No, 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 no! Ah!
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Houghton Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Ciaran Anscomb, D. Bruce Moore, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glen Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Michael Pittsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rick Eulin, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom Heron, Tom S., and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 236. Today we have a special guest, Mark Siegel.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mark B.
I didn't know that was a call and response thing.
I just forgot what the heck I was going to say next. That's all. So our panel has assembled, and let's see who we have today. First up, Mark Oberhoser.
Hello there. Glad to be here as usual.
All right. Your host today is in the next panel, me. Hi. Next up is Patrick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
All right. Character turn, line feed, L. Curtis Boyle, our foreign correspondent.
Welcome, everyone.
All right. Next over is Fred Provincia.
Provincia, yeah.
Provincia.
That's right. Yeah, I'm new to the show. I've followed in the chats and stuff, but glad to be able to make an appearance here.
So long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah,
Thank you. Glad to have you, Fred.
Yeah. And an active developer in the Nitrous 90s of Use project too. So there are several contributions to that. So
I'm sorry.
I rewrote the control program that's included in Ease of Use in the most recent update, and I've done a few other stuff here and there, but happy to be here.
Maybe we can just rewrite the whole program. That'd be good.
he did.
Yeah, I did actually.
Grant, you're behind.
I'm always behind. What are you talking about?
All right. Next up is the keeper of the scores of the Game On Challenge, Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody from the sunny west coast of Canada.
Flashy shirt.
No snow today?
Nope. Well, snow in the mountains, but not down here.
Okay, it's
Nice
coming.
and sunny down here in Oregon too.
Yeah.
No snow here yet either.
Here in Utah, we have snow in the mountains now too.
Okay. And the other end of the continent, man with a garage, Ron Delvo.
Hello, everyone.
I'm betting there's no snow there, right?
No,
85 today. Thank you.
maybe
Wow.
rain.
All right. Next up, Bill Noble.
Hello.
How you doing?
everybody.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Okay. Next over, Grant Leedy,
Hello, everybody.
the other backup streamer.
We should mention Grant just had some surgery, so he's on he might be a bit loopy today, I guess. We'll just put it that way. So
Yeah, you never know. You might not know what happens today. Anything's possible.
They gave you the good stuff, huh?
They gave me the good stuff.
Oh, David Ladd, are you excited to be here?
Why, yes, I am. And I certainly can't wait for the interview with Mark Siegel. And we'll have to see how everything goes today. Hopefully, the train will not derail.
Let's already get one tire off. And the man from down under, Nick Marentes.
Good day, everyone. I was good when I started, but I just heard that last person, and I just now I'm starting to rethink it.
Okay.
Have another Vegemite sandwich.
Okay. And last but not least, our special guest, Mark Siegel.
Hello, glad to be here.
and thanks for
All
coming
right.
on.
Curtis, take it away.
Okay, so I've got a whole whack load of questions here. I don't even know if we're going to get to them all today. We might have to make this a two-part interview. We'll see how it goes. And we'll, of course, have occasional breaks in there. Now, we have a couple questions we ask all of our guests. So I'll start with those because they're fairly generic ones. So the first one for you, Mark, is when and which computer was the first computer you ever used or came in contact with?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be a mainframe was the first one I ever used, but we'll move on a little bit from that. The first thing I owned that I programmed was a TI-58 calculator, and the first computer I could actually buy was a Commodore PET, which I did. It was the third one that came into Los Angeles. So that's what I programmed on for a while. It got me actually into the business. I wrote several programs that sold, bought me my next couple of computers.
Okay, so the PET was your introduction.
The Commodore PET, yeah.
Was there a particular reason you picked the PET? Like you didn't get into the Altair and the previous stuff at all?
I couldn't afford those.
Oh, okay. I guess that was a selling point of the PET because that was the first computer I ever used too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the under $1,000 computer I could afford. The Altairs and all those, you were getting into the $3,000 and $4,000 by the time you had something usable.
Yeah, like a monitor and screen and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you're okay with flipping switches and looking at a LED readout, I guess you could have got it cheaper. But
Hey, Curtis.
Yes,
Curtis, you might want to say to some people who don't know that what his position is.
Well, we'll be getting to that.
Okay, because
because we're going to be going through several of his positions because he's been involved in the CoCo in multiple companies, not just Tandy Radio Shack. So.
Yeah, I started doing this stuff in 1977. So,
yeah, and actually to get into that history, so you mentioned that you did some programming for the PET and did some commercial stuff for the PET. And I know like you'd sent me a copy of your resume, and basically the first company you mentioned in some detail was Programma International, which you were working at between 77 and 79. So is that where you were publishing the PET stuff?
it was, I was the first full-time programming employee of Programma, which was really the first microcomputer software company that wasn't associated with a hardware manufacturer.
Okay.
You mentioned in some detail was Programma International, which you were working
Getting
at.
echo back from somebody, Fred?
So is that where you were publishing the PET stuff?
It was, I was.
Thanks. That happens occasionally. It's the fun of a live show. So Programma International, actually, when I was looking that up, I actually found one of the games they made for the Apple II was called Blitzkrieg, and that's actually one of the first games I remember playing that was not on the PET when we first got our Apple II Plus. So I don't know if you had any involvement with that. It looks like they did basically all three of the initial computers.
We did Commodore, the TRS-80, and Apple, and I sold enough PET software to buy myself a printer and an Apple II and disk drive. So,
oh, you must have been making money because Apples were not cheap.
No, they weren't. but we did have some good deals with Apple, since everybody in the company, other than me, was had worked at some of the other companies. So,
okay,
we knew everybody.
Now, I was going to ask you for Programma International, like you said, you were one of the first programmers, and I believe the owners was David Gordon.
Well, it was David Gordon and Mel Norell. They were partners. Mel Norell hired me. I was taking one of his classes, so he hired me out of his class to come to work for the company.
So a class, this was like a university level class?
He was teaching mainframe assembly language, which I was taking. So,
and if you don't mind me asking, what college or university was that at?
That was Northridge.
Okay.
Strangely enough, that these were night classes. I was taking that stuff at. During the day, Mel actually was in charge of the Los Angeles's mainframe computers for the universities in the area. And he and Dave was starting a company, and just about that time he left there and to start Programma, and he was looking for people to hire and hired me.
Did he hire any others from the school, just out of curiosity?
No, he couldn't find anybody that really understood how to do this stuff. And I had already been programming on the PET for a few months. So
on your own?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were there for a few years, I think till 79, and then you ended up being at Datasoft. Is it Datasoft or Datasoft? How did you guys pronounce it, first of all?
The deal was Pat Ketchum, the guy who started Datasoft, tried to buy Programma. And that didn't quite work out. It was sold to, I forget what the book company was, but Mel and Dave split up. They gave them enough money to go start their own companies. And there was this big battle over the couple of people that they wanted to keep, but the deal was they couldn't keep anybody. So Mel got in touch with Pat Ketchum and arranged for me to go to work for him, since he had just bought this software company that did microcomputer business software. This is not what Pat wanted to be in. He wanted to be in consumer game stuff. So he was quite happy to get me.
So was Datasoft originally the computer business, or was that more the Programma side of things you're talking about there?
No, this is data. I went to Datasoft after the end of Programma had been purchased.
Okay. So at Datasoft, what were you hired originally as? Just as a programmer? Or?
No, I was hired to as VP of development to get them into the microcomputer gaming and other stuff business. Because I had, by that time, I had a lot of people I knew. There were a lot of programmers I knew that could write software for us. And at that point, one of the systems I was interested in was the color computer. And there was a gentleman that I was involved with at Programma by the name of Ralph Burris, who was a Hollywood producer who also wrote some software. And he knew a lot of people at Radio Shack because the software he had written was for the TRS-80. And he was a good friend of Ed Juge. So they got us, he and I color computer before they were ever shipped. And we actually had a 16K extended basic months before any of that stuff was available.
Did you get it on one of those wooden breadboard things like some of the other?
No, I got a full computer. It was, and in fact, my computer, the serial number on my computer was 256.
Oh, so it was actually a production run. Because I've interviewed a few other companies like the image producers who actually got prototypes from Radio Shack, half a year before the release that were actually just breadboards on a wooden piece of card or plywood or something like that. And they had to lock it up in a secure office and everything else because it was a prototype. So. No,
and as soon as I got the thing, Ralph and I sat down and we disassembled BASIC and did a full commenting of all the routines and everything. And I spent a couple of weeks looking at all the hardware and everything. They really weren't willing to even give us schematics on it, so. Had to
reverse engineer it all.
Yeah, I had to reverse engineer a lot of that stuff. And in doing that, that's when I discovered the artifacting mode. Radio Shack knew nothing about that.
Yeah. In fact, they didn't really support it until later on either. So, but that's interesting. I didn't realize that you guys had gotten in, before the official release of it. That's the early days.
And once I had figured everything out, we went ahead and arranged and we bought 4 more machines. And Pat Ketchum, his other business was selling ICs. So he got us plenty of RAM to upgrade everything.
Yeah, for cheaper than Radio Shack would have been selling at the time, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, not only that, to us, they were free. So, so that was pretty nice. At that point, Ralph and I went to, had written some software to show the thing off, and we went to some of the local local club meetings, and that's where I met Bjork. And talked to him for a little bit and said, all right, I'll give you a machine. You go play with it. And if you write something, let me know and see what we can do. And week or so later, he came in with some of his first software. And at that point, I hired him.
Okay. I was just going to go back to Ralph Burris for a second there, because Ralph was actually involved in some commercial CoCo software. I think, isn't he part of the credits of Sands of Egypt?
No, this Ralph never did any software on commercial software for the color computer.
Did he help with graphics design? Because I know he's on the credits of some CoCo games.
I don't think so. You're probably thinking somebody else.
Okay, I'll double check maybe during one of the breaks here, because I'm pretty sure he's on the splash screen for Sands of Egypt. There's 3 of them on there, including Steve.
Yeah, and
I'll double check. Okay, so then you found Steve, and he of course had done a few things for the Tier City Model 1 and 3 before that, including the light pen and a few other things too. So were you kind of aware of him before at club meetings, or did you just kind of introduce yourself?
Ralph was, but I had never gone to any of the TRS-80 club meetings.
Okay.
But so that's how I got involved with Bjork.
So your title at Datasoft, being a VP, was basically you were in charge of hiring talent, obviously, at least for some of the computers.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were by that point, I also owned an Atari and disk drive and had written a disk editing software that my deal with them is software that I wrote, they would also sell. So,
Okay, so you're still doing some development yourself.
yeah, I was still in, so that bought me some other computer stuff.
And did you also, like, I know you did this at Tandy, that when we'll be getting into that in a little bit later, but you also helped design some of the games, like at least spec them out, like, the basic design of the game. Well, you did quite a bit of that data stuff too for the original titles?
Yes. That and we even got into languages like Lisp for the Apple and lots of other stuff. My Chess was a Datasoft product. We'd also gotten some of the people from Programma and their stuff, like Bob Bishop's Micropainter.
Okay.
He started doing that at Programma, but when that got sold off, Bishop wasn't interested in working with Programma anymore, so he brought it over to Datasoft.
So how big was Datasoft employee-wise? Like, I know they did like their catalogs were quite large, full color, so I would say they're doing really well. They had licensed arcade titles. They had multiple platform support. So how big was the company?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of funny because when I walked in the office the first day to talk to Pat, he had got this office that was 300,000 square feet.
That's big.
It was enormous. And we walked into the back and it was full of stuff. And I said, well, what is all this? He says, well, I called up the phone company and asked them for the yellow pages for every yellow pages in the United States. So he had hundreds or thousands of yellow page books for every city in the U.S. And that took up half the 300,000 square feet.
So why did he acquire those? Did he want a list of like every computer store in every city?
That's what he was looking for. Of course, back at that time, there were very few computer stores. So
that'd be a lot of hunting and pecking through pages trying to find them.
Yeah, I was amazed that you could even get all the yellow pages.
So did he actually do that? Did he research through all of these thousands?
Well, he was going to hire people to go do that. The company he and his partner started doing selling chips was the biggest third-party chip company in the United States. So he was making huge amounts of money. His partner started a store, and he started a software company as side projects.
Oh, wow. And he didn't stick you with having to go through all these phone books.
No. He wanted me to go get him software to sell.
So just out of curiosity, like you'd mentioned like disk utilities and stuff, the Atari and stuff. Was there any of the CoCo games that you helped design while you were at Datasoft as far as, the originals?
Well, Steve and I discussed how to do audio spectrum analyzer. And so I guess I was a little bit involved in the design of that. Past that, I was just trying to get software out for everybody. So we had a couple of color computer titles. And since Ralph had contacts at Tandy, he had arranged for me to go up there and try to sell our products to Radio Shack. So that's how we got involved with Radio Shack.
Yeah, and that would have been some like Steve's early stuff like Popcorn, Audio Spectrum.
Yeah.
Actually, we have a bonus question here. I just thought of Audio Spectrum Analyzer since you were actually somewhat involved in that. Recently, it's come to light that there was two versions of that cartridge.
The regular bitmap version versus the
semi-graphics.
Semi-graphics, yeah. That was everybody knew the semi-graphics was going away, so we had them do a new version that just used the bitmap stuff.
Okay, so that was actually official, because I mean, we looked at the copyright date of 1983 on the newer version. Now the deluxe CoCo, which of course we'll get into in a little bit too, that did still have semi-graphics, and that was slated for 1984 release. So you were looking 3 years ahead at that point.
Well,
or was it for another reason?
No, because at that point we were also looking at doing the RMS chipset version of the.
Which we'll be getting into later.
It was one of those matters of that stuff was going away, and that was the only program we had that actually used it. So,
well, you had a couple that used it for certain title screens, like Adam used it for its its chart of elements and stuff like that. It actually used Semigraphics 12 or something. I can't remember the exact details.
Yeah.
Gamaku Renju, for example, used on the title screen too.
Probably a newer version of that out there somewhere too.
Oh, okay. I will have to hunt those down, because I like Audio Spectrum's been around since '81, and none of us knew until recently there was another version. And now we found several cartridges of it. I just want to show you too. I just pulled up my phone here, but the Sands of Egypt splash screen definitely has Ralph.
Oh, okay.
James Garon, Ralph, and Steve. So I guess he was involved in some. Now, because he was part of Hollywood, maybe that was part of the.
That was done after I left. So.
Okay. I'll have to check to see if he's on Dallas Quest, because if he had Hollywood involvement, that might have been part of it too. That
maybe
the animated adventure series. Okay, cool. I didn't know that Ralph was actually a Hollywood guy. So what? Just out of curiosity, what kind of Hollywood stuff is he involved with?
One of the interesting things about him is when he was in college, his roommate was Steven Spielberg.
Oh wow! Are they still chummy? Can we get Steve on? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I actually emailed him for the first time in like 35 years and got a response back. At some point, we'll probably talk next week or so. So it's
cool.
been a long time.
Yeah, it's good to get in contact with some of the people you haven't talked to, especially that long.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were at Datasoft. You were kind of like helping arrange and getting programs for various platforms. Now, Datasoft ended up getting quite a few official arcade licenses, like Puyan and Zaxxon and Moonshell. Now, were you there at the time that this stuff was going to arrange?
I had already left by that time. I was now at Radio Shack.
Okay.
So the company had some financial issues, and they basically wanted everybody to take a pay cut to stay in business. And I said, I really don't need to do that. And I left. And that the week after that, I had already arranged to go up to Apple and talk to them about going to work for them. And then I got a call from Van Chandler, who was basically the guy we had been working with at Radio Shack to sell product to. He was the technical person, and he immediately hired me without, just how much do you want and when can you be here?
Okay, so they actually headhunted you as opposed to you.
Well, I had sent out a resume to Apple and to them, and the first minute he got the resume, he gave me a call and said, "You're hired."
Oh wow! Did you since you were doing other microcomputers at the time too, like Ataris, did you apply to them as well, or?
No, but the funny thing about Atari is the vice president of Atari, a guy by the name of Steve Bristow, I had met, but I had not really talked to them. And it wasn't until many years later when I went to work for Radica, he was my boss.
Oh, so what came around?
Yeah,
comes around.
And he's the one that actually hired Steve Jobs.
Oh, okay. Back in his hippie days when he didn't wear shoes and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the Datasoft really took off probably just after you left. They must have got their finances straightened out or something.
They took off because I was willing to buy software from them.
Well, at Radio Shack, yeah, and we'll get into that in just a second here. But they also took off like an Ataris and Apples and IBM PCs later on and stuff like that. So
somewhat, not so much. I mean,
okay.
Their big money was coming from Radio Shack.
Okay. Now, one thing that as I mentioned earlier, Datasoft was rather famous for is getting some big name arcade titles. And I'm assuming since you'd already been hired at Radio Shack, by the time they got these licenses, I know the original Zaxxon ad in Rainbow, it mentioned the release dates of January, I think, for the Apple II and the Atari, and then I think March was the CoCo and TI-99, and there was a big 3-month span. And they did sell it independently for a little bit, but then it suddenly disappeared off of, they weren't advertising in Rainbow or anything else anymore. And then suddenly, a few months later, it showed up in Radio Shack stores along with Puyan. So I'm guessing you had something to do with that. Was it Datasoft contacting you, or did you see that they had gotten some artificial license stuff and kind of hit them?
Pat and I were still talking, and I said, "All right, you would, he understood that I was now kind of in charge of obtaining all the software for the color computer at Radio Shack. So as far as he was concerned, he would come into town about every 4 or 5 months to show me what they were doing, and spent some money getting some licenses, and Bjork was a pretty decent programmer, and so were some of the other ones, James Guerin. And
okay, because one question I always had that I was curious about is, like, I know Datasoft had 3 licensed games for the CoCo, which is Zaxxon, Puyan, which you guys sold on cassette. But I guess another question, I'm guessing those were on cassette. They're a bit too big to put on a cartridge for a price that Tandy would want to pay for. Yeah. Okay. But the other one was Moon Shuttle, which actually they only released as an independent release, and that never got sold through Radio Shack. Was there a reason that one was not picked?
I don't think I liked it.
Okay. I know out of the 3, it was the least popular of the arcade games.
Yeah.
In the arcade.
So, I was in sort of a unique position. They just let me go ahead and, I really didn't even need to get anybody's authorization to start a project and buy a piece of software, which I never kind of understood, but that's the way it worked.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of curious because we had very few in the CoCo 1 era of officially licensed games by anybody. I mean, Frogger by Cornsoft Group, which you guys didn't carry either. I don't know if they ever approached you or you approached them on that particular one, because they did multiple platforms too. They did the Model 1.3 version of it as well. But it was pretty rare. I think Poltergeist, that was another one. I don't know if you were involved with the arrangement of that one.
Yeah, no, I was involved in Poltergeist. That was a strange deal.
I was going to ask about that because we're the only platform that had that one, so it's kind of unique. And I'm guessing it's not credited, but I'm guessing that's Robert Arnstein's.
Yeah, Arnstein wrote it under license from Spielberg.
Now, was that because of the Spielberg-Burris relationship that you guys got that?
No, that was Spielberg's company contacted us.
Oh, okay.
Now, Burris may have suggested it, but that was never brought up. And it was kind of funny because I guess the first week I was at Radio Shack, there were a whole lot of Hollywood concepts that had come in that I had to sit down and watch TV shows and just all sorts of bizarre stuff that was being peddled to see if it was something we could make a game out of and license and make money on.
Yeah, because I mean, it looks like most of the stuff that was licensed was basically Datasoft did most of it, and then there was especially the CoCo 1 era anyway. Like there was more licenses that came out later in the CoCo 2 and 3 era. You guys seem to be a lot more friendly to licensing.
Well, it was not a matter of that. It was a matter of I could license it, but I had nobody to write anything in the first days there. So,
okay.
I mean, I had to go cultivate some programming talent before. I had 3 people working for me while I was in Tandy Electronics. in those days. So we could do some stuff, but the amount of products that they actually wanted to get on market, there's just no way, certainly not in Fort Worth.
Yeah, so you had to pick and choose based on your resources, basically.
Yeah. So until I got some outside talent writing software for us, couldn't do that.
Okay, and then one of my bonus questions that you're not aware of yet, because this was something I just discovered in that Intercom magazine, in the November 1982, I think, it's late 82 anyway, there's an article on a game that, as far as I know, was never released. And it was the second one based on the Robert Heinlein novels of like Starship Troopers, which Glen Hewlett, which did come out, was based on. But there was another one that Leo Christopherson was supposed to be doing as well as a sequel kind of thing. And I'll just share a screen here to show the article. I don't know if you'll know anything about this, but I thought I'd better ask while you're here. So this is one called "And He Built a Crooked House," and it mentions that Leo was actually going to be doing the port and that he'd already completed Glen Hewlett earlier in the year. And there's a lot of talk about it on here, a little bit of history of Leo himself, and it was supposed to be coming out fairly soon. Do you know anything about this project or what happened to it?
No idea whatsoever. I know when Van Chandler, I guess maybe 4 or 5 months after I got there, moved over to become vice president of computer merchandising. So anything he had in the works kind of just died.
Oh, so that might have been a situation where it just
and whoever it is wasn't put in touch with me. Barry Thompson was the buyer for all that stuff. And if he didn't mention it to me, then I never knew about it.
Okay. And just for the viewers here that are watching here, because this is probably new to a lot of them too, I'll just read the one paragraph from around the middle of the little column here. This is the second software package based on a Heinlein story that the education division has used. In the February of this year, Glen Hewlett, also based on Heinlein story, was released. And Leo B. Christopherson is authoring the computer program for Radio Shack, which of course he did with Glen Hewlett and a ton of Model 1 stuff, like Android NIM and a bunch of others. He did a ton of, he was really famous for animation on the Model 1 and 3. Like he pushed that to a whole new level. So
yeah. It may have been something that was in Dennis Tanner's view, who was the education manager for all the software.
So it was educational software literally a complete separate division? They didn't interconnect?
They were, when I got there, they were a complete separate division. They were always a separate division, but later on when I moved over to Radio Shack, his office was next to mine. So
there was some interplay at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. And actually, just to kind of go back, did you do any educational style software when you're back at Programma or Datasoft, or did you just use utilities and games type stuff?
No, we didn't do any of that stuff yet.
Okay. Okay. I guess I have one other one I'll show here too. This is from the January 1983 issue of that same internal Tandy magazine, where it mentions that CoCos were used in election coverage by KOAT, an ABC affiliate TV station in Albuquerque, New Mexico, using software from a professor at the local university and a manager of a Radio Shack computer center. And you were, I think, at Tandy at this time, so I don't know if you had anything to do with that or not, but just to show for people that maybe have never seen that before either. From your shaking of your head, I'm guessing you didn't have anything to do with that either.
not anything I'd heard of.
Yeah, so basically this is just November 2nd, 1982, they were used for doing screens and stuff for these televised elections in New Mexico. And I know I've seen some, the old VDG screens on, splash screens on old VHS tapes that some companies use for little ads and stuff. They use the semi-graphics just to do, little title screen style work and stuff here. But this was actually on a televised live election. So I thought that's kind of a unique way of using a CoCo. And they actually had 12 color computers that they were switching between for different displays during this. I don't know if anybody, on the panel here is from New Mexico or was around there at that time and maybe remembers this, but I thought that was kind of cool.
The only deal I remember that wasn't immediately associated with Tandy making money is we had written a program for one of the TV show, one of the golf things that was being broadcast on TV for golf scoring. That was the only one I remember.
You know what roughly era that was? Is it around the same time, 82, 83?
It was, yes, I guess 83 time frame.
Okay, so still in the CoCo 1 era, maybe transitioning to CoCo 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during the pre-interview, we'd send you some questions and kind of going back and forth here. One of the things you mentioned, and I think it's mentioned a bit in your resume as well, is that during the 1982 to 84 period, when you were at one particular title at Tandy Radio Shack there, that you helped design some video games too. In fact, you mentioned that specifically there that there was 12, and I know you probably don't remember all of them.
I don't remember. And you know, those wound up also being MC10 stuff.
Okay, and we just had our MC10 special last week, so hopefully some of them are watching can pipe in some questions.
Yeah, that was a interesting deal in and of itself, but go ahead.
Okay. So one thing I wanted to ask about the games you designed, because you at this point you were no longer doing any active programming, except for I think you did a disc duplicator or something, right?
Yeah, it's not that I wasn't doing active programming. I was doing some of that, but it was a matter of, well, you know, they were trying to move me into getting them external software, and about the only things I had time to do was figuring out how to get certain algorithms to do stuff on the color computer. I didn't really have any time to do games as much as help the guys that were working for me write their software and figure out how to do stuff. So,
okay. And I mentioned you also help with some productivity programs and stuff too. So I guess one question there is like, at this point, I mean, you obviously had some, external people that you would, hire for certain projects, let's say like Robert Arnstein and, Steve Bjork and a bunch of others, Greg Zumwalt.
Yeah.
Did you have any internal programs? Like I know there's some Tandy manuals that kind of mentioned like the copyright Tandy. So I'm assuming you must have had some internal programs.
Yeah, as I say, I had 3 people working for me.
Do you remember who they were? Because I have no idea who the Tandy programmers were.
Let me see. Gary Sullivan, who after I moved over to Radio Shack, was put in charge of doing Deskmate. And I don't remember the names of the other guys.
Okay. So what proportion of software was done by these internal people? I'm assuming there's a lot more stuff you were hired outside of to contract.
Yeah, I mean, I think that stuff was, those guys were just doing whatever we came up with ideas to do. I mean, it's that was a time where I could find programmers, but nobody had any ideas for doing games. So
it was originality was the problem. It was like
right, yeah. So I guess every morning I came in, I'd come up with 1 or 2 games, write it up, and stick it in my file cabinet. So I had just tons of game ideas. And as soon as I had somebody that was open to doing something and they didn't have any idea of what to do, I'd go into my file, find something, send it off to them, and start a game.
Okay. So that brings me up to my next question, because I mean, we had a ton of fairly decent clones of arcade games from third parties like Spectral and Tom Mix and Computerware and a bunch of others at the time. And you guys never really licensed any of those. Was that because you were worried about legal implications of doing clones?
No, well, Spectral Associates sent us a couple of things, and we didn't want to get into all the legal trouble, so we went and discussed and came up with ideas of how to refine them, like slay the Nereus and microbes. It was the same game, just under different, had some slightly differences to it. And
Yeah, like microbes, actually, they had originally sold themselves as color meteoroids back in 81, and then they kind of polished it up a bit and rebranded it in 83, I think it was.
All that stuff as to those two particular titles were stuff we gave them as to what they could do and to make it a game that we would sell.
Okay. And they also had some original titles that they previously published on their own. You guys took over, like Keys of the Wizard, Madness and the Minotaur, et cetera. And then, of course, they did a lot of stuff for the CoCo 3, which we'll get into in a little bit here. Okay, so that's interesting. So basically, it was worrying about legal implications that you didn't, license or sell on behalf of some of these other companies that actually had some pretty good ones.
Yeah, the thing was that we had an internal discussion about just another Me Too game, and since Atari and Commodore were doing the arcade versions, we figured that it would be nice to do something slightly different. And if you look at almost all the stuff Radio Shack did, is we didn't look like everybody else.
Yeah, I was going to bring up one example because Greg Zumwalt had mentioned during our interview with him, because he said he had a really good relationship with you. Like when he did Starblaze, at first glance it looks like Defender, but then you got refueling and repair stations, and you have to warp between different planets and stuff here. So you added a bunch of, or he added, I'm not sure who designed that one, added a bunch of elements to make it Defender like, but with extra stuff.
Yeah. That was stuff I had him do, and in fact, one of the guys that worked for me took the Starblaze concept and put it on the Model 100.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that one, but that'd be interesting to see. I did like the Model 100 when it came out. It was way out of my affordable range, and of course, I liked having color.
Yeah.
But it was a beautiful machine. Were you involved much with because that was originally built by Kyocera, and you guys kind of rebranded and had your own custom model?
Actually, the story is that I came into my office one day and it was sitting on my desk with a folder, and Van Chandler walked in and said, "Can you tell us how to fix this? It's terrible." And so I looked at the software, and Chandler was being really kind. It was that bad. So I spent about 2 days coming up with a way to make it work right, and wrote up a big paper on what we could do to make this work, and handed it to him, and didn't see it again for 4 or 5 months later. And it was back on my desk working almost exactly as I described it. I didn't find out till many, many years later that Bill Gates actually wrote the rework of the software.
So was the original software like from Kyocera originally, or was that originally Microsoft and you guys just had
it was originally Microsoft software. It was just so bad that even that Microsoft was ashamed of it. And everybody was trying to figure out what we could do to make this work.
So what was the problem with the software? Like, I'm assuming it's not like talking to the hardware. I'm assuming it's like the interface, like how to get it to be user-friendly.
The interface, everything worked completely different. If I handed the thing to you, even with the best manual in the world, you'd never figure out how to use it.
Okay. It'd be interesting if someday if you can dig up some specs of what it used to be like maybe your original paper proposing what to fix.
I never had the spec to it. All I had was the unit and what can we do to fix this?
Okay, that's an interesting story. We did know that Bill Gates, it was the last programming language I think he actually, or the last computer he literally worked on himself as a programmer. So. Now I've got a notification from Mark Bosley here that we should probably take a little bit of a break, and I think we've got an update on who's new to Discord. Is that coming up this segment, Mark, or is that a later one?
I was going to do that after the interview was finished. This is going to be a short break.
Okay, I'm going to go grab a coffee.
All right.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2, on sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages, it's expandable, and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2, sale priced for Christmas, only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Ciaran Anscomb, author of XRoar, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, CoCoThoughts by Samuel Gimes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
And we're back.
Actually, you're not listening to Stevie Stroh. He's not here today. He's out sick. So anyway, before we get into the next part of what I have planned for the interview, we got some questions from chat. We've got some questions from the panel. So I think Mark Oberholzer will do the question from chat that's related to this time here, or the general question. We'll get that
Okay.
first. And then Ron Dovell has a question as well.
Longtime listener and occasional panel attendee, Mikey, asked how many CoCos were actually sold?
I won't answer that. It's not my place to answer that kind of a question. That would be like asking me, how much did this author make? I know the answer to that, but as I say, it's not my information to give out.
Darn. Any other question from chat at this point, Mark, that's related to what we've talked about previously, or should I go on to Ron's?
Yeah, there's one other. Eddie Serbinsky, he's from Canada, Quebec, and he asked about French protection laws in Quebec. I guess labeling of software in French or French and English.
Not aware of any of that. Sorry.
Yeah, that would have probably been under Intertan.
No, well, I mean, Radio Shack, the only difference between Intertan and Radio Shack was a taxable type of thing. Radio Shack was in complete control of Intertan.
Okay, because I know Intertan was headquartered up here in Canada after a couple of years, and it was called something else before that I don't remember, but they were kind of in charge of.
there were Intertan offices all over the world.
Yeah. But I think the head office, quote unquote, for Intertan was up in Ontario, if I remember correctly.
Well, the director of Intertan was actually in France. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they had branches in Australia and the UK and Germany and all over the place. So.
Eddie also had a follow-up question about, did they work with Tandy Europe for French software? It sounds like Intertan was based in France, so probably.
Intertan's had some people who could translate documentation. They actually didn't do any software direct work.
Yeah, they might have patched some programs with, like you said, different languages in the text of the program.
At one point, the director of Intertan asked me to get them a Spanish version of Color Basic, and I said, "Sorry, I can't do that. We can't change the token."
Part of the Microsoft deal.
I said, "Well, we probably could change the tokens, but they would have to be, this many letters and be basically meaning the same thing." And I said, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, well, the original Color Basic, that thing was tightly coded to fit into that 8K ROM, and there's no room left.
Yeah, but if you looked at the tokenizing scheme, there was basically 2 tokenizing characters and an address. So you could have swapped out anything for the tokenizing characters as long as they were unique.
Yeah, and fit within, like if any of the words in Spanish were longer, then you would have ran out of ROM space.
Right, yeah. So, well, no, I couldn't change that. It had to fit into exactly that many characters with that many unique letters, and it just wasn't going to work.
Yeah. Plus, if I remember correctly, I think Microsoft had some control over what you could do with the ROMs anyway. That's the reason the whole CoCo 3 overlapping the ROM thing happened, right?
Well,
we'll get into that.
Into that.
Okay. Yeah. and Rondo, you had a couple of questions too relating to software.
Yes. First one, though, is hardware. Me and Terry Steggy would love to have you talk about the TDP 100. And then the other thing is, how about the Disney stuff? And were you involved at all with the Tomba interaction? And we thought that the way you guys used the cassette with narration and advancing and putting more data in and that kind of programming was pretty cool and on the edge back then.
That was all stuff done for the education department. So I really didn't have much involvement with them other than when education had a deal with a school system where there were going to we were going to have to give them instructions on how to use the color computer and all that. Then I got tapped to have to fly out to that school system and spend a day explaining the color computer to them.
And I'm sharing here because this is another Intercom article I found from September 83, where they're talking about the Tombaugh one, which is actually the discovery of the planet Pluto. And of course, he's the discoverer of it. He was fairly old at the time, but here's a picture of him. He's actually at a Radio Shack, and then you can see the color computer in the lower left corner of the photo. And he actually narrated the actual multimedia presentation that was. And we've covered several of these multimedia presentation software programs, mostly educational, as you mentioned, where you were actually having animated graphics, et cetera, and then you had audio playing off the tape using motor on and audio on. So you actually could do multimedia back in the early 80s, which was pretty unique for the time. So that was more the education division.
That would have been the education guys. Yep.
Now, as far as the Disney stuff, because the early Disney stuff and some of the children's television workshop, et cetera, that was educational stuff too. But later on, you got some games like the Sierra games and stuff where they actually made a game out of it.
Yeah, but by then, most of that stuff was being done for the PC, and I managed to get them to do some color versions of it.
Like Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah,
Donald Duck, Mickey. Yeah. But there's earlier ones that were educational.
Those were a totally different buying system and we actually had salesmen out there selling that stuff. That was not stuff really sold directly in a Radio Shack store.
Okay.
Now, if you could tell us about the TDP 100.
Again, that was basically a education unit.
Oh, really?
How did it come about?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit before you, or just when you were starting there.
Well, as I say, a lot of that stuff was being bought for education by the educational division, so I didn't get involved in it.
What did you think of the machine?
Any differences don't ring a bell for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically a rebranded F-board CoCo 1 from what I understand. So tend to distributor products.
I mean, the only other thing I know about was the unit that was basically a terminal. I think it was some
the green thumb.
Yeah, and it basically had 2 baud rates in it, and it was a strange thing for Europe.
Okay. Now we got a question from Grant here is on the panel. We just kind of circumvent the actual sales of the CoCo, but just to get a relative amount. I don't know if you can go that far or not. I know you've publicly stated on Facebook before that the CoCo sold more than you would think. I think it's the exact quote.
Yeah.
So his question was it comparable to the top 5 other 8-bit machines at the time as far as sales with the Apple Commodore 64, Atari, 8-bits, et cetera? Like, was it competitive with that? Because some people speculate it was quite a bit lower.
I think we were more than competitive with that.
Okay. So there you go.
Here's the deal. We had 6,000 stores in the United States to sell them. The competition had probably 700-800 stores to sell their product.
Yeah. And I don't think mail order computers weren't a big thing back then. That didn't really start.
Yeah, and what people don't realize is that if you were in a small town, and there are a lot of small towns in the United States, a Radio Shack was the only place you could get a computer.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense because I've been to a few of those, not official full-blown Radio Shacks, but a licensed dealer type.
Yeah.
Hey, Curtis, I have another question and a comment here from the chat. Sixie, the XRoar emulator author, asked, some Tandy software got released by Microdeal in the UK for PAL CoCos. Was there a good reason for not doing it through the local Tandy representatives?
As far as PAL stuff, had no involvement with PAL software. So, sorry.
We'll have to find an Intertan guy to ask that, I guess.
And Tim Lindner has a comment. He said the Microcept, which is a Mexican CoCo clone in 1986, had a patched table with Spanish keywords. They just adjusted the token pointers because they all have different character counts. So somebody did some sort of modifications.
That was certainly not a product owned or endorsed by Radio Shack or Tandy.
Yeah, probably third-party thing.
I wonder if it was even legal.
I mean, we had a lot of people that were cloning the product at that time.
Right.
I was amazed. I saw a Brazilian color computer at one point, and
yeah, CP400 or something. I think it was called.
I don't know what it was, but you know, my Motorola was out pushing their design all over the place, and Microsoft basically was willing to go build them a version of Color Basic, but it had to be moved around so stuff wasn't in the same, so it wasn't a totally compatible product, or else they were afraid they were going to get sued by us, from us.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay. And Grant, I don't know, maybe he's too loopy to talk in person here because he sent me another question to ask you directly here. But he was wondering, and this is a question I've had too, like what was the decision making behind this? Maybe this didn't involve you. This might have been higher up. But what was the reasoning for Radio Shack not selling third-party software in Radio Shack stores? Because you did a little bit with the Model 1 and 3, but the CoCo, generally, you wouldn't acknowledge atomics and the rest of this. Like, is it due to some of the legal stuff we talked about earlier, worrying about selling clones? Or
yeah, the deal was eventually we put together an organization that could do that, but there was no way within how Tandy bought stuff to do it.
Okay. Because the other thing is too, I mean, you guys could have been selling some of the CoCo-based magazines, which for the time were huge compared to other 8-bits like Rainbow and Hot Cocoa and Color Computer Magazine.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you got to look at it from the Radio Shack perspective, is that it all had to come from our warehouse. It all had to be accounted for. And if you weren't going to sell 50,000 of them, nobody wanted to bother.
Okay. Because I mean, something like Rainbow, I'm sure, well, you guys did eventually in the CoCo 3 era actually like put a free Rainbow, advertisement stuff with the CoCo 3s and stuff. So you guys did eventually loosen it up a little bit.
Well, that's because
that was one complaint.
The market was bigger.
Yeah. Because the one complaint I remember from the early 80s hearing from everybody else that had Ataris and, Commodores and stuff was all they knew that was available for the CoCo was what they saw at Radio Shack. In the early 80s, like 81 through 83, 84, there was some good titles, but there wasn't a ton of them. I mean, the software was limited to like 100 titles, and you go to these other generic stores, and there'd be like 500 different things for the Atari 400, 800, for example. So they always claimed to us that, there's no real market for the CoCo. You got this very limited set of stuff. There's a ton of Radio Shack stores, but not enough products, software products, et cetera, or hardware, third-party hardware.
If you went to 2 or 3 different stores, every store would have totally different product. There was the competition didn't have enough units sold to be really a legitimate product. I mean, until there were some bigger guys out there that could buy big chunks of software and sell it into it. You had some guy making a deal with this computer store who had maybe 3 stores in their chain, and they would have that product. But you went next door to some other chain, and that software didn't exist there. So
part of that might have just been shelf space. I mean, if you guys took on all third party, I mean, you can see a 350-page Rainbow with ads for all kinds of things there.
Yeah, but do you know how? I mean. You were into Radio Shack. You saw how many SKUs we had on everything. Can you imagine having to do that with all the Model 1000s and CB radios and everything else? I mean,
yeah, and you guys did try to address it when after the CoCo 3 came out, because you did the third-party express order catalog that did sell some of this third-party stuff. It just wasn't.
That's because we did that for the 1000s and all that. I mean, we were getting people wanting that. We just didn't know how to do it. I mean, there's limited shelf space in a Radio Shack.
Yeah, especially in these, like you mentioned, the small town dealers, which are quite small stores. Yeah. I mean, where would they put all this stuff? I guess that makes some sense. I hadn't really thought of that before. Because that, like I said, that was one complaint I heard from a lot of people that ended up buying other machines, because they would go, CoCo's only have 100 programs available. That's all the software, because there was no recognition in Radio Shack about Rainbow or anything else.
And bought a Rainbow magazine. There were a lot of other software in there that they could have.
Yeah, but the problem was you had to find out Rainbow existed first, and since Tandy didn't acknowledge at the early stages anyway that they even existed, nobody knew. Because I like up here, like no commercial book retailer sold Rainbow until probably about 84, 85. Yeah. So nobody ever knew. So unless you happen to know somebody that knew somebody, that you'd never know. So catch 22, I guess.
Well, yeah. And before 485, the whole industry was a lot smaller than most people realized.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into the question of how many CoCos were sold. I do know Radio Shack did officially release some numbers early on. I think I'm trying to remember if it was Barry Thompson or John Shirley. Somebody had mentioned in about June of 83. So it was before the CoCo 2 came out that they'd sold over 500,000 CoCo 1s by that point. That was actually a quote directly from him. And of course, we know that more than that were sold. Now, a question from Ron that's kind of related to that. Well, two questions actually. One, we've noticed just trying to figure out how many CoCos are sold by going through serial numbers that it looks like the serial numbers were restarted at different points. Like the CoCo 2 seems to have had a couple of restarts from what I can tell. Like, is it due to certain, changing manufacturers? Because we know we switched between the United States and Korean manufacturing, or was it because of motherboard revisions or?
I think the whole serial number thing was just something we put on there so we could track a particular unit when it came in for repair under warranty. I don't think anybody really paid too much attention to the real serial number.
Okay. And do you still actually own any physical CoCos yourself?
Yeah, as I was saying earlier to somebody, I have every computer I ever bought packed away. And from when I started in 77 on, I usually bought 2 to 3 new computers every year. So I've got a lot of them.
And because you worked at Radio Shack, especially when we got into the CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 era, did you get some of the very first ones off the production line, like have serial number 1 or something like that?
Well, I wouldn't say I had that early, but I did have some early machines. As far as what I used, mostly wound up using my CoCo 1 until I got my CoCo 3. But about that time, Radio Shack had a deal where we sent out fully configured systems to people, and when they came back, the employees could buy them. And I bought a fully configured 4000 for like $300. So
wow,
that was like a $4,000 computer at the time. So I wound up using that most of the time.
Now, since you were involved with some of the hardware specs and stuff on the CoCo 3, and we'll get more in the CoCo 3 in a bit, but I just wanted to find out, did you actually receive prototypes yourself, or were those usually sent to hardware and software developers type thing?
No, I had prototypes. In fact, what I don't understand is the prototype I had, the 256 color mode worked and the layer mode worked, and apparently they don't work anymore.
Okay, you still have that one?
No, all that stuff that was in my office. Okay. When we actually had real computers, I actually got a real computer, and that other stuff was destroyed.
Oh, that's too bad. I know a few of the original prototypes of the CoCo 3, which we'll show it in a little bit here too, existed in microware, and one or two of those have been rescued. And they're not even a gimme chip. I mean, it's a huge board with all the chips to make up what became the gimme chip type thing. But
well, that one may have the layer mode in it.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that because there's actually some spec sheets that I think you were directly involved with that actually do mention it specifically, that have right on Tandy letterhead, etc.
Sixie had another question, by the way.
Okay.
He wanted to know Mark's opinion on emulation of old hardware.
Love it.
There's a simple answer.
The only reason we all really appreciate the vintage computers is they were something you could get your head around. Today, the computers are so complex, you have no idea what's going on. In fact, nobody in the world has any idea what's going on inside your computer system.
You have to have a whole team to understand.
Yeah, it's like doing
even that. You can't. It's beyond what people are capable of configure. I mean, I'm running on a computer here with a Ryzen 5 in it that's got 12 threads, and who knows what's running on this machine? There's no way to tell.
Yeah, I totally agree, because I mean, even game programming development used to be able to have a single programmer sitting up at night in his kitchen table jamming out stuff in the little baggy pack later. Now you need like a Hollywood-sized production team of musicians and artists and animators and programmers, and you're using third-party engines that you had nothing to do with, and you have no idea really what's going on under the hood either. So.
And nobody has any idea of the interaction of all the programs running simultaneously. So,
yeah, I totally agree with that. One last question from Ron, and then I'm going to try to get back to some of my questions too. what's the story behind the high res interface pack? I know Steve Bjork designed it for you.
No, actually, I designed it.
Okay.
Had Steve redesign it and write the software for it.
So redesign, was it to get it to like cost cut or?
No, so being in the position I was, I could go spec stuff out and go contract people to buy stuff and all that. But I wasn't actually allowed to go design something and hand it over to manufacturing. It had to go through either Tandy Electronics or come from somebody else to go do that. So I figured out how to do the high-res stuff using a capacitor charging scheme. And I called up Steve and said, look, here's what I want you to do. We need the software that obviously runs it. And I'll pay you this for every unit. And Steve, sure. And 2 weeks later, I had one and I handed it over to Tandy Electronics, said, well, go figure out how to manufacture this. And that's how that happened.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that full backstory. So that's interesting. I do remember, I think somebody was mentioning before there was an earlier version. Maybe that's the original design you're talking about. That was quite a bit more expensive, but it would have been less CPU intensive. And that there was some sort of cost cutting measure that Tandy would.
Well, I mean, I gave him the basic design. I know he changed it a little bit. I guess that was a matter of him figuring out some ways to make the software smaller. I didn't get into it. It worked. And that was it.
Okay. Next one is also from that Intercom magazine, and this is showing the CoCo 2 plant when it was first opened. Now, there's a special Rainbow Fest, and I know they invited tours into it and stuff to tour the new plant. And it was actually called the Home Computer Plant, I believe, or something along that line. It was specifically manufacturing CoCo 2s, but
yeah.
Now, because you were kind of in charge of, as you meant, the home, software for the home computer, I'm imagining, were you there during their opening or when Rainbow was there for the Rainbow Fest? Or?
Yeah. It was not software. I was in charge of the hardware too. So.
Oh, okay. So for those who have not seen this before, you can see here kind of the manufacturing and.
There's Kenji.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask about him because he's
down in the corner there. Kenji Nishikawa.
Because he's prominently featured even in the CoCo 3 release in Rainbow as well.
He was in charge of all the factories, and he and I had several run-ins over the years.
Run-ins as in disagreements or just meeting each other?
In disagreements as to how he was going to do stuff.
I don't know if you want to get into details about that.
I always won.
Oh, okay. So he was the kind of the plant manager here, or was he more of a design guy? Or what was his role?
He was the manufacturing manager, director. I mean, he as far as running the manufacturing facilities, he was the guy in charge of all of it.
Okay. Now, I know it mentions here in the article that it's a 110,000 square foot facility, and at the beginning, at least, that's all it did was produce CoCos. It didn't really do much else.
One of the things I got amused of from his stuff was he didn't want to buy the board washers that clean them off. What he did is he went out and bought washing machines.
I do remember hearing about that, actually.
It worked, but it annoyed a bunch of people.
Yeah, and this is a continuation of the article here. So this is it shows on the far right a Color Computer 2 in various stages. You can see like a raw circuit board and then with sockets and stuff added and then chips, et cetera, and up to the final product.
And that they ran every color computer at least 8 hours before packaging it up. And apparently Roach got very upset one day when one of the stores opened a box and there was nothing in it.
Yeah, I would be pretty upset too, because that's a pretty big miss.
How it could get through all these different stages of QA and everything else and wind up not actually having a color computer in the box.
And the third picture from that same one here too comes up. So you can kind of get a bit more of the scale of the size of things here. Like you can see all these, circuit boards in here, and these are the burn-in chambers you're just talking about where they were trying to test them for 8 hours. It mentions the facility contains 101,000 square feet of wire and coax and 6,000 feet of steel metals. So it was basically a Faraday cage. But yeah, there's just tons of stuff here. Now, this is the initial opening of it. Did they end up expanding this or adding more equipment, or did it roughly?
Yeah, this was a small facility. By the time we were into CoCo 3s and 1000s, they were 500,000 square foot.
Okay. I mentioned here, I'll just have a quote for the audience, especially the audio listeners who can't see this. It says here, the burn-in department consists of 10 mammoth temperature chambers and is capable of cooling and heating 4,000 sub-assembled, functionally tested PC boards at a time. So 4,000 motherboards. Each CoCo 2 that reaches the stores has undergone 13 diagnostic functional tests and 25 detailed inspection gates. You were talking like, how could, after all that, could you possibly put an empty box out? So.
Yeah, well, all but one of them anyway.
Yeah. Now, there was a quote on another article here, and I think it said the plant was capable of doing 6,000 units an hour. So maybe that kind of gives a hint of how many might have been produced. Was this plant running 24/7, or was it running 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
No, but you got to understand that this is just one plant. This was the only plant.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
This was just the U.S. plant. We also had several plants in Korea making all these stuff.
Well, you were mentioning earlier that there's an interesting story about the Korean plant. So let's segue to that since we're talking plants right now.
Well, we actually had to close down a couple of the plants because there was a big to-do between the male assemblers and the female assemblers. Apparently, at some point, there was a big argument, and the male assemblers hung all the female assemblers upside down from the ceiling and beat their feet.
What?
And we had to close the plant down until we could get everything under control. And it took like 3 months before they got rid of everybody that was involved in that, and it got fixed. Wow.
So, I mean, I know there's been issues with, modern computer companies getting stuff manufactured in China where they have to worry about, people that had suicide nets at, Foxconn and stuff like that, because of some of the abuse going on. But that's been going on, for decades.
This was the 80s in Korea was kind of like that.
Wow. I'm a bit stunned by that. I don't know what to say.
We didn't know quite what to say either. It obviously made management pretty upset.
Like, did you guys ended up cleaning it up over a few months and firing everybody? Like, there was no talk, or was there talk about just saying, that's enough of this, we're just going to move it?
No. I mean, we had too big an investment over there, plants overseas were trying to find someplace that could produce quality work other than Japan was kind of tough. I mean, Korea was just sort of coming into its own at that point. Stuff out of China was just unmentionably bad.
Yeah. So in this time frame we're looking at here with those pictures that I was showing from the plant being built and the CoCo 2 coming out. So basically in the second half of 1983, you had the MC10 announced first, I think around June, July, somewhere around there, or on sale by then anyway. And you said you've been somewhat directly involved with that. So what's some backstory on the MC10?
Here's the deal on the MC10. As I understand it, it was presented to Radio Shack by Motorola and Microsoft. We didn't design it.
Oh, okay.
And my opinion to management was that if you're going head to head with the little Sinclair ZX. That's a bad idea. That machine's not going to sell. And so, well, it's not costing us a huge amount, so we're going to go do it. But the good news is you don't have to provide any software for it. Well, that didn't last very long.
Yeah, you can't tell a computer without software. That's kind of useless.
Well, no, yeah. So we got the first production samples in and says, well, we need at least 2 good applications, maybe 3. And they brought in the Motorola people who designed it, and their first comment was, well, the only issue with this thing is it can't do any graphics whatsoever. And I said, what do you mean? No bitmap? He said, yeah, there's no way to do a bitmap on this machine. And I was skeptical at the time. And we got some other questions answered about it. They left a schematic and some chip information, and I took the machine and sat down, and they brought us a cross assembler, and I forget what it was on, so I had to get another machine in my office in order to do some assembly language for it. And it took me about maybe 5 hours before I discovered how to do a bitmap on it.
Yeah, it's just a VDG. I mean, it didn't have the SAM for some of the fancier semi-graphics
Well,
modes.
I know, but they claimed that they had done some stuff so that they could not generate a bitmap anymore. and as I say, these were the guys that designed it, that they brought in. So,
hold my beer.
So anyway, once I figured that out and figured out where all the memory was, then I handed it over to one of my programmers and gave him some designs for the first thing was the pinball game, which I had called Pinball Lizard. And if you played that game, there's a lizard over there, and if you stuff the tongue would come out longer and longer until it hit the fly. I think there was a fly and come back in. And the other thing was I really liked Bally's logo, so I changed that from a B to a V. So that's on there. And I did this whole thing, but then they went and changed it to Lost World Pinball, which I have no idea why they did that.
I like yours better, your title. That was more funny.
Yeah.
Pinball Lizard. I love that. So you guys actually didn't design it. That actually got designed by Motorola and Microsoft. That's interesting. I did not know that.
They were sure that they're competing with the Sinclair was going to be great. Of course, the thing bombed so quickly that we never even completed the second piece of software for it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the 2 things that killed the killed the MC10 for me, one was the graphics. They did limit it because they made it so that the video RAM could only be the 4K on board. So once you added that 16K pack, which you technically should have enough memory to do like a P mode 3 or P mode 4 screen, you couldn't without it, ghosting around and wrapping around and reprinting, which was a pretty
I think that's why they thought there was no way to do graphics on it.
Yeah, so it had lower res modes, but that was it out of the box. And the other thing is, it was too late. I mean, it had a better keyboard than the Sinclairs or the Atari 400 for that matter, with keys you could actually press and feel. But it came to the market probably a year or 2 late to have any real, because by that time even Sinclair was switching over to the Spectrum type thing. I mean, it was
by the time we wound up looking at the economics of it, we would have had a color computer too, not much more expensive. So
yeah, and they were literally released just a couple months apart. So
yeah.
Okay, so then the CoCo 2 in the plant that we showed. So the CoCo 2 came out, and that was basically a way of getting some minor improvements, I guess. The biggest improvement was it was much smaller, and it, of course, was cheaper to manufacture for Radio Shack, and you improved the keyboard, redesigned the case a little bit, et cetera. But basically, it's the same computer as a CoCo 1. Except that you came standard with 16 and 64K, which is nice.
Tell you the funny thing about it, and this was the case with almost all the CoCo design is we had really good hardware design guys, but they had no idea what anything actually did. I had Dale take a CoCo 2 and put in 64K chips. And they said, well, there's no point in doing that. You can't get to the memory. And I said, just go ahead and make me one up. I'm going to show you can. And they finally brought it down to my office. I took about 20 minutes to write a little program that moved BASIC down and mapped that out and moved it back up and reset everything, and then brought it up to them and showed them that it worked. And everybody's looking and said, how did you do that? And I said, don't you guys ever read the registers? We had an issue at Radio Shack that you had hardware people and you had software people, but neither one of them could deal with the other one's job. I was like the only one there that could do both hardware and software. And so once they saw that, they brought over merchandising to show them that, and they were all excited because now they could sell a 64K color computer.
Yeah, which actually, when the CoCo 2 came out, you guys came out with the old case, except with a different color, that officially 64K, and the melted keyboard.
Well, that's why, because I showed them how to do it and they couldn't figure it out themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, because I know like there was articles in Color Computer News and Rainbow back in early 82, like, good year and a half before the CoCo 2 or the 64K CoCo came out, showing exactly how to enable 64K. I think 68 Microjournal might even have done it by the end of 81, showing, because the SAM supported it right off the bat. That was part of Motorola's specs. So
they couldn't figure it out. It's like some of the other stuff. When I was at Datasoft, Bjork and I went and took Atari's repair course. And in that repair course, they gave us every bit of information on the internals of the Atari, including theory of operations on the chips and everything else. And so I wound up with this big box on, if you had this, you could actually go build one. And one day I'm talking to Dr. Patterson, who was the VP of all R&D. And I said, well, I've got some information on the Atari. He said, well, yeah, we'd like to see it. And so I had to get my mom to ship it from LA back to Fort Worth. And I had this huge box and brought it up to his office and set it on. And several hours later, he comes down to my office and says, how in the world did you ever get this information? I mean, he says, no company would ever give this out. And I explained the whole thing. I says, can't believe they're that dumb. But the really interesting thing is that Atari's software people couldn't get that information. So I would have the head of Atari software division call me up at Datasoft to find out how to do something on the Atari.
That's a pretty sad state of affairs.
Yeah. And when as I say, later on when I worked at for the toy company Radica, and Steve Bristow was my boss, I asked him about that. I said, how is it that you had programmers that couldn't get information on the hardware? And he says, I had no idea that was going on.
Oh, wow. And then, like you said, Tandy Radio Shack had the same thing where the hardware people.
It's not, we had the same thing. We didn't have people who could understand it.
I guess that amazes me, because I mean, maybe it's because of the hobbyist, people that I know from the CoCo community type thing. There was lots of people that understood both hardware and software. They would create their own hardware design for a board and then write their own driver.
But how many of those were around 79 to 80, 81 time frame?
Well, 79 to 80, I don't know, because our first club here started in early 82, April of 82. But right off the start, we had at least 5 or 6 people that did both hardware and software design. They'd build their own hardware and write the software for it. But these are the hardcore hobbyists, So
Yeah. Well, that's
I'm just amazed that a company the size of Tandy did not have that themselves, besides you.
I mean, it was funny. We had I was in a meeting with all the managers in the hardware and software, and Patterson's asking about from the systems guy for the TRS-80, Z80 stuff. They had gotten a board that went into that thing that allowed them to do some vector graphics. And he says, well, when are we going to be able to have this program going? And they had libraries from the people who built it for it. And he says, well, that software's already been used. And everybody's like, what do you mean? He says, we've already used those libraries up. Like,
it's just not an understanding in general.
No, he never could get him to understand that you could reuse them.
Yeah, that's amazing, and the fact it happened in multiple companies too, that just stuns me.
So finding really good people that were the kind of people we are here back then was pretty tough.
And like Steve Bjork could be one, like you mentioned, like he was adept at doing some hardware design. He did light pen, he did the redesign of the high-res joystick interface center. So he was one of those people that had both skill sets.
The other thing you got to keep in mind too is that was LA. I mean, LA, San Francisco, there's plenty of engineering around there that could do stuff. But Fort Worth, I mean, finding engineers, even, I mean, you had TI locally, but they weren't much into this kind of stuff. So you just didn't have that.
Okay. No, that's interesting. My next question here, and this is going to be dear to my heart, and I'm probably going to bore the rest of the audience, except for maybe Bill. We're just talking about OS 9, of course. So when the CoCo 2 was released and announced, and the 64K Color Computer 1 was announced, one of the things that was also announced at the same time was that you guys were going to supplying Microware's OS 9 as an alternative operating system for the 64K machines. Now, Frank Hogg had originally thought he was going to be getting the contract to produce OS 9 for the CoCo, because he kind of pre-announced it, about half a year earlier that they were working on it. And then it ended up you guys working directly with Microware. So my question to you on that is, how did that arrangement come about, where you guys actually decided to use OS 9 first of all and get Microware directly to do it? Any backstories on that?
I didn't know Frank Hogg from anything. Had no idea who he was. I was always still in contact with Mel Norell from Programma, who was kind of the who did the 6800 stuff. I mean, he wrote forth for the 6800. He was a big 6800 guy and knew everybody. And I said, all right, so what should I put on this machine? And he says, well, there's only one thing to put on it is OS 9. And I said, what about Flex? When you've got something as sophisticated as OS 9, there's no other discussion available. And so he gave me Ken's phone number. I called up Ken and said, look, I'm Mark Siegel with Tandy Radio Shack, and understand you have a heck of an operating system, and went from there.
So you'd never seen it before? Like you never looked at a Smoke Signal Chieftain or a Gimmicks or anything? You just took it from Word?
Yeah, no, I didn't have any of those machines available to look at that point.
Okay. Now, one thing it mentions too, the manual that you guys sold with level 1 OS 9, which is the CoCo 1 and 2 version, mentions that the manual is basically a collaboration between Microware and Tandy. Now, we've talked on the show many times before that the Color Computer 1 Extended Basic and Color Basic manuals are amongst the best the computer industry's ever seen. I don't even know. Do you know who wrote those? Because
yeah, we had a documentation department.
Okay, was that by one author or was that by multiple people?
No,
Do you know?
we had about 30 people there.
Okay. So when you guys did the level 1 manuals, was that just the kind of a collaboration where you guys were trying to simplify it for a normal user versus the technical stuff?
I got Microware's documentation, turned it over to my documentation department, and said, yeah, go make this Tandyized.
Okay. I finally got to page 2 of my 4 pages here. So
Anybody need a break?
do you want to do a break right now? Excuse me, before I lose
don't
my
need
voice
a break
again.
at this moment, but I mean, if y'all want.
Do you want to go for another 10, 15 minutes there, Mark?
Sure.
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. So by 1984, so this is the year after the
Oh,
CoCo
wait,
Tuesday. Oh, go ahead.
I thought we were going to talk about the game machine.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is that time period too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you want to go
You're
back,
already
because there's a bit
you're
about
already
in television,
passing
a bit
my
about
age.
Tandy. We can go through this.
Yeah. I was there about 4 or 5 months, right before Van Chandler went over to be VP of merchandising. And he comes into my office and puts down a ticket and says, we're going somewhere on, I forget day it was like 2 days from there. So and we were going to be gone a couple of days. So I had to go arrange for my cats to be boarded so we could go. And we got on the plane, and it was myself, Van, Barry Thompson, and Dale Chatham. And we get there and find out we're going to Mattel. And we go, it's the Intellivision manufacturing facility and development. And I knew we sold a renamed Intellivision product, and
Yeah, the Tandy Vision, which had that wood grain panel and stuff.
and we go look at their manufacturing, and they had a bunch of programmers writing games and all this, and they bring in their guys and they're talking, and at some point they start talking about how much money they're willing to sell the company to Radio Shack for. And I'm thinking, we're buying the Intellivision division? And so on the way back, we're all talking in the car, and I said, well, why would we do this? And he says, well, because game machines are a big thing right now, and they're willing to sell it off to us, and we're selling a bunch of them. And I says, well, we've got the color computer. He says, well, but that's at a different price range. I says, well, I can take the color computer and cut it down and build you a version that basically is cheaper than what they're selling. And by the way, I really don't like the PDP-11 as a chip processor for a game machine. And we have some further discussions, and I said, besides, we've already got all this software on the shelf. You want to go do a whole bunch of new SKUs for another set of software? And so he goes back and has a conversation with Bernie Appel about the whole thing. And they come back and say, all right, how long would it take you to give us a prototype version? I said, give me 3 weeks and I'll have you a completed version. And they said, no, you can't do it in 3 weeks. I said, sure I can. And so I said, all right. And they went up, talked to Appel and Roach, and they were, we don't want to spend $20-30 million on buying a company if we can go take what we got and already have it in stock and everything. So I had Dale make me up a version, wire me up a version that multiply mapped the 8K ROM into two 4K ROMs, and got on the phone to all the people who had written software and found out all the ROM calls they had made really was only about 700, 800 bytes worth of ROM calls. It was just all over the place.
Yeah, probably like keyboard and joystick reading.
Yeah,
and
stuff like that, and whatever other thing they did. So I went and broke all those routines out and built a piece of code and just had all the jump addresses that were hard coded there, and so I wound up probably could have gotten it into 2K, but I already had 4K, so I went and basically burned a ROM and put it in there, and we tried it and ran all the software with the exception maybe two things didn't work, and talked to Barry Thompson. He said, I'll just discontinue those products.
You remember which two those were? Just out of curiosity?
No, I have no idea. So we demonstrated the product to management, and they were just floored that we had this. It was only a week and a half later that we had this done, and they were saying, all right, well, go ahead, let's design a case and get this thing out. How long is that going to take? And the mechanical guys and the board layout guys said, we can do it in about 3 or 4 months, which was still in time for Christmas. And
what years is this, just out of curiosity?
This was 82.
Okay.
So in the meantime, I said, well, we've got enough space. Let's build a game into it. So Bill Miller, who was one of the guys I was officing with, was one of the programmers that was doing stuff for Color Computer and other stuff. He used to work at NASA. So we built this little game that was less than 2K because we had to have space for the splash screen and setups and other stuff. And it was sort of a breakout game, kind of a la, what's the, where you had stuff falling down, you had to break stuff out with the ball and then shoot, and then
Arkanoid maybe or something?
Yeah, something like that. And then shoot it as it came down. And there were some other flying things once you got past all the bricks that started to come down. And the only way you could kill those was with the bouncing ball. And it was a pretty decent little game. And we had the thing complete. And they were, I guess it was like 4 or 5 weeks later, and they had finished tape out on the board, and they had already built them a wood mock-up of what the thing was going to look like so they could start making plastic. And then we get this thing that the project's killed. And
what was the reasoning for that?
Well, I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
As it turns out, merchandising had heard from their contacts that Sears had basically canceled all its orders for Atari and Intellivision game machines. And so they started looking into it, and they found out that everybody estimated that the industry would be dead in 6 to 9 months because everybody was moving to computers.
So this is part of the big video game crash of '83.
Yeah,
then.
and that's where it came from. So that machine never happened.
Who has the wood mock-up?
Huh?
Who has the wood mock-up?
I'm sure they threw it away.
Oh,
I don't suppose the original game code that Bill wrote for that demo game, because that's a game we've never seen released, and obviously we work on a CoCo.
We put it on the shelf and then forgot about it. It was a pretty small game.
What did it look like?
I was just curious that the fact you had the game pretty well developed and ready to go, probably a little bit rough, never got released as a separate CoCo game later.
No, and it was never intended to be that way. But and it was done in a semi-graphics mode anyway, so we probably
would have to rewrite it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Ron, you were asking a question?
What did it look like? Was it like the back half of a CoCo, or
what?
This wouldn't have had a keyboard, right? So
no, it would have had it would have had a membrane keyboard and one joystick built in, and a connector for a second joystick,
and a cartridge slot.
A CoCo cartridge slot.
So
because we wanted to be able to run all the software we already had on it.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's why you'd need a keyboard of some sort, because a lot of the games required keys for certain things.
Right.
Unless you wanted to rewrite everything.
A membrane keyboard is what people were putting on game machines anyway. So.
Yeah, dating back to the Odyssey 2, way back even before the CoCo. Yeah.
So where was this in relation to the MC10? Just before it?
No, this was about the same time we had been presented with the MC10. But they were, and I think like Sears probably was looking at like the something beyond, like the VIC-20 as the replacement for the game consoles.
I have one other question. Did you have anything to do with Alice, or giving code to them, or?
Again, I believe all of those systems were presented to other people by Motorola and Microsoft, like they presented it to us. I don't think we were involved in any of that stuff.
But the case looks just like the Radio Shack one.
They probably copied it.
Oh.
Yeah, except for the color.
I mean, if you're going to do something on a budget, and you don't have a lot of plastics people, the thing you go do is look at the case and say, oh, we can just make a copy of this. And that's pretty cheap compared to having to go design, especially since there was no CAD back then.
Yeah, would have been much more difficult to design. Marco Roser, is any other further questions from the chat? Because I think we'll take a little bit of a break because I'm going to be kind of switching topics here. So I just want to check to see if you had any questions.
There was one from Eddie Serbinsky a little bit ago, and I haven't seen it in the last couple of minutes. He asked about how much energy and time did you invest in piracy copy protection?
I didn't invest anything because I thought it was pointless.
Okay, because you guys did have some, like I know Sands of Egypt had a purposely screwed up.
That was a Datasoft thing. That wasn't us. They supplied us the discs.
And you had a few cartridge games that I know that would try to write over themselves, which if you're in ROM, that's fine. But of course, in RAM, it would screw up. So that was up to the individual authors then. Right?
I mean, that would have been, they probably wouldn't have even told us about that. It's, that seemed really stupid since most of the later ROMs were all COBs anyway. It was not like you're going to be able to read stuff out, do anything with it.
Okay. Yeah, because I know some software developers have that attitude. Like basically, you're not going to stop it if somebody really wants to, get the code. They will, no matter what you do. It just takes them a bit longer.
I'm not aware of any program on from the 80s or 90s copy protection that wasn't eventually broken.
Yeah, I vote for that myself.
I mean, so, why spend the time and money on it? I mean, the less expensive you can do to get the thing out, the more money you can make. So spending a whole bunch of time and effort on doing that costs you money and it doesn't buy you anything.
Yeah, I mean, and in most cases, most games, that like most of their sales in the first few months anyway. So, I mean, it's not like it would really prevent anything long term.
I guess the only copy protection that made sense to me in all those years at Tandy was what they did with Starflight, which was a game on the PC. And they generated a couple of conditions. You had this little wheel, and you basically had to get those two conditions, and it gave you a number, and you had to type in the number. So if you didn't have that little dial thing, you couldn't figure out what the number was, so you couldn't play the game any further.
Yeah, like I do know, like some of the stuff you guys resold, like some of the Infocom games did have things that you have to turn to page whatever and read the fifth word, or like manual protection. If you didn't have this large manual and you took the money to Xerox it yourself, then you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, to me that was the only thing that actually made sense, because anything you do in the digital world is copyable.
Yeah,
eventually. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we'll take a little bit of a break here. What? Sorry?
That appears to be it. So.
Okay. Let's take a little bit of a break. When we come back, I'm going to get talking to you from about the 1984 when you were the product manager for software engineering home products, and go through some of the details of that.
Okay.
We will return after these messages.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCoFest. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
CoCoFest edition? Still low resolution, still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Available as a DVD-ROM with all my past games as an alleged bonus, including my unreleased 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry. Unreleased for a reason. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Get your physical or digital copy at cancanmakeit.com. Now you've really paid too much.
Make marionettes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
And we're back. You're muted, Curtis.
Just before I get back into my questions here, I just want to check with the panel. Do you guys have any further questions on what we've discussed so far? And anything further from the chat, Mark Overholzer?
Nothing on the chat, but did Mark Siegel know about like the history behind Nightmare Highway and that sort of stuff? Is he familiar with the background on that?
Not offhand, no.
It was an incident happened a couple of years ago. Terry Steen, who wrote Balloon Fire, I think it was coming to CoCoFest, and he wound up hitting a Davenport on the highway and messed up his car. So he had to get a rental car to make it to CoCoFest. And so that spawned a game, which is the one that was shown in the last advertisement. And he dodged.
Yeah, because he literally ran into a couch that somebody had abandoned on the road. So yeah, a little bit of a comical game there. Well, not for Terry's time, but
I got an
ahead,
additional question. Yeah. All along while you were working at Radio Shack, were you also involved in local color computer club?
As a matter of fact, I was. And also, I was on CompuServe fairly often discussing color computer stuff. I think it was Wayne Day.
Yeah, Wayne Day was a SIG op.
Yeah, and he actually lived in Fort Worth, so I knew him fairly well.
Yeah, I do remember reading your messages on CompuServe. I don't know if I interacted with you on anything directly. I might have done some OSN level 2 stuff, but
the funny thing is I had a comp account from CompuServe, and one day my boss comes in and says, CompuServe's a little upset. I says, well, what's that? He says, because you've been running about $3,000 a month in bills.
Whoa.
Yes,
well,
it was expensive.
It was expensive. I says, so do they want me? He said, no, they just want you to know that, if you can save some money, they'd appreciate it.
So CompuServe charged your full rates, even though you sold CompuServe starter packs in your stores.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had some, they knew I was actually on there promoting our products, so they weren't real upset. And Tandy Trower, who's the guy in charge of CompuServe, it was that was fine with him, but apparently their marketing people, they hadn't seen numbers like that. And back then, most of that was the cost of the phone, the long distance phone line. So
yeah, well, in Canada we had two, because you had the CompuServe connection fee, which is like $9 an hour, and it changed depending on baud rate. So the faster you go, the more expensive it got.
Yeah.
And then we also had a Canadian thing you had to connect to first called Data Pack, which is another $10 an hour. So we're talking like $18 an hour for me to get on a 300 baud and like $22 an hour to get on 1,200 baud. So I very briefly went on, or I hacked an account, I'll admit it, because it was too expensive for a teenager.
Do you remember your CompuServe number?
Oh, no, I have no idea. I mean,
some of us do.
Yes, greetings from 705-4D-3305.
72207-3122.
71310, comma 1271 was mine. We're nerds, what can I tell you?
Yeah, we are.
I don't even know if I don't know how any of that worked. All I know is I dialed this number in and it was assigned to me, and I really didn't care too much.
Yeah, and you were fairly active involved. Like I remember you even uploaded some proposed specs for G-Shell at one point for how to do like the clipboard and stuff like that, which I think some people actually ended up following with stuff like MV Canvas. So
well, I mean, the whole windowing front end I had spec'd, and I went up to AOL to see their facility, and from there we were going to fly to Microware, which was a whole story in of itself. We got on this plane from Eagle, I forget the name of it, and the guys that were flying us were totally incompetent. They landed on the wrong runway, and then midway they took the short runway instead of the long runway. They almost ran out, and then we're coming into Des Moines, and the two pilots are looking out, and they see two different airports, and they're arguing which one is the Des Moines. And we get there, and Ken says, "You took who?" And so anyway, Microware did not want to do the interface like I wanted it. They wanted a interface that you basically called registers with instead of the passing strings to do all that stuff. Like it works. And I said, no, because look, at some point I want to be able to hook two color computers together and have one of them running the thing. And this way it's going to pass those strings. So the terminal on the other color computer doesn't have to know anything. And so I wound up winning out.
Okay. Well, we'll get a bit more into that once I get to the CoCo 3 because we're a little bit earlier than that at this point.
Yeah.
So in 1984, you were promoted to being the product manager for software engineering home products, and you held that position until 1988. And this is where you ran a staff of 6 for software testing, documentation, packaging, etc. Yeah. And this is also, it seems, when a lot more third-party software started coming into Radio Shack stores rather than a bit more internal stuff.
Yeah, the industry was growing a bit. At that point, I was having to fly out to California and deal with Activision and Electronic Arts and teach them how to use PCs because they were all Apple people. And almost all of their code was self-modifying code, and it's not the way to write code. I know you guys like to talk about doing it, but I don't approve of it.
Yeah, neither does Steve.
Well, that's probably why he doesn't approve of it.
For me, it depends on the context of what you're trying to accomplish. But we interviewed Greg Zumwalt some time ago, and he was one of these third-party developers that you tapped into quite a bit, and you actually did some designs that he wrote games based on, including some of the ones we had at this week's Game On Challenge. And he was very complimentary about the working relationship he had with you in producing CoCo software for Tandy. So my question, how was it like working with external people versus internal Tandy software engineers? And was the process of going from design to final product basically the same between the two, or was there some major differences in how you handled internal versus external?
Well, by the time I had moved over to Radio Shack, I was no longer involved with controlling the programmers over in Tandy Electronics. So the only programmers I had available to me were the people outside at that point.
Okay, so once you moved over there, you weren't even allowed to use the internal programs?
No, I mean, it was kind of strange because whenever they would get into trouble between their hardware and software people, they'd still have to come over to me to arbitrate how to get stuff fixed because they still didn't have anybody over there that knew both hardware and software. So I still managed to, designing the CoCo 3, I still designed most of that stuff. I didn't lay out the board, but all that stuff, how it worked and everything, all came from me. Dale Chatham was a director by that point, so John Prickett was the one that actually did the layout and the VLSI stuff, which was now available as libraries. So he actually didn't go design any direct circuitry. He just put the libraries together for the VLSI stuff that we agreed.
Eventually became the gimme.
Yeah.
So when you were taking over and you're dealing with third party stuff, so I'm kind of curious, what was the ratio? Like, you obviously got submissions from authors. I'm assuming you solicited some authors you already knew at the time to do some of your own designs. What percentage of programs that got submitted to you did you actually end up marketing versus how many you rejected? I imagine it's pretty high ratio, but like, did you receive thousands or hundreds or?
No, not very many.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was it just people were too intimidated dealing with Radio Shack?
No, nobody had ideas. I tell you, I could find all the programmers I want, but nobody had ideas on on games. So, I took my file folder with me of all that games, and whenever somebody had time and they were finished and they couldn't figure out what to do, I'd mail them one of my game ideas, and we talk about it. And
okay, because we've talked to some other authors like Dale Lear and Rick Adams and others who had submitted to you and actually got accepted.
But I mean, if you look at them, I mean, 2 and 3 different products. That's it.
So you didn't actually reject too many then? I mean,
no,
obviously.
I didn't reject. I mean, compared to look at how many software submissions Greg did. I mean, if you look at and
Greg and Steve are probably the most prolific of the.
Well, I mean, Steve, all of his stuff was Datasoft, and believe me, they didn't come from Steve. They came from James Guerin and some of the other people that worked there. Steve was a good programmer, but as far as the actual game ideas himself, he didn't have that many.
Okay. And now, your relationship with Greg, did you guys co-design, or did you still design and then Greg implemented, or was it a bit more?
Pretty much. I mean, I would send him the idea, and the term "the devil's in the details." They get into working with stuff, and like one of the like Malcolm Mortar, the big question. He couldn't figure out how to do the maze, so he found this other guy that had a maze generation software, which was great, and he used that. But then it came to, well, how do you figure out how to get how to transverse the maze by itself? I mean, you kind of have to know that because so we batted around ideas, and I came up with a way to do it. And
so you were still pushing for original, or at least if they're going to do an arcade quote unquote clone with some differences to make it a bit more unique on the CoCo platform.
The way I was thinking is that, I just didn't want the same software everybody else had. I wanted something that was different, that would, because look, we were a different kind of machine. I really don't like sprites. And if you look at all the competition, it was all sprite based, and all those games looked alike. I mean, if you sat all those games down together, and you could tell which one was written on what machine, because sprites only work a certain way, where you can do a whole lot more with a bitmap. And I wanted to accentuate that.
Okay. I mean, by the mid 80s, I mean, you guys were starting to get, like you mentioned before, like you're flying out to meet some of these companies like Electronic Arts with stuff like One-on-One, or Epics with, Pit Stop 2, et cetera. So you guys were starting to get more of the.
Well, I mean, those companies were starting to mature and had a line of interesting software, and we knew we were getting out of having to produce all that software ourselves and go buy it from other people.
Yeah, because that was my question. Did you start approaching them and bringing them into the CoCo fold, or was it more they said, we noticed you guys are selling quite a few of these, maybe we can write some software for it? Like, how did that work?
It was more of they wanted access to our PC titles. Well, they were selling mostly Apple and some Commodore titles, and they realized that everything else was going away 5-10 years in the future, that everything would be a PC. And they saw that that's what we had. We had the only machines that were doing graphics and sound, and 6,000 stores. And so they desperately wanted to do business with us. So
So you basically formed these relationships with Electronic Arts, et cetera, because of the Tandy 1000 line, and the CoCo just kind of came along for the ride because you had so many sold in stores, or
somewhat. I mean, once they started to see actually what a CoCo 3 could do, and they decided that, that's just more stuff, more money for us to do, CoCo products. So they were quite happy to do it.
Yeah, and you, like you said, you had large distribution, larger than anybody else at the time. So there was a lot of places to sell it to. So
why wasn't a sound chip included in the color computer like Commodore has their chip?
Actually, I'm just about to hit that, Ron, because we're going to be talking about the deluxe.
Yeah.
So thanks. That's a nice segue. So actually, the next question, of course, is the deluxe color computer, which was, I think, starting to be designed in late '83. Probably, if it had come out, it would have been released in mid to late '84, I'm guessing.
Well, we started designing it just as I was, I started design on that while I was at Tandy Electronics, and then finished the design when I was at Radio Shack. So.
Okay, because I've got some pictures, so I'll show these while we're discussing it, which it actually did have a sound chip.
Yes, it did.
Chancery Ron's and a serial port chip too. So get my screen up. So this is and kudos to Boise Pete and Bill Leguidis from their Tandy history book, because they took these pictures actually at John Prickett's place, because he actually has some of these prototypes. So this basically, at first glance, looks like a CoCo 3 keyboard, but the background color is different. It's more black than gray, which is the one way you can tell the differentiator. And you guys actually ended up selling these in stores as an extra package, I think for $40. But basically, it looks like a CoCo 1 case from the top. And it's the full size CoCo 1, so not a shrunk CoCo 2, which you needed because you had a ton of extra stuff on that motherboard. But
yeah.
So the next picture here I'll show is the actual motherboard itself, and you can see a little bit of bodging and wires and stuff in there too. Now, I did notice in this particular one, it's got a 6.8 B09E. I don't know if that was part of the original spec, or that just somebody put that in there to test it. Was it meant to be a 2 megahertz machine? I don't believe it was.
No, it was not.
Okay. But you did have
I'm sure they probably had those chips, and they just stuck them in.
Yeah. So this did have the AY sound chip from the Sound Speech Pack. It did have a 6551 serial port. It had some other enhancements. You had a bunch of stuff planned for the ROMs, et cetera, too. And it added some ports on the back. Now, this, you can kind of tell there's an original CoCo, 64K CoCo 1 on the top, and then the bottom is, kind of a jacked up one just to get it for testing, I believe. But you can see there's, composite audio and video out. There's a 9-pin serial port on the back with real hardware serial. So you actually had some extra connections on it too. So from what you and some other people who were around at the time have described it as, this was kind of doing the wish list that a lot of the CoCo fans wanted. We wanted a hardware serial port instead of the bit banger. We wanted composite out for the better quality video. We wanted a sound chip so we could dedicate, some CPU time to actually just doing graphics and AI and stuff in the game rather than having to pound out the sound by hand on a DAC. And you guys had gotten to the point of manufacturing this where you had, motherboards made, you had a bunch of the keyboards made. I'm not sure if you know the quantities of how much you already got.
We had the complete run of keyboards.
So how big was the first run planned for? Like 50,000 or something? I've heard say?
Yeah, again, you're getting into numbers I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, okay. I think somebody from Radio Shack had quoted it being 50,000, but I don't know. I can't remember if that's true or not. And I don't think it was you either. It was somebody else.
No, all I can say is, generally on anything, there was going to be at least 50,000 of anything made. So that was a good bet.
Now this one here, like John Prickett might have taken one of the original prototypes where he hacked the case. Did you guys have the new case design finished and ready to go as far as
oh yeah, the whole thing was ready to go into production.
Okay. And then it ended up getting abruptly canceled. Now there's even references to it. So you guys had it in the Color Computer 2's extended basic manuals. There's a whole bunch of little highlights, what some of the differences in the ROM and the hardware, et cetera. So obviously you guys were very far along in planning it. What ultimately killed it?
what killed it is Motorola came back to us and said you can only have so many video display chips. And so how do you want them allocated? And they had a big meeting and decided that, look, we could sell every color computer too we could make. They didn't have any idea how many deluxe color computers there were going to be made. So they basically said, we're not going to take a chance. We're going to sell everything we can sell. And I mean, I'm sure we would have sold every one of these we would have made, but you know,
now this would have been
betting on the known horse.
Yeah, this would have been a fair bit more expensive than a regular one with all the extra hardware. Was that part of the reasoning behind keeping?
No, what wasn't that much more expensive?
Oh, it wasn't? Okay.
No.
Yeah, because I mean, from reading in some of the Motorola, or sorry, the microware documentation, I mean, OS 9 had been in development for a level 1.1 version, and was basically ready to go. I've seen some of the emails, or not the emails, but back then, you know, the mail back and forth between you and Mark Hawkins and some of the people at Microware, and it looked like it was pretty well done.
Oh yeah, it was done, and having the serial port in there, being able to actually run a terminal off of it was great.
Yeah, I mean, Bill and I did a lot of that too. And Greg Zumwalt, I think, mentioned during his interview that he was actually contracted to do the full redo of the ROM. Now, you guys had a prototype ROM, I think, with some of the new features.
Well, I mean, here's the deal on that. When we got into discussions about doing a basic, originally Microsoft didn't want to do it. And so I went and started talking to some people about and seeing who I could get to extend the basic, and talked to Greg, and Greg said, yeah, I'm willing to do it. But it wasn't long before Microsoft said, we'll do it, but you're going to have to provide us with routines for detecting the disk drive pack. And so I wrote routines that could do that.
Yeah, because I was going through the Motorola documentation. So they're mentioning, you know, the various things like the AY sound chip. They actually had drivers for Basic 09 ready to go. So you could just call it and you'll play 3 voices at once or noise channels. Of course, they had the support for the serial port that was built into the motherboard itself. The Basic itself, from the references in the CoCo 2 manuals, mentions like it had a built-in screen editor for editing Basic. It had a built-in RAM drive if you did not have a disk drive plugged in. But if you did plug one, it would kind of override it and become automatically disk drive. So basically everybody got a 32K RAM drive.
Yep.
But it mentioned a few other things that I had not heard of before. Like going through Boise's book, there's a whole bunch of the stuff that's mentioned that was on it. But one of the things that is mentioned in the OS 9 part, you know, communications you guys had was there was a different phase burst where you had a blue background with white text or something like that, so it was easier to read rather than the black on green.
Sort of remember that, but not real closely.
Okay. That was something that kind of fascinated me, because that'd be maybe something, if you did it on this motherboard, it might be something to hack onto a regular CoCo 1 or 2 and you know, get something that's a bit more readable than the bright green, even though we're also, you know, familiar with the type of thing. So basically, it was a Motorola manufacturing issue that caused the Deluxe to be canceled.
Yeah, they couldn't make enough of the display chip.
That just surprises me. Like Motorola, I think like you guys had multiple manufacturing plants. Like if they knew they were going to be able to get extra sales out of this, and you guys would have been approaching this months earlier, couldn't they have bumped it up?
You know, Motorola is a whole different subject. We should probably address at some point, because, you know, their whole thinking made no sense. From the RMS to not moving the 6809 forward. I mean, all of their decisions were bad decisions.
Now, when did the 6309 come out?
I can answer that question. Hitachi announced it in their catalog in 1985, so this would have been way after the Deluxe.
Okay, because back then there wouldn't have been another clone of the display chip that you could turn to.
Well, no,
Yeah, the
I mean,
VDD.
and on top of that, the 6309 was licensed to them from Motorola, so Motorola would not have allowed them to sell it to us anyway.
Yeah, because you guys had exclusive contracts with Motorola, if I remember
Well,
correctly.
I mean, Motorola didn't want to lose the business, so they would have forced us to 6809.
Yeah. Plus, back then, I mean, the secret features of the 609, which they snuck in because they microcoded it rather than hardwired the chip, nobody found out about those until at least 1988 in Japan, and not here till 1992. So you guys wouldn't have had a clue that any of that stuff was in it. The only advantage of a 609 for you guys, and this would have been CoCo 3 if anything, it was much lower power, like 1/10 the power, so that would have helped with heating, etc. And it had a 3 megahertz version, which would have, partly parlayed one of your problems with Motorola, that they didn't want to take the chip beyond the 2 megahertz. In fact, I think they were quoted as saying you can't change the laws of physics, which apparently Hitachi had no problems doing.
Well, no, I mean, the thing is they weren't going to go do a shrink on the die size. You can't speed up the chip until you shrink the die, and they weren't going to do any of that. The only reason we've got fast chips now is the die gets smaller and smaller every generation. So the speed of light, it's all based on the speed of light. You can't get the signal from one place to the other unless the distance is shorter.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand that either, but I've heard complaints even from people not in the CoCo, but other people that dealt with Motorola at the time, and they were having some issues, let's say.
I mean, the RMS was just a design disaster.
What does RMS mean?
Well, we'll get into that when we get into the actually pretty quickly here, because we're getting into the original design for the CoCo 3, or the original specs for the CoCo 3, which is RMS. Ron, you may remember we covered it about a year or two ago, because some people had found some of the specs. I'll show you the brochure for it.
Okay.
Anyway,
now
so
my one final question. Oh, go ahead.
It was really very disappointing that this machine didn't come out. It would have changed the whole aspect of the color computer industry. But
yeah, because you've mentioned before, like if this machine had come out with a sound chip standard, then the CoCo 3 would have had to carry that for backwards compatibility. So
yes,
it would have come with a sound chip standard.
It would have had to have the sound chip, and it would have had to have the serial port.
Yeah, which, I mean, that just kind of shows you where we could have been, way ahead. So this is a bit of a joke question, but of course there's the famous story that Atari over manufactured the ET cartridge and then ended up burying it in the landfill.
Yeah.
For all the deluxe CoCo stuff, the motherboards are manufactured. You guys sold the keyboards, but the motherboards, cases, etc. Is there some secret landfill in Fort Worth that has all this stuff we could dig out?
No, all that stuff is sent to a recycle so they can get the metals back out of it.
Okay, and then about the cases and stuff too, or
the cases were not manufactured. They were about to go into manufacturing.
Oh, okay.
The only things that were finished were the keyboards.
And which you ended up, like we mentioned before, reselling those. And then, of course, that became the design of the CoCo 3 keyboard with a slight color change.
And they would have stored them, but they would have rusted, so that wouldn't have worked.
Well, what about the picture of the newer machine that has the box on it with a 3.5 floppy?
Well, we'll get to that when we get up to that.
Okay.
I'm roughly doing this in chronological order, on just so
okay.
This would have been a better CoCo 2 than the actual CoCo 2 that came out.
Yeah,
well, yeah, except this was after that, so.
Yeah, this was about a year after I think this would have came out, type of thing. So, but yeah, I agree. This
mean, the CoCo 2 was a cost reduction. The CoCo 2 wasn't anything new. This was the next generation.
Yeah, and I mean, my thought on this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is like at the time, September of '83, like when Rainbow announced the new CoCo 2s and the CoCo 1, they had the 64K color computer, which is a full-size case like this is, not the shrunken ones with the CoCo 2. I'm imagining this would have replaced the original 64K color computer, and you would have kept the CoCo 2s around as a low-cost option for people. Is that
Yeah,
rough
because
right?
the CoCo 2 at that point would have been at the price of the MC10.
Okay. So
And
quite a
this
cost
would
reduction.
and this would have been the standard CoCo price.
Okay, I have one question that was emailed to me from a viewer earlier. Was there ever any thought of making a bridge board for the Tandy 1000s, which of course you guys made around the not too long after this time, to allow CoCo users to switch more easily, like some Amigas and Macs had, where you can get an Intel-based card with a little mini PC on, and a board with an 8088, maybe CJ or something like that, and plug it into Tandy 1000 to kind of carry forward the market when you were switching more and more to the Abium compatible line. Was there ever any thought of doing something like that?
None whatsoever. We didn't have the resources to do that kind of stuff.
Okay, because one thing I did notice that I kind of thought might have hinted at this is that you guys actually designed some of the joysticks, like the Deluxe and the Pistol Grip joystick, to actually work on both the Tandy 1000s and the CoCo.
Well, it was more of we had the color computer joystick. We just, when we had to make the 1000, we just had them in stock. So that's what we were going to use. There were only maybe 50 hardware engineers in the company to do all the computers. So,
you had limited resources
to pick and choose what you could do.
Okay. And now to get to Ron's question. So basically, after the Deluxe was canceled, how soon did development of a CoCo 3 start? Was it pretty well like immediately after, or was there a bit of a pause?
Well, actually, the next generation, I won't call it a CoCo 3, was actually started before the Deluxe was even
okay.
to market.
Now, was this the RMS design we're about to talk about?
Yes, because I was still over in R&D when we started with the RMS stuff. And
okay.
As I say, it was really a mess. The chip had been designed for a 68,000, and trying to fit it into a 6809 was ridiculous. The way that the memory addressing worked on it is that you had kind of this sliding window, and you could get to system memory by sliding the video off, and you could run on the program. And then if you needed to address video memory, you slid the video memory back over, and now you were addressing the video memory and not the program memory. Well, the problem is that's fine in a 68,000 where you've got this big memory address, but if you've got a 64K screen and you've only got a 64K address space, you're not going to have much left for being able to write the code onto the video. And so, and the funny thing is they had one mode that was a screen that was 128K. And I'm thinking, so how do you intend to do this? Well, that's you guys' problem, And okay, well, that's not going to work. And then the other thing that was really screwy was, instead of having all the registers to talk to the chip in a bank, they had one address for them, one 16-bit address for every register in the entire thing. So the upper the upper 8 bits selected which register, and the lower 8 bits was the register, which meant that if you wanted to do a string move of stuff, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, you'd have to be constantly swapping.
Right. I mean, it was just really poorly designed. And then on top of that, they thought everybody in the world wanted sprites. So they had just tons and tons of sprites, but made it very tough to actually go write sprite memory, because that was in yet a third bank that couldn't be addressed by the color computer at all.
Yeah, from the spec sheet, I'll show their little promotional brochure that they came out in '84 for it. It looks more like a 68000 based system right off the get go. I mean, it sounds like they tried to hack a 6809 afterwards, and it didn't ever really work. I'm assuming they gave you originally specs before this, though, that it was going to be fully easily accessible at 689. But once it came to actual production,
they gave us the brochure.
Oh, so that's what you're basing it on too? Okay.
Yeah, until I actually got the specs and started to go through them, and then flew out to Phoenix to discuss it with them. And I mean, they were clueless.
So is this a thing similar to what you're mentioning between the hardware and software guys at Tandy? Is this a thing between Motorola's graphics division and their CPU division not having a clue how each other's stuff worked?
I think that may well have been. I mean, you know, I talked to hardware guys, and they didn't understand why what some of my software issues were. So maybe.
Are you guys talking about the early Gimme chip or something else?
No, this is before the Gimme.
This is the raster memory system.
Yeah. So this is all just
this was Motorola's attempt to outdo
do an
the
Amiga,
industry.
basically. Yeah. Ron, are you seeing the screen here when I'm showing the brochure? So I'll kind of scroll through it. You can kind of see what it is. So this is their brochure from '84. So it was a 2-chip system. There was two chips that actually made up this graphical system. And it had a ton of things. Like if you look at the features here, multiple processor compatibility, multi-mode operation, 32 color selectivity from a universe of 4096 shades, which exactly matches an Amiga. Smooth scrolling, virtual screen accommodation. They demoed it at was it CS or at
CES?
Okay, it was CS. Okay, I wasn't sure it was that or what was the big computer show there? Why am I blanking on that? Comdex. Bitplane, true object lists, various resolutions, PAL and NTSC support built in, text of 32 to 80 columns, vertical res from 256, or horizontal res on graphics from 256 to 640. Like some of these do sound, you know, gimme-ish, but they support up to like 500 lines vertically, so 480 on NTSC.
So what was this based on? This
is their own.
They thought they could do it, but it wasn't really implemented yet.
No. I mean, they had working everything. It's just it was software incompatible with a 6809.
Yeah, the thing is, they claimed it was a 68000 and 6809 compatible part, and it kind of wasn't. It was more 68000 only.
Oh.
I mean, apparently, whoever designed the concept hadn't ever worked with an 8-bit processor. All they'd been working with was the 68,000. They just assumed the 8-bit processors were going to work the same way.
Yeah. And here you can see, like, this looks like it's a VME bus, 68,000 type system board that they're showing here as part of the block diagram. Now, we'll show you what the prototype looked like, too, here, because that was something that Boise and them found. But here you can see some of the specs here. You could have up to like a meg of RAM, video RAM on it. It supported, you know, Japanese character sets. It had up to 256 memory images, 32 colors, 8 objects, sprites, smooth scrolling, windowing system built in. Like, it was a nice design. But
now keep in mind that this was all in the context of not having an MMU or anything in the 6809. It was a color computer too with this in it.
Yeah. You would have spent so much software overhead just trying to program all these individual things that you had to like write, what am I trying to change? And then the actual byte to change it to, it would have been pretty slow, to be honest, unless you told it to do some hardware acceleration. But from my understanding from you and some other people that kind of knew about this was that it never did work on the 6809 properly.
Well, no, I mean, as I say, with the memory windowing system that they had, that it was more memory, but you couldn't have the program and the video in the same buffer. So that didn't help you much.
No. Especially like you said, there's some resolutions here that are twice as big as the CoCo's entire memory footprint.
And I don't know how they were planning to stick a meg of RAM into the color computer.
Yeah, especially like you said, this was starting to be designed before the deluxe, so this would have been like what, late 82, 83 when you first started?
Yeah, well, they've been designing on this for a while, so.
Yeah, so this is like a pie in the sky thing that just never really would have worked, basically.
And then I got accused of not solving the problem when I tried to explain to my management that this was never going to work.
So how long did you guys kind of fight with Motorola on this before you gave up? Was it like a month or several months? Or
it was several months, and then Motorola came out with the price, and everybody is looking at each other and say, wait a minute, this is a color computer. We're supposed to be selling this for a $200 computer and $100, and you want to charge us $30, $40 for this chip? It's crazy.
So it was a combination of factors, the physical not being able to properly work with the 6809, plus they were going to charge way too much money for it.
If we were building a $800 68,000 system, there's probably kind of that kind of money in it for the video, but not for a $200 computer.
Yeah. Because from my understanding, from reading the specs here and comparing it with the original the Amiga chips here, it looks like actually this one was probably superior to the Amiga in some ways.
It may have been, but that wasn't
or at least
our marketplace.
Yeah, you guys were in the low end, and the Amiga was a bit more mid-range to higher end. So that's the one that was originally designed to be a CoCo 3 style machine, the original graphics. So of course that ended up being too expensive, didn't work, et cetera, et cetera. So then after a few months of fighting with them, then you decided to come up. I think it was you were part of this integrally about designing what eventually became the Gimme chip. So did you do the original specs yourself, or was that a team effort with people? Or
no, the original Gimme spec was mine. And it took me almost 3 months to get everybody's buy-in to build this machine, because I had to go sell it to the buyer had to go sell it to Bernie Appel had to sell it to Roach, and then when enough Radio Shack people, then we could go over to Tandy Electronics and say, well, this is what we want you to build. And there was pushback from them. Well, we don't have this technology. And then you had to say, well, we're going to have to build a custom chip, but we're going to need to do that for the 1000 line anyway. And this is a way to test it, to learn how to do that. And they said, all right, well, in that case, let's go do that. And then I had to explain to Chatham and Prickett how an MMU worked. And they caught on to that fairly quickly, and and then we got into the original design had a sound chip and the UART in it, but they came back and said we ran out of money. You can have one or the other, and I said, well, I can't deal with one or the other, and I gave them the option of putting in a programmable interrupt system and timer and all instead.
Yeah, adding the interrupt controller to the Gimme, which is still the staple of a lot of CoCo 3 games today. I mean that actually absolutely helped. It would have been nice to have the separate stuff too, but as you said, it would have.
Of course, it would have been, but I guess the question is now, if you had to live without the interrupt controller and timer, would you not want that?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is too, I mean, back then, the sound chips then were limited to certain wave forms, et cetera. We actually have the option, because of the Gimme interrupt timer, to do digital samples and stuff, so we can actually take sound a little bit beyond.
The only thing at this point I regret is we had the timer. I should have asked them to be able to have a selection bit to have that timer basically flip a sound bit or flip or do the interrupt. So at that point, we would have had a square wave generator.
So back then, nobody had a drive to have a real-time clock in there, did they?
That's what most Niners did, I'll tell you that.
That was low on the list of priorities.
But it was on the list?
No.
You were saying it was low on it, so I was thinking maybe it was
like
still
really
there.
low off the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it wound up in the 1000s. So.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And the third-party market, I mean, back in the late 80s kind of picked that up. I mean, there was RTCs from multiple vendors, so that it kind of got covered. It just, nowadays, it's disappeared again, so we have to bring it back. I've actually got a Mark over as a mention here in the private chat here that Steve York is actually watching, and he has a comment for Mark. So, Mark Overholzer, if you want to relay that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Tracking other things here. Yeah, basically, Steve Bjork said that this is not true, that he did come up with a lot of games on his own. So
Okay.
I know that he has said in the past that he did work on other people's ideas, but he had a lot of his own thoughts too.
Okay.
Okay.
So I got a question right in here. There's the RS-232 pack. There's the, the sound and speech pack and all these other packs and stuff. And that's like CoCo 2-ish time frame. And then the 3 came along anyway, so do you have anything to say about those coming up and actually helping the shortcomings of the CoCo because it didn't have the sound?
Well, I really pushed to get the speech sound pack. I mean, I proposed that, and everybody said you're crazy. That technology doesn't even exist. And I got to talking with Dale Chatham about it, and he made some phone calls and found out they could actually get that technology. So that's where that came from. As far as the other stuff, those were items we wanted, and I wish they were all built in, but
cost. Yeah. My one question actually to follow up on Ron there. The one question I have, and this has always kind of bugged me, and we've discussed it more recently on the show too. Like the RS-232 pack and stuff, once you got to the CoCo 3 and you kicked in, a 2 megahertz CPU, they still work. You'd have to redo some timing and stuff, type of thing, and it still works. The one problem with the speech sound pack is it was hardwired to be based on a clock, and it would totally screw up if you ran at double speed in the CoCo 3. Was there any ever, designation of Tandy to get that upgraded?
I mean, that's because it did the speech. Just the chip of itself runs at 2 megahertz just fine. So had it been put directly into a CoCo 3, it would have been okay.
Yeah, because I know some people have done hacks here to actually get it so it automatically switches between, depending what speed you're running the CPU at. And I was wondering, why did Tandy not upgrade that? I mean, the fact that you wanted a sound chip in the CoCo 3 and weren't getting it because of the budget, that you could have upgraded the sound speech pack to make it fully 2 megahertz compatible, so you could run the CoCo 3 game at full speed.
That would have been going back and working again on older products, and
they just didn't want to do that.
We would have come up with something new, but that was low on the list of things to go do with all the other, with the CoCo 3. There were just no resources for it.
Well, they came out with Downland, right? For it was like upgraded to work on the 3.
Yeah, there was a patch, the 1.1, because it crashed on the CoCo 1.2, the original version of Downland.
That wouldn't have been done by us. It would have been done by the author.
Oh.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly what the difference was. It might have been just trying to write to vector page RAM or some IO address or something, but it's uniquely used.
Did you have anything to do with any of the printers, like the TP10? That was like a cheap way to have a printer. It was a good idea.
Didn't get involved in the printers.
Yeah, and I think some of the printers too were actually manufactured elsewhere. Anyway, we kind of rebranded. Like the CGP 220 was a Canon inkjet type thing. So,
got a few more questions from the chat too for the last little bit. So one of them was asking about. Let's see, Rocky Hill asked about clones of the CoCo, hardware and ROMs. Were you aware of how they were dealt with? Somebody asked about Tandy's reaction to the Dragon.
Well, we knew that was a clone because Microsoft told us it was a clone. And as far as we were concerned, as long as it didn't affect our sales, we didn't care.
Yeah,
Brazil, of course,
the
is a
original
whole different
CoCo
matter.
and the Dragon were based on the Motorola reference design too. So, and of course, you had Microsoft.
But as I say, Motorola knew it was a clone, had it built as a clone, and changed some of the internal ROM locations so they wouldn't get sued.
Yeah, that's well-known with Dragon.
We really didn't care because as long as the sales of those machines didn't affect the sales of our machines. In fact, if anything, it just made it a larger audience for third-party software, to write their software. We were fine with it. We didn't care. I mean, if they'd have sold a couple of 100,000 machines, that didn't bother. We wouldn't have cared.
Also, Rocky Hill asked about the injection molded cases for the deluxe CoCo. Did those get scrapped as well? The dies?
As I say, that the molds, who knows who made them? I have no idea whatever happened to them.
And Eddie Zerbinski asked about your opinion on the MSX standard and if that was perceived as competition and effort on behalf of Microsoft. No, different market.
Nope, that was all your pretty much going to be a European and Asian market. It wasn't coming over here to the U.S.
I got a good question too. Listen, everybody says Trash 80, and the TRS 80 logo on the CoCo kind of didn't fit because it wasn't a Z80, Did you guys ever thoughts about that, not putting TRS 80 on the CoCo?
Well, it got changed to Tandy, didn't it?
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah, the later CoCo 2s and all the CoCo 3s have Tandy, not TRS 80.
Yeah. So I think TRS people just went with TRS 80 because everybody knew what TRS 80 was. So
it's a brand. Did it have to do with the 80s coming? Because when they made TRS 80, it was in the 70s, and TRS 80.
No, it was the Z80.
Z80 is
okay. So it had nothing to do with the 80s.
No.
It became a brand name.
Yeah, it's like Kleenex. Technically you should call it facial tissue, but it's a brand name that's become so popular it's now the de facto standard. And I think at that time, any Radio Shack produced computer was a TRS 80.
Yeah, people knew what it was. The branding people could probably tell you, although, the funny thing is, as big as Tandy Radio Shack was, the marketing department, not merchandising, but marketing department for the entire company was one person.
Oh, wow. That's a hell of a job.
Yeah, and all she did was basically go get statistics that nobody ever read. It was kind of funny.
Well, one good thing is Tandy always had clear, good labeling on everything. I mean,
like a realistic brand, and
you knew what it was because of the logos.
Well,
and the typesetting.
I mean, they had a lot of years of experience as to what people would tolerate and what they wouldn't.
Yeah. Now they were master marketers. I have to say that. I mean, everybody knew what a Radio Shack was or what a TRS 80 was. Even if they weren't a fan, they knew it.
Yeah, and whether all the competition didn't like us or liked us, they were jealous of the amount of stores we had and the amount of business we were doing.
Yeah, and you guys had an international presence too, because you were in Australia, the UK, Germany,
Switzerland,
like all over the place. So
something just occurred to me. that you said about MSX was not really a threat to Radio Shack because they were a European and Asian market thing. Does that mean that Tandy really thought that their primary market was like North America and that anything that like trickled over to Australia or whatever was just kind of extra?
Yes.
Oh.
Direct.
I mean, when 90% of your income comes from North America, and 10%, the rest of the world is 10%, you don't tend to take them a lot seriously.
That makes a lot of sense now. Wow.
I would have to say just from the way the market ended up in the CoCo 3 era, though, because the CoCo 3 was sold in Australia and actually did fairly well from what I've read in those Intercom magazines. But, the rest of Europe didn't get the CoCo 3 really. Like they weren't sold in the UK and they weren't sold in some of the European countries. So it looks like it ended up being Canada, the US, and Australia seemed to be the big market for the CoCo 3.
And we sold a lot in Mexico as well.
Yeah.
Were you
so all in North America?
Have you been able to see how, like when we have Tandy, how some of these guys who have never really seen the color computer get a hold of it and then actually do a little programming and then find out that it is a pretty nice little computer?
Well, I mean, I think the best proof that it was a good design for its time is the fact that we're here right now talking about it 40 years later.
Yeah, and the fact that it was sold as a line from 1980 until when was the final CoCo 3s off the assembly line, like 90, 91 somewhere?
I know there's there's some of you who don't really like OS 9 and all, but
they're wrong. But
if you look at the CoCo 3 and compare items in it to items today, it's really the only computer of that genre that looks like a computer today. Computers today don't have sound chips in them. It's all done in software. All the processors have MMUs. They've all got interrupt handling. I mean, as I say, if you go point by point about what's in a computer today, they're all multitasking operating systems. The color computer was the first one that actually looks like a computer today.
Yeah,
I would have said that way.
I would tend to agree with that because I mean, like Bill and I, we used CoCos at work up until 2001, and in the earlier part, like the mid 90s, we tried switching over to a 386 with Windows 3.1 to do some of the stuff here, but it didn't handle the printer as easily. It didn't multitask for crap compared to it. You try to format a floppy and it'd freeze the system up. We were busy, doing backups while we're running stuff, under OS 9 level 2. So I mean, it was very powerful for its time, especially for an 8-bit. You had some 16-bit competition, like Amigas had preemptive multitasking stuff, but that's the next generation already. As far as the 8-bits go, I don't think anything really compares with.
Yeah, but Amigas didn't have MMUs in them. So if you tried to run a program and it wrote outside its address space, it crashed the computer.
Yeah. And speaking of the CoCo 3, since we're going to get into that, so after the RMS basically failed on Motorola's part, you came with the specs. So I'm going to share one of the original spec sheets for the original version of the Gimme. Let's see here. So most of this came through on the final one. You have the 32 by 16, of course, for backwards compatibility. Then you had the 40 by 25, 80 by 25. Now that is supported on the Gimme, but you guys defaulted basic to by 24. Do you know what the reasoning behind shrinking it by one line?
That's the difference between 24 lines of text and 25 lines of text. And I think everything we were doing was 24 lines of text. That was what Microsoft was pushing. So
usually with televisions, because of their low bandwidth, they wanted larger characters rather than smaller ones.
Okay. 0.89 megahertz and 1.78 megahertz CPU operation. Obviously, we do have that. Compatible with all standard color computer text and graphics modes C Note 1. Now, Note 1 is talking about the higher semi-graphics mode not being supported. What was the rationale of that? Just to make the chip easier to manufacture or maybe fit in a certain size? Or what was the rationale behind that?
The rationale behind that was not being sued by Motorola.
Okay. That was not the answer I was expecting.
All those other bitmaps were industry standard bitmaps for other computers. The semi-graphic stuff Motorola owned. So.
Oh, okay. I guess that's true now that I think of it, because that's the only thing that really had that type of mode. So
and for the most part, we didn't have any software that used it. So.
Okay.
Why bother?
Yeah, it's funny because when we've been going through the Dragon stuff the last few years here and getting more familiar with their market, they actually ended up using the semi-graphics way more than North America and even third-party developers did. We had some here, but the real, pristine, most of the best software that used that mode or those modes, because multiple ones of them were actually done on the Dragon. So it's just kind of an interesting aside. Palette RAM supports 64 possible 16 displayed or 512 possible 256 displayed, which of course is the big controversy thing.
All right. Well.
So this was your original spec.
Here's the thing on the 256 color mode. It was not coming out of palette registers. It was direct.
It was a fixed mode, yeah.
It was RGB and 5 bits of intensity. So you couldn't get the mixed colors. All you get was the 8 colors and 5 bits of intensity.
Oh, okay. And then you've got the one bank of RAM, provide 16 colors at 160 by 200 and 80 by 25 text without attributes. And the Gimme does support both a with attribute and a without attribute mode. You can pick and choose which one you want. If you want blank and underline and various colored text, or if you want to save memory, you can do the plain one. So that still exists now. Mm-hmm. Character realm will support uppercase and international characters, which it does have. Now, it supports 128 characters, and like the IBM PC character set at the time actually did 256 with all their little, funny card shapes and happy faces and line drawings. Was there ever any consideration of that, or why did you pick to only do 128 versus a full 256?
Well, at the time, I don't think there was really any desire to have the upper bit characters in there, so I don't know. It wasn't talked about, so
okay.
We didn't talk about it.
Now here you're mentioning the programmable counter with interrupt capability to aid music and animation, excuse me, which of course is what we were talking about earlier. When you weren't allowed to have the sound chip or a serial port, you did the programmable interrupt timer, which allowed you to do smoother, faster bitbanger communication, and also to do background sound based on timers, both of which are extensively used even to now. So given the fact that you were cost restricted from getting custom chips, you would have had to pick one over the other. This way you can kind of cover both bases. Not quite as good as a dedicated chip, but better than we would have had before. So honestly,
and this could be used for other stuff too. So
yeah. I mean, honestly, given the restraints on cost you were given, I think you did make the right compromise. I mean, at the time, I probably would have said no. I would have preferred having those extra stuff. But over the years of programming and stuff, I have to say that probably was the right decision to make.
Yeah, as I say, the only regret I have is not getting them to be able to switch the programmable timer between the interrupt and a sound, a single bit sound toggle.
Okay. Now the Gimme chip itself is like your first, like you said, your first custom ASIC, produced by VLSI, which I think is also a Texas company, is it not?
I think so. I don't remember.
Now the next picture I'll show you is one of the original prototypes of microRAD for development. So this is what the original CoCo 3 board before the Gimme was actually made. So this is all individual chips duplicating the Gimme functionality. And if I remember talking to some of the microRAD people, I believe this actually had a disk controller built into it too, just to make development easier. And it was a little bit teetery. I know they said sometimes you'd move it the wrong way and something would happen to it. And they had a couple of these. Were there any of the other, like some other people had early access to CoCo 3s, some of the developers and stuff. Did anybody get this early of a development board besides microRAD, or did they get the later, basically you had a CoCo 3 motherboard with a Gimme, but the Gimme wasn't finalized yet?
No, I don't think anybody got this board.
So this was unique to microRAD, the two of these they had.
Yeah.
Was that 512?
You might be. I think that's 16 RAM chips up in the upper left corner. I can't really.
It would be. Who designed it?
This board?
That would have been
Yeah.
Tandy Electronics.
So would that have been like John Prickett and stuff, or was he more involved in the chip
No,
design?
that would have been Prickett.
Okay.
And that had a PC power supply to power it, huh?
Yeah, I think it did actually from looking at the connectors and stuff there. But you can see how much 2/3 of the chips on this got shrunk down into the single gimme chip.
What's
There's
the
several
significance
PAL
of
chips
red
on there
one?
as well.
What was that, Nick?
What's
There's several PAL chips on there as well, which are themselves a condensed chip as well.
Okay.
What's all the red tags for?
I have no idea.
Have no idea.
The ones that blew up.
Well, I do remember that some of the people at Micro had mentioned that one of these boards did end up blowing up. And something else that was done around this time too that we've seen at CoCoFest was that Micro was working with a prototype. I'm assuming you guys had something to do with too. That actually was an Ethernet card of some sort, or a network card.
Yeah.
So what happened to that project? Because that would have been really cool too.
It got sidelined because this was a home computer, and schools were interested in networks and businesses were, but our management wasn't.
Okay, because the CoCo, if I remember, was compatible with like the old Network 2 controllers, which is basically a massive shared cassette port they used in classrooms. Like here's one master CoCo, now load up 16 CoCo stations with the same program. So I was wondering why they didn't decide to continue it, because that was for the education market.
Who knows? You can go make that stuff, but you also have to sell it and you have to support it. And I don't think anybody really wanted to support it.
I saw a prototype of that network controller. I thought it was uniquely Tandy that it used twin lead, like 300 ohm television flat antenna cable instead of coax. That's perfect for a home computer.
Well, people did a lot of things in the early days with networking stuff. So
yeah, it was kind of the Wild West for a while there.
So was this pretty big?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Like 2 pages, you could lay 2 pages over it.
Oh, I think it's
Bigger
bigger
than that. Bigger than that. I mean, Ron, if you take a look at the square chips on the far left in the lower left corner, that's roughly 40-pin chips. So that's about the size of a 6809. So you know what a 609 looks like in a CoCo.
Yeah.
So you can kind of proportionate. It's probably about 2 to 3 times wider and deeper. But it shows you like how much the gimme compressed, especially considering that was your very first custom chip you ever tried to design at Tandy. So that's
and it took them a long time to figure out how to do it. I mean, that nobody else was building custom chips yet. So
there's like eight capacitors on there.
All those red tags may be the gimme.
Yeah, it might be. So I guess my question is, how long did it take to develop it from your original concept, the letter we showed here earlier with, kind of proposal, to actually getting working silicon?
I think Prickett had a working ASIC in about 9 months.
Okay. That's actually that's better than I thought it would have been.
Is your name in the code there somewhere?
No. I don't put my name on stuff.
And I think that prototype has got the rumored 256 color mode. The R&D says that you had an option of a color palette of either 64 or 512 colors.
Yeah,
that was using that intensity
but
RGB.
The final design was supposed to be direct. And I don't know why the layer mode is not noted in there either. So
that's too bad, because that would have been a nice bonus to have. But you guys definitely had it planned at the beginning. I mean, it's in the spec sheet, and as Nick says, it's likely on this board.
That board apparently has got a 512 byte palette RAM on it.
Yeah, who's got the board now? Do you know?
I thought it was.
Is it Cloud9?
Cloud9, yeah.
Because I know they were going to try to reverse engineer some of it at some point. Now we've got a Gimme X that actually supports 512.
Well, someone has looked at all the chips, and there is a 512 byte ROM in there.
Mark, what do you think of that Gimme X?
I really haven't seen anything about it. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen anything.
I got one right here, but
yeah.
It takes some of the stuff that you guys had planned.
Yeah, if anything, I'd like the layer mode in more than the 256 color myself. But
yeah, well, the Gimme X, I mean, it adds a few things. It adds in some like a poor man's DMA channel. It adds in 512 color support, 256 color modes. It adds in 3 megahertz support, so you can run a 6 or 9 at full bore speed and stuff too. So it's got and VJ output, of course. You can hook it up to more modern monitors, crystal clear. So that's what the original prototype will work. And we've seen some pictures also. I won't bother showing because it looks like a basic CoCo 3 motherboard, but you can see the Gimme's got this little X strap on it that some of the earlier prototypes of the actual Gimme did. So.
Hey, Curtis, we had a couple more questions.
Go ahead. I got to catch up on my notes here because we kind of went off.
No problem. There was actually about the PAL CoCos. So Chip Monkey asked about, was the CoCo 1 PAL designed and built in the UK or was it done here in the US?
All of them were built here in the US.
Or in Korea?
Or in Korea.
Okay, and then Torsten asked about, like to know about the French CoCo designs with the CCAM RGB and the Azerty keyboards.
Yeah,
I think they also supported SCART too.
Yeah, the CCAM, I don't know a lot about that. I know the subject came up several times, but it's something I'd ran away from. So, there was also some talk about selling the CCAM in Russia. So, who knows?
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so after literally, I think probably a year or two design from start to finish for the CoCo 3, and it's what ended up being its final form. After the RMS
it took about a year and a half, maybe.
Okay, so it finally gets announced on July 30th, 1986, at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, along with I think some other products were released that day too.
The 1000 was announced at the same time.
And you were at that, and Rainbow had pictures of it in their September 1986 issue. So I'll show some of those. But I thought just to share, after all this work, what you thought of the reception of how it was taken, because you had news there, you had Rainbow Magazine there, etc. What were you feeling at the time when it finally, the cat's out of the bag? Here it is as a product.
Happy to actually have one get through since the deluxe got killed. I was always worry about this getting killed too, but I think it was a pretty successful product.
There's a couple pictures of you there.
Yeah. And Barry Thompson.
When you say successful, is that because of the quantity of units or the overall quality? Or both?
I look at it as success in the technology. Whether we sold a lot of them or not, it did what we wanted it to do, and considering the time and cost, I think it was an amazing product.
So you're pretty proud of it at this time.
Yeah.
And you've got quite a few, like you've got John Roach there. You've got Dale Puckett, of course, wrote the OSINE tour guides. You also have the OSINE Calm in the Rainbow. Yeah. There's a picture up in the upper right. You can see her. That's Lonnie Fall talking to Bill Gates, who was there as well. Which is kind of ironic considering Bill Gates had, Microsoft, famously did not do the ROM update for the CoCo 3. That was Microware. So I'm assuming he was there for some of the other products.
Well, as I say, we introduced the 1000s at the same time. So, I had as much to do with that as the color computer. So, but there were other people pushing the 1000s, and I was the only one pushing the color computer.
Okay, and I got a second page here. Share that. Oops, that's the one. That's on my one.
I've been looking around for the article I wrote for Rainbow on the color computer, but I can't find my copy of it.
Yeah, I think I got the right one this time.
There's Mark Yamagata.
What was his position again? I'm trying to remember.
He was VP of merchandising at the time.
And you got some of the people like Message of the Day editor Bruce Warner, which was a newsletter for OS9, composer Sandy Trevor, Brian Lance, the OS9 user group president, along with Barry Thompson. There's you, Lonnie, and Barry.
Mm-hmm.
So
Jim
did the CM8 come out because you already had the case and power supply and electronics for it?
No, it was, in fact, the color computer was the only computer we had that worked with it. It was bought for the color computer.
Because it looks just like, you know, the CM11 and
I know, but there wasn't any other analog video systems we had. That was it.
Yeah, because the rest of yours were like TTL RGB and totally different. Yeah, because this would have been more like for an Atari ST or an Amiga would use that type of technology.
Yep.
I remember, like, a lot of us have been on CompuServe. I meant to mention CompuServe again. We kind of read about the announcement almost live because people were writing about it, when it happened on July 30th, and then the next couple of days in early August. But of course, Rainbow didn't come out for a month. But that's when we finally got to see pictures of it because we were just reading text on CompuServe. I remember how exciting it was for us, especially hearing all the different extra features. Because there had been rumors about the deluxe CoCo, which of course didn't happen. There was rumors about the CoCo 3, but some of it was kind of vague. You guys are pretty good at keeping secrets, unlike some companies today. Now, was the secrecy there to hold off the competition, or was the secrecy there because the buzz builds up more if people are guessing as to what the heck you're planning on announcing?
No, I think the secrecy was we didn't talk to other people.
When I first got my, when I had my CoCo 2s and I was doing stuff for my business and that, and the 3 came out, I wasn't really sold on the 3 until I saw it at the Color Computer Club, where someone, who had more money than I did, was able to buy that in the CM8 monitor. And then to see how clean and clear it was and how beautiful the machine worked was then convincing that, well, we need to get one. Because, you have a whole bunch of software and you're thinking, well, it's not going to run, my stuff isn't going to run on that. And certainly, I don't know, it just, you always had your doubts about moving up to the next thing until you actually seen it working. And especially at Radio Shack stores was another place you could see it,
Well, I think if you'd set it next to a 1000, you would have chosen the color computer because it was a true RGB system, analog system, where the 1000s were not.
Yeah, you had more colors in the CoCo 3 right off the bat compared to them.
Yeah,
and to parlay into what Ron has said here, I had a similar experience. I bought the CoCo 3 because after reading about it on CompuServe in August, I was like, I have to get this. 80 columns and more RAM and all this stuff here. The CM8 was more expensive than the CoCo. And I was going, I don't know if I really need a CM8 monitor here. I can get a composite monitor for cheap. And then a manager at a Radio Shack store here in Saskatoon, Richard Smith, who actually ended up getting it as well, called me in mid-October, when the first CM8 hit their store. And he goes, you have to come down and see this. And so I went down, and like you said, you saw how crystal clear this was and how vibrant the color was. And it was like, hey, I guess I got to buy one of these too. And that's what I did.
Yeah. They say you get what you pay for.
Yeah. Now, one thing I'll mention here too, because actually you can kind of faintly see here this picture with Barry and Jim Reed from Rainbow, is that Spectral Associates wrote the demo for the CoCo 3 that was used with the little rainbow and the little animations of the computer being shipped, etc. And first of all, how did it come about that Spectra was chosen to do the demo software? And then two, it looked like around this point in time that Spectra was becoming more and more exclusive to selling stuff to Tandy, not really selling their own stuff anymore. They sold some of their old CoCo 1 and 2 games, but they didn't really press CoCo 3 software except through Radio Shack after this point. So I'm just wondering, how did the whole Spectral Tandy relationship?
Bob came down to Texas a lot of times and made his services available. And as I say, to find reasonably good programmers, was not easy. I've just lost sound. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't hear Curtis.
Yeah. Sorry, I hit mute by accident.
Oh, okay.
As you can imagine, like Spectral actually has, a whole plethora of CoCo 3 programs like John Gabbard and a few others there too. So you had a whole group. And they'd done stuff like Interbank Incident and stuff for you a little bit earlier, Cave Walker, et cetera, as well. So.
Yeah, he was, and he was nice to deal with. I mean, people that weren't nice to deal with didn't get to deal with me that much. So.
Okay. Covered that question already. So OS9 level 2 is a huge leap from level 1. Duh. Even when compared to some of the other established level 2 systems that were already there, like there was level 2 had been in existence at Microware since like 82 or 83, I think, when the original gimmicks and chieftains and stuff came out, because they had MMUs. But you guys added the whole windowing system, and you had the gimmick kind of design, so you could instantly switch between, you could map anywhere in the RAM a screen, and it could be any mode. So you could, like even Windows at the time, you want to change from a 640 by 480 to 1024 by 768, you have to like do the setting and reboot all the windows, and it had to restart up and change all the graphics drivers to switch to the new mode. You guys actually made it open-ended where you could just
the interesting thing about it is after Microsoft saw the CoCo 3 with the windowing system, they went and tried to buy Microware. So
that's right. Forgot about that.
They weren't successful, huh?
No, Ken decided not to sell to them.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a business decision, that may not have been the best, but as far as an integrity decision, I think it definitely was.
Well, it was the right decision to make. It was the decisions he made afterward that weren't necessarily the best decisions. Because I mean, he had a proof of concept. He just didn't have the marketing to go out and get all the other big companies to jump on it.
Hey,
okay.
Well, we didn't speak about the multi-pack. How did that come about? The multi-pack interface.
That was actually started in design before I got to the company, so I can't tell you.
Oh, okay. So it was almost a necessity down the road for
I know the way the hardware is designed, it looks like it was designed more to put 4 game carts in so you could switch without having to plug them in and out. And I wish they'd connected the RQ lines, because that would have made things a lot better for OS9. But anyway.
But that's actually what it was designed for, is 4 cartridges. It wasn't designed for extra hardware.
Yeah. Now, of course, we kind of touched on it before, but Microsoft, from my understanding, refused to do the upgraded BASIC for the CoCo 3, maybe because they probably just didn't have the resources for doing 8-bit or something.
No, they were actually a lot harder nosed than that. They said that there wouldn't be any other color computer BASIC and I said, well, because they wanted the color computer gone.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't just a matter they didn't want to bother, quote unquote, with doing the ROM. They actually wanted to kill it.
They wanted to kill it, and we talked them out of when they understood that we weren't going to be able to add all the colors and all the other stuff to the Model 1000 until we had the color computer working and all that. Then they said, all right, but we're not going to do it. You're going to have to find somebody, and it's going to still all have to be approved by us. So it was a real tough thing to get the whole thing done. It was walking a lot of lines without falling on one side or the other.
Yeah, because basically Microware wrote the patch and it basically kind of like copies it to RAM and then patches the living crap out of it. But the original ROMs are still there, basically, to get around it.
And Microsoft had to approve all the extensions. So I had to write up all the extensions we wanted, and there were a couple of extensions they wouldn't approve, which really pissed me off.
What were those, out of curiosity, if you remember any of those?
The only one I remember is I wanted to be able to have a command that basically, if you gave it the variable, you could derive what was in the variable out of the command. So you wound up with a Lisp-like command where you could fit, give it a set of text strings and parse through those and get the array from it, even though there just happen to be variable names.
Okay. So kind of like going like a char struct in C type thing.
Yeah. That was one of them they wouldn't approve, and there were several others that were in that vein that would have made BASIC a whole lot more powerful. And there was also I had sort of a pointer addressing system, sort of like C in there too, and they wouldn't approve that.
Okay.
I got another question.
Oh, go ahead.
Did you guys ever consider that the CoCo would go into a case and have like the Model 1000 and have a keyboard separate and evolve that way, like maybe before or during the Color Computer 3 is being made, or would it always have been a keyboard with an all-in-one unit?
Well, no, I mean, since the processor addressed the keyboard matrix directly, what you're asking for probably wouldn't have ever happened. So,
yeah, some third parties did it afterwards, but you had to like make little, custom controller chips and stuff to translate it over to the keyboard matrix.
If you look at that time in the industry, those chips didn't really exist. So
yeah, because you guys were designing this back in '85. So
well, there was always the feel that people had to do repacks, and I have one here sitting here next to me. It's a 3 in a PC case with a standard keyboard.
Like Mark Siegel, I think
got a lot of
happened later.
Processors and stuff in it.
Sorry, I cut you off there.
It's got a lot of other processors in it. I mean, you got to look back at '85. Microcontrollers really weren't very accessible, and they were expensive. So the 8051 used in a PC, that was kind of cutting edge for that product.
And I may go alone as being the only person who thinks that CoCo 3 has all the CoCos have a very good keyboard. For a membrane keyboard, that thing's excellent. You can beat the living out of it until the membrane itself gives up. It's absolutely indestructible compared to all of the Atari keyboards and the Commodore keyboards. I just kind of like it. Congrats.
Yeah, I have to agree. It feels good too. I mean, it's not quite as good as say a Mark Data Products third-party keyboard. That thing costs $70 by itself, just the keyboard. So yeah, I agree. It's actually got one of the better keyboards. I prefer it over the feel of a C64. I mean, it doesn't me personally, but a C64 Atari 800. I prefer the feel of the CoCo 3 keyboard myself.
Yeah, those were not great keyboards. Even the Apple didn't have the great keyboard.
Now, VLSI did the production of the Gimme, and of course, John Prickett worked with him on the design and stuff. But how did that relationship start? Were you guys doing any smaller projects between each other? Did you just kind of pick them out of a phone book? Maybe that warehouse from earlier?
I'm sure they came in and tried to sell us their product, and they were the only ASIC on the market that had libraries, so you didn't have to build an ASIC from scratch. So they were the only game in town.
Okay.
Barrier to entry is low.
And then as far as monitors, so we're talking about the fact that RGB analog was available on the Atari ST and the Amiga around the same time. And then Magnavox and some others, including some of the Amiga monitors, actually supported both composite and RGB. You could just hit a switch to go between them. I have a Magnavox in the other room. What was the reason that the CM8 was made RGB only? Because one thing that was disappointing when I got my RGB monitor from Tandy, the original CM8, was that all the artifacting games quit working in color. It was all of a sudden all black and white. Now, gave you really clear Eddie column text in CoCo 3, of course. Were you expecting people to have kept their old monitor and just plugged in an additional one, or was it a cost thing, or what?
I don't know that we thought about it that carefully.
Well, that's honest.
I didn't expect a lot of people to be buying the CM8s because they were real expensive. But and the other thing is color computer games. I didn't look at the Color Computer 3 as being something somebody would buy to play a bunch of cartridges. I thought they'd be playing most of the disc games.
Okay. And now I know this is one that definitely upset you at the time. I was going to find out both of your original experience, what you thought of it, and what do you think of it now? And of course, is the Muggeteers, the 3 microware employees that put the digitized picture in. Because I know they were basically said, like, we got this extra ROM left over. What do you want us to do with it? And basically the response was fill it with some random garbage so that we can use it as a pseudo-random number generator.
Well, they told me it was only 300 bytes, but apparently it was a lot more than that because you couldn't have gotten that picture in 300 bytes. So if I had known how much it actually was, we probably would have come up with something else to do. But they only told me it was 300 bytes, and I said, "Well, you guys have any ideas? 300 bytes?" I said, "No." I said, "No." Then let's go with what we got.
No, in previous interviews you've done in paper and magazines and stuff, you've mentioned that once you did find out about that, you were so pissed you were just about ready to cancel the CoCo 3 outright. How close did it come to that? And was it just you, or was it other people at Tandy as well?
Here's the deal. If I'd have showed that to upper management, the Color Computer 3 would be dead. I chose not to show it to anybody until it was way in production. So, yeah. I mean, ironically enough, like myself personally, I mean, one, it's cool to have a built-in graphic demo on a computer that you don't need to even install in software. You just hit it and here, take a look. Here's some graphics. But it also was a way of doing a cold reset. Now, they didn't need the picture for that, obviously, but the Control-Alt-Reset thing to do a cold reset actually was a good idea. I mean, I know, but there was if there was that much space left in, we probably could have put in a terminal. A terminal. Yeah, like that was something you'd planned for the deluxe CoCo. Actually, was having a terminal program built in. It was in the deluxe program. Yeah. But we couldn't have gotten that in 300 bytes. Yeah. Now, I guess after 30 years of that happening and how mad you were, have you lightened up on it somewhat? Is it a bit of a no? It still pisses me off. Okay. that they hid it from me. So it's not so much what they did; it's the fact they hid it from you, or is it both? Well, I mean, equally? If they'd have said, "Can we do this?" and I said, "So what's this costing?" And if we were still going to have to throw that away because we couldn't find anything else to do, I probably would have been okay with it had they have told me. But the fact that they hid it from me, and I knew it was more than 300 bytes, which is what they told me it was, that's what pissed me off. You'd have been pissed off too. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a 6K screen image they did in there. So, I mean, obviously you could have fit quite a bit in the ROM, a bit more useful. Like I said, the be able to cold reset it, that feature that they hid in there that is used for actually is useful. But the other 6K, they could have used it, like you said, a terminal program, maybe some more enhancements to the graphics. Well, I mean, it was compressed, so they may have been 500 or 600 bytes, and you probably could have gotten a terminal program in that. Okay.
Would you have been upset if it would have been something more practical, like a machine language monitor, like the Apple IIs have, or like you said, a terminal?
That would have been fine too, but that wasn't going to fit in 300 bytes.
Yeah.
Now, by the time the CoCo 3 came out, you kind of touched on this before, but just to kind of clarify, the amount of third-party software from big-name companies like Serrat, et cetera, started to really ramp up. Like you guys even started getting back ports, like stuff like Arkanoid, the fat binaries, as I call them, that had both CoCo 1 and 2 modes and CoCo 3 modes. So stuff like Tetris, stuff like Sokobon, stuff like...
Yeah, I think Bjork did Arkanoid, though.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I think Greg Zumwalt is the one who did the Tetris clone. But you guys were getting a lot more big title third-party stuff. Was that just because of the market expanding, or is that a concentrated direction you wanted to take it, where you wanted to get more third-party?
I think at that point we were being taken a lot more seriously than we were in the early days.
Now, was that because of the CoCo 3 capabilities then?
It was partly when they saw that when they compared us to an S-tier Amiga, we weren't that much lower in capability as they saw it, that they decided that, these guys can sell a lot more than those guys can. So yeah, let's make sure our product gets on there.
Okay. And then there, of course, there's the statement that basically, and it's been attributed to you somewhat, that you were trying to push for OS 9 being the host operating system for a lot of these games if they didn't fit onto a cartridge, versus making them a standalone. Some of the earlier disc-based games like Sands of Egypt and Varlock and a bunch of others were strictly RS-DOS programs, disk-based programs. Is that true that you were kind of pushing hard for the OS 9 because you saw that?
Oh yeah, in fact, there was a point where I wouldn't take anything unless it was under OS 9.
Oh, thanks for holding the flag for us there. I know Nick will disagree with me.
You're fine.
Look, here's the deal. The color computer didn't have an operating system, and all our competition did. So that's why we went with OS 9. So we had a real operating system. So why would we have wanted software to load in and have the disk go away?
Way better operating system than the Apple II had.
Well, it was a lot better operating system than MS-DOS had.
Yeah, or even Windows 3, 3.0, 3.1, honestly.
Well, that was not an operating system. That was
that was more graphical shells plastered on the DOS.
I got a question from his name is Antonio Eli. He says, I keep on trying to ask them, they can't get in. Ask him if he had any involvement in the last Ninja development and if he may have copies, if any, of the early betas, but they're ignoring my question.
The answer is no. That was a deal made between us and who was the?
Is that Activision? I can't remember.
Activision, yeah. To supply that product to us, so they didn't make it, and it cost them not being able to get us not buying some of their other software for some of our other machines because of it. So don't go promise us that you can get something done and not do it, because it's going to cost you.
Yeah, because that kind of fell apart between the developers and Activision.
But that wasn't our problem. They made us a commitment, and we put it in the catalog. And if it's in the catalog, it
better be
damn well better ship, or else somebody's head's going to get cut off, and it wasn't going to be me.
And as far as I know, on the CoCo line, aside from ones announced on internal Tandy ones like that Leo Christopherson one we showed earlier, you guys really didn't announce stuff that became vaporware. I mean, that's the only one on the CoCo I can think of, unless anybody else in the panel or yourself can think of one.
No, I mean, unless I was sure it was going to make it on time, and I had seen enough to know where the authors were on the product. It didn't go into the catalog, so it didn't make management unhappy as long as we kept making our stuff. And I would say of software that I committed to and got into the catalog, it was like 98% of it. So they were pretty happy with that number.
Yeah.
That's why I was allowed to pretty much do what I wanted.
And I mean, vaporware is a problem in more recent times. I mean, there's just a whole list of stuff that's been vaporware over the last few decades. So it's still happening now where people will overpromise and don't deliver, never mind underdeliver. So
yep.
My next batch of questions is going to be on OS9 level 2 stuff. So I think this would be a good time to take a bit of a break.
Well, I think we're probably way over my the 3
I don't want to
hours.
interrupt the conversation. It's going so well. And actually, I'm on to my last page. So I don't. If you can't stay that long, just let me know.
We can go to another 20 minutes.
Would you come back later if we ask nicely?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want to do a short break or a longer break?
Do a short break if we only got 20 minutes.
Okay.
People can get up for a stretch or whatever.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCoThoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Allen Huffman of Subby the Software, and you're watching Stevie Fall Off Cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTalk.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Michael Roser, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronic store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
And we're back.
Actually, that ad reminded me, the Australian ad actually reminded me of something that Tandy Australia actually sold software that was unique to the Tandy market, including some of Nick's stuff like Donut Dilemma. Was Intertan by that time, like in the CoCo 3 era, separated enough that you guys actually did your own separate software? Like it would have been a good game to carry up here too.
It was never presented to us, so.
And Intertan didn't present stuff to you that they found locally in their local market.
No, and I don't know whether Intertan sold it to any other countries. So.
Yeah, I think it was only Australia as far as I know. Nick,
yeah,
is that right?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
So it was probably a deal Radio Shack may not have even known about it.
Yeah, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's too bad because it's a really good game.
What changed
Here,
your
a
mind?
plug for Nick. How's that? Now I'm gonna take all that back by talking about OS9 for the next hour. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no.
I've only got 20 minutes, otherwise it would be. So OS9 Level 2, of course, was a huge leap with the whole windowing system, kind of, getting the GUI from the Mac, et cetera, but actually having preemptive multitasking, et cetera. Now, one thing that always fascinated me when you guys came out with Multiview, which was a few months later than originally planned. I think it came out in early 87. But there's some hidden icons in the special graphics font there for doing, switching windows and resizable windows. So it looks like the original spec had that stuff planned in. And I know you had a lot to do with how Microware was implementing the windowing system as far as design-wise. So were you planning for like overlapping windows and stuff all the way along? And
I think all that stuff was originally defined. I think they just ran out of time. They were so far beyond the window of having the software ready. We just had to decide that, all right, this is enough, and that's what we went with.
Okay. And then to kind of parlay that into the Kevin Darling, Kent Myers, and the half a dozen other developers, hardware and software. So, like a lot of hackers, they started disassembling OS9 Level 2 in '88. They fixed some bugs and kind of stuff they published in Rainbow and everywhere else. But then they actually were talking about doing some improvements to, and they actually approached Microware. And Microware at that time, from what Kevin Darling has said, was kind of getting out of the 6809 market. They were concentrating on OS 9000 and stuff. They didn't have the developers to do that too. So they kind of got Kevin and a bunch of the others to start doing the upgrade. First of all, were you aware of all this stuff, I'm presuming, at that time, or no?
Sort of. I talked to Kevin Darling occasionally. I guess one of my favorite stories with Kevin Darling is I was at a Rainbow Fest and he invited me up to a party in his room, and I go in there and I'm looking around and there's a couple of people working on the Color Computer 3. And one of them says, I'd sure like to meet the idiot who designed this stupid interrupt system. And everybody's, just in horrors since they know I'm there, but this guy obviously didn't. So I walk over to the guy and says, that would be me. What can I do for you?
And what was his response?
His response was, that was, and then I proceeded to tell him how to fix what his problem was.
Yeah, because I remember in the early days, there was a bit of talk about how to properly service the interrupt stuff they gave me, and there's some confusion over it. So, yeah. Because, when Kevin and them took it over and they initially were going to do the initial plan from what Microware and Kevin had talked about is they were going to give it a new version of OS 9 with just basically bug fixes and a couple niceties, but nothing major. I think about late 87, early 88 or something like that. And then Microware got an extension. I don't know if that was internally done. Like, I know they were trying to finish up some of the stuff you'd originally spec'd out, like we mentioned, movable windows and all that kind of stuff. So they kept working on it over the next couple of years. And then from going through the timeline, and I think I sent you a copy of what Kevin had published back in like 1990 of what had happened. When they got everything all working, they said they were about 99% done. And then the CoCo got canceled basically at the last minute. Now, one quote from Kevin I wanted to ask you about is that he said, even from what he understood, even the CoCo guys at Tandy, which would have included you, were surprised by the sudden cancellation of the CoCo 3, that it came earlier than you were expecting. Is that true?
Yeah. Tandy had hired a new VP of merchandising, Graham Beecham, who came from IBM. And he called Barry Thompson and I into his office, and his first quote was, "You can't put perfume on a pig." And Barry and I are looking at it, and I says, so what do pigs have to do with this? He says, well, that's what I look at the color computer as, is a pig. I came from IBM, and, from this point on, it's going to be Intel architectures and nothing else. And so the CoCo product is down dead. That was it.
Okay. So there was talk at that time, like once the cancellation got officially notified to Kevin and the rest of them, like they were like this close software wise. There was a proposal made, and from my understanding, I think you would propose this, or somebody at Tandy proposed that basically they would consider selling it as a third party through the third party express catalog, as long as they came up with their own packaging, their own documentation, and everything else. Were you directly involved with that as a proposal?
Sort of, because Barry Thompson basically resigned as buyer and went to work as head of the third-party software division thing. So
okay,
it was in his interest to see the color computer get as much stuff as it could.
Okay. And I know Kevin had mentioned that basically they'd done all this at that time as volunteer work. They hadn't been paid for this, and they've been working on it for literally 2 years. And to try to get everybody back on board and try to get the documentation and actually pay for all that. And they weren't sure how well it'd sell. If it was just third party express order, it probably wouldn't have sold anywhere near as well as selling at the stores. And I have to agree with that, because I mean, it's much easier if you can see the product running. And especially, I mean, honestly, that would have floored people at the time. I've seen the level 2 version 3 demos running and stuff that we can resize the bouncing ball and move it around, drop a window on top of it, etc. So it's a huge disappointment to me personally that never came out. But just I was wondering, like, where did that come from? And it sounds like this IBM guy is the guy that kind of
he was a real character. He made everybody wear red ties. I mean, he wanted.
He's from IBM.
Exactly. We're all sitting in a big meeting where they're discussing Ethernet, and everybody in the audience is wearing a red tie, and the guy says, "Oh, you in the red tie, your question," and everybody's looking. Everybody's got a red tie. What is he talking about?
So did he introduce a company songbook?
What?
IBM was notorious back 100 years ago of having a company songbook, and they would have sing-alongs.
No. He had no sense of humor.
Okay.
So just out of curiosity, what was the dress code at Tandy, or was there one? Could people just come in casual or just suit and ties?
No, everybody, it was always suit and tie.
I'm sorry, I cut somebody else off who was asking a question. I thought I heard somebody. Okay, maybe not. Okay, so I mean, that's about all I can cover on the level 2 stuff. I mean, it looked like you, and now you've confirmed that you actually had designed it with some of these features in, and Microware couldn't finish it off. So Kevin and the rest actually did get it done, but just bad circumstances. The cancellation happened right at the exact same time.
I think had we been stuck next to a Windows system or a Mac or any of those things and shown what we could do, people would have been impressed.
Yeah, especially for an 8-bit system. There was no other 8-bit system coming close to that.
Yeah, well,
it competed well with 16-bit systems. So,
as far as I'm concerned, 8-bit. Once you've got an MMU and you're over 64K of memory, you're really not an 8-bit system anymore.
Yeah, and people were questioning 6809 with all the 16-bit registers and math internally. Was it a 8-bit chip even to begin with? It was like an 8086 type thing. It was a bit of both. Okay, the last part I have here for the history of the CoCo questions is, of course, in Boise and Bill's book, they have some pictures that John Prickett has of a prototype case for what some were calling CoCo 4. There's even the Tandy badge that says CoCo 4, which I'll show it in a second here. And I know you said that there was never any plan to do that. So was that something that maybe Prickett was proposing if there was going to be a CoCo 4? Or
I keep telling everybody who wants to listen, that was an education CoCo 3. And the fact that it had a CoCo 4 badge was basically a gotcha that said that there was no way, because Tandy would have never been put out the money for a badge for a not even a prototype, for a model. They wouldn't have done it. It was too much money.
Yeah, because there's no internals to this, just so people are aware. This was just an empty case.
It's just a wooden model.
Now, you said that this case was a design kind of for the education market. Actually, I'll switch to the actual case here with the built-in drive.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever actually send this, or was it just a proposed educational? Because I've never seen this in educational stuff.
No, I mean, this was proposed to go against Apple had a machine that was very similar looking. And we would
Apple III.
Yeah, or some, I forget what model it was, but for the education market. And never would there have been a 3.5-inch drive, because the software didn't support a 3.5-inch drive.
Well, technically OS 9 could, because we used it at work, but like you mentioned before, all your software you're selling was on 5.25. Do you want to redo everything for?
Yeah, that wouldn't have happened. So a 3.5-inch drive might have been sold into the education market, because they had separate software anyway.
Okay. And as far as the educational market getting a case like this, like an all-in-one, including the drive rather than having the dongle, cartridge and ribbon cables, was this something that education had asked for, or is this just something you guys thought they might?
No, something education had been on us for 2 years to do this.
Okay. And then, of course, this was right when the whole CoCo got canceled anyway, so it never got any further.
Well, the thing is there wouldn't have been a CoCo 4 anyway, because the 6809, as it was, its life had expired, and Motorola didn't offer anything to replace it.
Yeah. And this is early enough, still like 89, 90, that, the 609 and its stuff wasn't known either. So it was just a slightly cooler, faster chip.
I mean, they could have taken the 6809, done a die shrink, added some 32-bit registers and a divide instruction and a couple of other things, and made it a next generation processor. It would have run all the software, and that would have been a product. But they had no intention of doing that.
They could have licensed it from Hitachi.
Except that nobody knew that Hitachi had these features at this time. That was several years later, before even Japan knew about it.
And Motorola licensed their stuff to Hitachi. They wouldn't have gotten stuff back from them.
The other thing is I don't know if Hitachi at that time would have had enough manufacturing capability to do the quantities you guys would have required.
Probably not.
Because I know they were smaller than Motorola was, and Motorola was already having trouble keeping up with VDGs for you guys as it was.
And the other thing is, apparently, whoever has this thing used it as a cat box, because the cat litter's next to it.
Yeah, well, John Prickett actually is the one who has this one. Yeah. So that's also where the photos of the Deluxe came from as well. So my final question on CoCo related stuff here. So I know that you still follow the CoCo community at least somewhat. You've watched our show and chipped in on the chat at times, and you're involved in the Facebook group, etc. So what is your opinion of the current hardware and software development being done currently, particularly for the CoCo 3, with hardware stuff like the Mega Mini MPI and the Gimme X, software stuff like Nitrous 9, the arcade transcodes and stuff? I imagine that it must be pretty satisfying to see your baby still going after all these years and the interest going up.
It is, and I did a piece of plastic that I don't know where to put it, to take your Pi 400 like John Strong's. Mine's a little bit less expensive to do, and actually is has no undercuts, so it's actually manufacturable. And as soon as I can find some place to put it, it's free for anybody to use or modify.
Yeah, you sent me the files here, so I was going to ask if anybody like it. My site's not really a hardware-oriented site, so it's not a really great fit for it. I don't know if we want to put it in the archive. If you put it on the Facebook group, and within a month it'll disappear, nobody will ever find it, because Facebook just sucks that way.
Yeah, no. So if somebody knows where we can put it, as I say, I've got about 10, 12 hours worth of work in it.
Yep, and I can provide the files, or you can provide them directly if somebody wants to host it on their site, if it's a bit more oriented to that type of thing. The Color Computer Archive is another place because at least you can search for it by name there. So
you haven't printed this yourself yet?
No. I do plastic professionally as part of the stuff that I do. So I saw his. He did something that looks like a color computer. I did something that has some color computer design to it, but is really something that looks like what I might consider the next generation case.
But you've been following along the CoCo community, so you're happy with the Gimme X and some of this other stuff.
It's nice. I would like to see, as long as you guys are doing all this emulation stuff, coming up with a spec for what a CoCo 4 in emulation would look like, and put that out there for people to write code to.
We almost got the hardware for that.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you do, but I don't see a spec with the sound chip and the UART, which a Pi can do, and some of this other stuff that would be nice to actually see as part of the hard spec of what this next generation color computer would look like.
You know what they say about standards? There's so many of them to choose from. We have like 5 standards for audio chips right now.
Well, pick. Yeah, the thing is, like everybody else, you have to pick one.
Oh, that's going to cause lots of infighting.
Yeah. Well, the shakeout is still happening with there.
But that's what you get. That's when we designed these computers back in the 80s, we had to make a decision and say, hey, this is what it's going to be. We had all those choices too.
Yep. Well, we went through a bunch of them here, going from the RMS to the Gimme, and then the Deluxe getting canceled because of costs and manufacturing of chips and stuff.
Like the sound chip, I would go with the sound chip that's in the speech sound pack. That's what the Atari ST used. It's a fairly decent sound chip. It's better than what we put in the 1000s.
What do you think of the SDC? The SD card.
I think that's a neat product.
Do you still actually have a physical CoCo that you fire up every once in a while, or are you strictly emulation?
All that stuff is packed away. Everything I do is in emulation.
Okay.
All right, Curtis, can I ask one last question before we wrap it up? Probably.
Sure.
So what happened to Tandy Computers? Why did Tandy get out of the computer business, and then why did Radio Shack die?
Why did Tandy got out of the business? Because everybody was selling product that was cheaper than we could sell it. And Tandy got out of the, Tandy died because they made a decision to basically not add Tandy features to product, just to buy product off the shelf. And there was no way, if you did that, you were going to compete with the people that were competing.
And was the CD Interactive any portion of why we decided to get out of Tandy all of a sudden after that flopped? The education, the CD, was it CD, that CD thing you put into like a DVD player and then it played educational stuff. No, that wasn't the Sensation. It was a CD that hooked up to a computer, like a DVD drive.
I don't know what you're talking about, Grant.
I'm not sure what you're talking about either.
Okay. I just remember selling those. It was like a DVD drive that had software in it for like a encyclopedia and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, okay. The VIS.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was another one of my designs, but some products are not successful. It's
ahead of their time.
Yeah,
like Thor.
That product was probably a pretty reasonable pre-Xbox product, but it took a whole lot more years before an Xbox was successful. So,
yeah, it was a product a bit ahead of its time, I think.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to play with.
Yeah, it had a lot of interesting video modes and stuff that were never used. So,
Mark, do you have any grandchildren?
no, I have no kids.
Oh,
Just the
okay.
cat.
Well, I was going to say, I wondered if you would share with them, the CoCo, and if they would be amazed at what you did all those years ago. But I guess
No.
you could do that with friends and their kids.
Yeah. Although the cat does watch me play with my Pi 400. So,
We had another question that asked about what your vision was for the CoCo 4 beyond sound, but we know you're out of time, so maybe some other time.
yeah, I'll come back anytime you guys want.
Okay. You're free to hang around for a little bit because we're going to be going on to the Game On section, which actually is a couple games you helped in the design of. We
Yeah.
did 2 this week, but we'll leave it up to you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really appreciate you guys having me.
Well, thanks for coming on. It's been very interesting. A lot of stuff that hasn't been really publicly revealed before, and clarification on a lot of other things.
And your design decisions behind stuff too. I didn't realize that you really promoted the CoCo 3 so hard by withholding on the Tandy 1000.
I guarantee you, had I not been there, there would be no CoCo 3.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you for being there. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. Great interview. Thank you.
All right. Take care,
Okay.
guys.
Did you want to break before we go on to Game On there, Mark? Or
Yeah,
Ken?
because we got a couple of things we got to run.
Okay.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo 123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo 123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggereth online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Penguin of Evil. Hello, I'm Alan, and my interests are the MC-10, Scott Adams, 6803, C Cross Compiler, the Dragon 32, and that funny Tandy version of the Dragon. L-Lad. Hello, my name is Mark Siegel. I have been doing things with the CoCo since 1979. At one point I even worked for Tandy/Radio Shack, and was involved with the color computer. PHX Mark. I am Mark Schoenberger. I am into the TRS-80 color computers. I also have a Model 100 and recently acquired a Gigatron TTL microcomputer kit and assembled it. Got my first CoCo in 1981.
S. Vetzel. Hey folks, I'm Stacy Vetzel. The CoCo 1 was my first computer when I was 10. Back then, I never even thought about missing that hardware as life got on. I am about to start restoring my two prize systems, that same CoCo 1 and a prototype Amiga 3500. I was a CoCo user right through first year university, where my decked out CoCo 3 rig got me through.
The previous bios were edited for time's sake. Thanks to Melly, Boysantech, Paul Fiscarelli, Terry Steggy, and the CoCoTALK patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. At discord.cocotalk.live.
High Score Challenge.
Welcome everyone to the results of this week's Game On Challenge, where we played 2 games. We played Varlock and Reactoid. There were a total of 12 unique participants. Playing Varlock, we had Buck Owens, Canadian Retro Things, Chip Monkey, David Craker, L. Curtis Boyle, Paul Fiscarelli, Sloopy Malibu. Playing Reactoid, we had Mark B. with 530, Mr. Dave 6309, 940, David Craker, 3570, Tasman Scott Cooper, 7,515, Paul Fiscarelli, 7,540, Jim Rye, 8,350, L. Curtis Boyle, 8,830, Rich N, 16,450, Sloopy Malibu, 24,335. And the number one score this week is Buck Owens with 38,460. Thanks to everyone that played, and we'll see you next week.
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
All right.
Hey, we're back.
And I also, okay, I am not muted. Okay, I also have to apologize to Mr. Dave 6309. I did not include his screenshot of Varlock, which was actually the first one, and I missed it. So my fault. Sorry. Okay, so with Varlock this week, I can't.
Oh, now you can.
Okay. Okay, so show all the windows. Where's my Varlock one? Okay, so Varlock, there was a few high scores. And I had a lot of trouble figuring out the scoring system on that game, so that's why I just did it as participation.
Yeah, it's based on killing certain opponents, etc. stuff too. But there's also you can kind of your negative score if Varlock wins, and then you get a positive score if you win.
Yeah. Although I did try, I cleared the whole board one time, and I got way less points than when I played it and left half the things on the board. So I couldn't figure out you're not getting points for killing more things. So I don't know.
I think it also partly depends on how many surviving pieces you have, and
Yeah.
So it's a complex game, but it's loosely, for those of you familiar with Archon and some of the other platforms, which is a battle chess type thing. This is kind of that, except on the battle part, instead of going to a 2D grid where you're running around with obstacles and trying to hit each other, there's actually a 3D platform in space you're floating on, and you're attacking, and all your different pieces do different things, like the archer fires arrows and spider jumps, and the snake poisons you, and a bazillion other things.
And I definitely found that when I was playing playing one of the Magic One players and turning into the bat was the best thing to do.
And I found the Minotaur better because it does damage faster.
It does damage faster, but the bat, you could just fly in, do damage, and fly away before you get hit. And I could actually take out just about all of the things on the screen doing that.
Yeah. For me, the Varlock's a good game, except the controls of the 3D battling is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest caveat of the game. The actual, playing pieces with, certain pieces move different ways, which is a little bit different than chess, but similar.
Mm-hmm.
And the 3D graphics looks impressive, especially for a CoCo 1 and 2 level machine, but it kind of lost a bit on the gameplay there. I think he tried to push it a bit too far. The Archon thing is a little bit easier.
Yeah. And I definitely found when the bad guys got behind you, just backing up was the easiest way to, rather than trying to turn around because you can never catch them. Just
and backing up at an angle to try to get away from them a bit too.
Yeah.
Tended to do a lot.
And just don't back off the platform.
Yeah. If you fall off, you're instantly dead. And the gem thing, which is a curse and a win, because it's if you get the gem and you can go attack the enemy Varlock, you can kill him in one blow.
Yeah.
But that works on you too. So I mean, somebody snuck up to you and then just whacks you once and you're gone, even if you have every piece left.
Yeah. Anyways, an interesting game. So let's see. I will also show then on Reactoid. We had only one high score that could be found, which was quite a bit less than what Buck Owens scored this week.
Did you see Buck Owens put a video up of his highest game too?
Yeah, I will be showing that in a second. So there's that, and a review. These are also all from Buck Owens. He posted them in the Game On thing on Discord. So on this review, the person liked it except for a lack of a pause button for Reactoid.
And this was Color Computer Magazines, I think?
This one was Color Computer Magazine, September 1984. So he did post another one that said that it was a good game, but got boring pretty quickly and a better game for kids than hardcore
that
gamers.
I don't agree with at all. I think that was a Rainbow Magazine one, because that game gets pretty darn difficult when you start getting like 5 or 6 of the things flying across the screen at once at varying speeds. You tend to die pretty quick. It's watching Buck's game kind of displays and how difficult it gets.
Well, let's take a look at Buck's game then. Where do I have that? Right there.
I like his setup too, because he actually has the capture cards. You can view it full on the left, but you can also see him occasionally. His hand reaches in to press, keyboard buttons and stuff in the game.
Yeah.
So, did you want to explain what the gameplay is like, Ken, for those that didn't get a chance?
I unfortunately never got a chance to even try it this week. I've been too busy with work, so.
Well, before I hog more of the show, because I've already been talking for 4 hours straight, does anybody else want to explain how Reactoid plays?
I did. I jumped in on the Wednesday night game with Sloopy, and I did watch it. So obviously, you're shooting the balls into the reactors to turn them off, I guess.
Well, they're more like charging rods in the middle. And,
charging rods? Okay.
Yeah, you have to deflect them to get it. If you deflect one you've already lit up, you get less points, but it still works. But if any of those particles get into the things on the edge, then it'll gradually color in meltdown on the top, the letters. Mm-hmm. And if it spells the entire word out, then you die and lose that life. And as it goes, it gets, you get some faster ones, you get some slower ones. And then every level you go up, it adds another particle. So you're now dealing with multiple ones at once. And I think Buck near the ends of this game gets up to like 6 at a time, which is just way too hard to keep track of everything, and then you tend to die off pretty quick. But it's a simple concept, but the game itself gets quite challenging. So that Rainbow reviewer, I don't know if they ever got up level 1. I mean, Rainbow, I'll be honest, a lot of the Rainbow game reviewers were not game players, so they had no idea what they're talking about. Like, they'd show a review of Robotac and going, "This is an original game." No, it's not. It's Robotron, you idiot. Have you ever been to an arcade? And, that's one problem I have with a lot of the Rainbow reviews.
So let's move forward in Buck's game here a little bit to show how frantic it gets.
And here you can see the speeds increase. We've got a couple of them at once. Yeah.
Well, no wonder the controller computer broke down.
Sorry, what?
The premise of the game is the controller computer breaks down, so you have to handle this manually.
Yeah. Well, the game gets quite difficult at the later levels. Buck did way better than I did. I've never been that far as he did. And I'm trying to think of other games that are similar to this. There's one called Tube Frenzy by Dave Edson from Aardvark that's a little bit similar to this. And then Nick Moretti's Neutroid 2 looks like this, but the gameplay is a fair bit different, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. Or is Nick even still here? Oh, he's sleeping. Okay.
I mean, I've played a lot of games that look like this, but usually you're just trying to shoot things down the aisles, other enemies. So
yeah, like a Targ or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
Like how you actually kill yourself by redirecting things into your own.
Yeah, if you hit your own reactor core holes there on the sides, you can kill yourself pretty quick. The other interesting thing about the gameplay mechanic is that basically you move your little slash around to deflect them, and you click the button to switch the angle it's doing. So of course you have to try to angle it the right way. But if once you've angled and changed the direction of one of these particles, you can't change it again. So it's committed now. So if you accidentally hit one that's going for your own reactor, you can just watch an alarm until it blows up. So,
and let's be pedantic. This, boys and girls, is a backslash, or it was. Now it's a front slash.
I think it's confused. It doesn't know what it wants to be.
Well, everyone says backslash to mean front slash. So
it's a slash in a quantum state. You don't know what it is until you try to measure it.
Right. Schrodinger's slash.
And I have to say, when I was watching the live stream that Sleepy hosted on Wednesday, I hadn't played Reactoid in years, and I didn't get a chance to play it that night because I was actually working that night too, like Ken was. But it was funny because I saw, why is everybody putting in the initials KW for the game? Like Ken Waters' name, was that a tribute to him, or what the heck was that about? And then I finally figured out that stands for kilowatts. That's just a measurement of your score. So.
Way to deflate my ego.
But I thought it's a good game. It's an original concept game that Mark was involved with the design of. Programmer Robert Arnstein, fellow Texan actually, and I kind of liked it. Like he said, they were trying to design some games that weren't just the standard arcade clones that a lot of the other computers were famous. Now a lot of the other computers had a lot of original games too, but I think Tandy, as far as a company, pushed that a lot harder. Most other companies were, they're making their own games or reselling their own games, tried to get licenses, etc. So it was interesting to see this as
so
that he was actually trying to push for that.
Did anyone else make a clone of this one?
Not that I'm aware of. As far as CoCo original games that got cloned elsewhere, I can only think of a few off the top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah, their loss.
Dungeons of Daggerat, of course, have been cloned to multiple platforms since. Photon's been cloned to the PC twice. Unfortunately, you can't find either of those anymore. I'm trying to think of any others. Not off the top of my head.
Somebody posted a post about with Daggereth on a Vectrex.
Yeah, that's in the news. No, I found out that's a bit of a slight because it's basically a hardware card with a full-blown microcontroller in it to drive the cartridge, and the Vectrex is basically just handling a little bit of AI. Everything else is done on this custom. I can't remember if it was a Nano or a Pi or something. I'll check when I get to the news section. But
wasn't using the vector capabilities of the Vectrex?
Yeah, but it was using it basically as a graphics display. It's actually not using the Vectrex hardware except to read joysticks and do the display. Everything else is done internally on that cartridge, which has its own CPU that's 30,000 times more powerful than the one, the Victrix itself.
Oh.
It's like a computer on a card, basically, is what it is, sharing the display.
Yeah.
Any strategies for either of these two games, Varlock or Reactoid? I mean, Ken, you were mentioning some for Varlock, which actually I think are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Mosley, you played them, didn't you?
I tried to play the first one and didn't get very far. Had a little better luck with the second one, but you got to have a good controller. I found since I was using VCC, using the mouse was actually got me the best score.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because I could have more hand-eye control with it. But this would probably play a lot better on actual hardware with a Black Beauty.
Yeah, I think it's designed to be an analog free float 64 by 64 position one versus a move to the right, move to the left. I think it jumps to wherever your position is relative. Now, Nick, this one came out. Is Nick back yet, or is he still away? Paging
He's
Nick
probably
Morency's.
just asleep.
Yeah, probably. I was going to ask him, like, did.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry to wake you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you should.
So this game, Nick, Reactoid came out around 80. Well, it was programmed in 82, and I'm trying to remember, when did you Neutroid for the Model 1?
84.
Okay, so,
For the Model 4, no, that did come out earlier. Hang on. I can't remember. I think it was 82.
so had you seen Reactoid, and that was an inspiration?
No,
Because it's
I didn't have a color computer then, no.
Yeah, but you worked at Radio Shack, right?
Yeah, but I never saw that cartridge, no.
Oh, okay. Because Tube Frenzy by Dave Edson, which is the only other one I could think of similar to this, also came out in 82. So I don't know, was there something in the air?
Yeah, the inspiration for mine was the arcade machine. There was an arcade machine, Reactoid, I think. There's an arcade machine that came out around that time, and it was, atomic particles, and that's what inspired me. So maybe that was the thing going around at the time.
Okay, I've never heard of that one.
I think it's Reactoid. I've got to look it up.
Yeah, somebody posted in the comments about that. Lance Schaffhausen, Reactoid.
It is that? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
no,
I'm gonna have
sorry.
to look that one up.
Reactoid is the CoCo one. There's an arcade. Yeah, I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, if the person in chat can mention what the real name is, or even the company that made it, I can try to look it up on Claw, because
I'm trying.
I've
to
never seen one
remember
like
the
it. So
Yeah, I'll find it and I'll bring it up later. As you were.
No, okay.
Go back to sleep. No, that was cool. It was nice having a couple games with, obviously have some basis on the other games, but have some originality to them. Both, rough designs by Mark, and then implemented by two different people, Robert Arnstein and Greg Zumwalt, who we discussed at length during the interview as well. So.
And I don't think Sloopy's here right now either, but looks like they had
Reactor.
Reactor.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Reactor by Gottlieb, or whatever it's called. So if you want to look at that up, you can find.
I can do that, Ken, while you promote.
Yeah, sure.
Slippy.
Well, it was. I was there for a little bit, just in the chat for the Wednesday night playing through. Looked like it was fairly successful when I was there. There were people playing both games, so that's a plus. Even though people were having a lot of trouble with Varlock, and because it's definitely one you have to read the instructions for. And it was about a 4-hour stream there, so I think it must have gone fairly well. But
I found Reactor, and I don't think that has anything to do with Reactoid.
Well, it's atomic particles, so that was my inspiration.
Okay,
it says Reactor is an arcade game released in 1982 by Gottlieb. The object of the game is to cool down the reactor core without being hurled by magnetism and repulsion by dangerous swarms of nuclear particles.
Okay. Ken, let me share the screen for a sec. I'll show what
Okay,
this
sure.
looks like, just so that
just
people
get
can
outta
kind of
here.
see it here. Because here's some screenshots of that game in action. That bears no resemblance to either one of your games whatsoever.
Yeah, but the concept of the reactor, I came up with my own.
Okay.
I didn't copy the game. I just went onto the idea of a reactor.
Okay.
That's what I mean. All these games are all on a similar line. They pick up on this whole reactor atomic particle thing, and they just, do their own spin on it.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that the three we've mentioned, yours, this Reactoid itself, and then Tube Frenzy, all have the same basic layout. Like they actually look similar to each other, whereas the inspiration supposedly of them all looks nothing like it. So that's kind of odd that you guys all came up with the same, layout concept based on the same original gaming concept.
Oh, well, they copied me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dots on the screen.
That's right.
Well, I mean, maybe there are only so many designs out there for nuclear reactors, right?
Well, that's a thing. It's a box.
Well, the guy that wrote Donkey King and Sailor Man actually helped write the nuclear simulator from the February 1983 Rainbow, Chris Latham. So, but that one actually isn't a real nuclear with dampening.
Yeah,
rods
but that
and
one's
everything else.
that's a bit different.
Yeah.
Anyway,
now you can take over,
All right.
Ken, because I think you have an announcement.
Well, don't think
Next
there's much more to say about this, but obviously next week is the CoCoFest, so we won't be having a regular Coco Talk. So this will be 2 weeks for the next game. So we're going to do 2 games again. And let's see. For the arcading type game, we have this one.
Lunchtime, which is appropriate because I'm hungry.
Based on obviously Burger Time. Yeah. So, I lost my little button there. Okay. So we're going to do that one, and then we are also going to do.
By the way, that game looks like it was designed for the visually impaired. It's like all the numbers are huge.
And I think most of us around my age or a little older appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm appreciating that nowadays too. Yeah.
All right, and then we're going to do a text adventure game too.
Clicks to Island by Mark Dannii. This is the later graphical updated version of it. Yeah.
I don't think there's a difference between the graphical version or the just purely text version, other than graphics.
Yeah, and one requires 32K, and the other only needs 16. That's the only difference.
So
a bit of interesting history I'll mention here, because I only discovered it recently myself, is that both Clicks to Island and Black Sanctum by Mark Dannii products. The text version was released in 1981 for the CoCo, but that actually was not originally a CoCo game. That was originally for the 6809 and 6800 systems, like the gimmicks and Smoke Signal Chieftain stuff, done way before the CoCo even was released. And he sold them separately, and then ported it to the CoCo afterwards, which I did not know.
So one of the things with the text adventure games, rather than just going and finding a walkthrough and getting through it, I would hope to see people get into the Discord page and ask for help when they run into problems, offer help when people are asking it, kind of do it as a community thing to get people through the game, and just post pictures of things you find interesting in it.
One suggestion I would give, and you'll have to talk to Sloopy about this, is that maybe we can crowdsource during the stream.
Yeah,
where one person picks to play the game, maybe it's Sloopy himself since he's hosting, and then people can give him suggestions. Get that, try to open that, and that type of thing.
Yeah.
What was the second game?
Just like the arcade experience.
What's the second game?
Clicks to Island.
Yeah. There's
a PC version of that too, by the way.
Yeah.
And that copyright there is from the original text version. The graphics version came out in 83 or 84, I think.
Yeah, I stole these off of Curtis's site this morning. So I didn't have time to load up the game and get shots myself. So
Plagiarism, the sincerest form of flattery.
Absolutely.
I give him permission. So we got an arcade game, we got an adventure game. If you can talk to Sloopy about maybe doing the
doing the crowdsourcing
that would be
version.
fun because Stevie's tried to promote that before, and I don't think we've ever had a chance to try it. So this would be a good.
So
try
since we have 2 weeks to do it, yeah. So
in fact, if we set it up, like I don't know if Sleepy's going to CoCoFest, but if he's not, if he wants to host one during CoCoFest, we can actually have it displayed at CoCoFest.
He will
People
be there.
there can join in and give suggestions.
Sleepy will be there.
Oh, he is? Darn.
He's
So we've
planning
done
on
it.
he's planning on selling his Drive Wirelessly there.
Okay.
We could have a live in-person game on challenge at the fest.
We could.
Yeah, we did that a little bit recently. There, we had Zaxxon as one of the games. I remember. I think it was Bruce Moore's son kept beating me. I'd get a good score and he'd go and slaughter me, and then I'd go get another one after an hour of trying, and he'd take 5 minutes and blow it away again. So,
Yeah. Well, that's all I have to say about Game On for this week. And as I said, there won't be one next week. So this will be 2 weeks from now.
I will be happy to be rejoining you after the CoCoFest, which has been my game on challenge for the last 4 weeks.
speaking of CoCoFest, I have a question. Have we figured out exactly, are we doing just live streams on the channel that people can watch the fest? Is that the plan? Or is Stevie setting up? I know we were talking about doing a round table with some people that I'm assuming you'll be streaming. Has anybody figured out the details on this yet? Our seminar is going to be streamed on our channel too. Like, I don't know what's going on.
As far as I know, yes, they will be streaming live. I know that they Randy, he also was the one who did the streaming for Tandy Assembly. I think is going to be streaming for us as well too. So there should be several streams going. It's my understanding.
Okay, because I did try contacting Randy to find out exactly how we're supposed to be doing, like for Ken's and my presentation, or Nick's for that matter. Like, are we supposed to use Zoom? I know they sometimes use Blue Jeans for some of the stuff they do for Glenside, and I got no answer back at all.
I believe they are having that conversation this weekend. So I would suggest to reach out to Jim Brain.
Okay.
Jim Brain would probably be your best bet, because I know they were having a meeting about that this weekend on how we're going to do all that.
Okay, cool. So Ken, if I hear about it before you do, I'll let you know. And if you hear before I do, let me know.
Okay. I'm sure you'll hear about it before I do.
Probably. It's going to be early for you. It starts at 7 a.m. your time.
Yeah. Ours? I think it's at 8, isn't it my time? Or is it 7? I guess I should figure that out.
I think it's 8 my time and 7 your time, I think.
9 a.m. sounds about right. Central time.
Yeah. And 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. I wish it was 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Local Chicago time, I believe.
10 a.m. Chicago time? Okay.
I know the Glenside has published the actual, or maybe it's just a Google spreadsheet, but they have published the schedule. I think I sent you the link to it originally. So
What time does
like this one
start?
What was that, John?
What's the local time that CoCoFest starts?
10 a.m. I thought it was 9.
9, I thought.
It's on your
Yeah,
screen.
9. I think the seminar started at 10, and I think it's 9 for the show. If any of you guys have it handy.
Yeah, it's up on your screen.
I see you in my screen. Oh wait, there we go.
On the feed.
It's on the broadcast.
Gotta switch over. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's on the broadcast. You guys don't see it. Well, you can if you
Yeah,
gallery
it's
to
clicked
Zoom.
on it. So unfortunately, I can't read it. It's all fuzzed out.
Okay, Friday, set up 8 to 4:30 club setup, 5 to 8:30 is exhibitor setup. Saturday, 7 to 9 exhibitor setup, 9 to 10 it opens. 10 to 11 Nitrous 09. Some guy named Curtis.
He's an idiot. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, we can skip that.
Luckily, they have us early in the morning. Nobody's going to be listening to him anyways.
Sure.
Good
11 to 12 MC10. Says everything in the MC10 but the kitchen sink.
Actually, quick aside there, the MC10 I checked this morning is already at over 325 views, the MC10 special from last week. So it seems that longer episodes do better. So I'm planning on making these 12 hours from now on.
It's all about the numbers.
Are you going to buy his lunch and dinner and breakfast?
No, that's up to you guys.
Is that virtual or are you going to be there, Curtis?
So is somebody going to watch my kids for me?
Yeah, that reminds me, by the way, Curtis, you promised me some Canadian Twix on this trip.
You'll be
What
getting them
happened?
in May at the next CoCoFest when we were allowed to come across.
No. That's unacceptable. You put it in the mail and maybe it'll get to me by Christmas.
All melted.
I was about to make a sarcastic comment about what shape I should send it in, but I won't.
Is there going to be a Nitrous 9 release here soon?
No, not till the May one. Bill and I both
Okay.
have been doing side projects, and some other
Yeah.
people like Fred and Lord Dragon and a bunch of others are still working on some other projects, and we're going to try to lump them all together into one big release. And there's just no way to get it done before.
Yeah, I'm working on something, but it'll be a while.
All right, well, break for lunch, Saturday, 1 to 2. Living the dream as a CoCo game developer with Nick and Paul Thayer and Paul.
How to get your own
Fiscarelli.
toy Ferraris. Yep.
Talk about his Ferraris.
Yeah. 2 to 3, CoCo community collaboration with Steve. Let's see, 3 to 6, Glen size no minimum bid auction.
That's always fun to watch.
6 to 8 is the dinner. 8:15 to 9 is business Glenside business meeting, and then 9 to 11, whatever. Let's see, Sunday 9 o'clock opens. 10 Raiders of the Lost Code with Nick. I'm sorry, Rick Adams. 11 to 12, CoCo Bite, CoCo Friendship, and Latin America Ambition with Fabian Rodriguez. Got lunch, then 1 o'clock, the 3D printed CoCo case with John Strong. 2 to 4, tentative no bid auction. If there's anything left from Saturday.
Oh, there will be.
Okay, and then 3 to 4:59, close and tear down. 5 o'clock, we're out of there. And that is the schedule.
Cool. Now, a fair number of these seminars, I think, are remote, like Nick and Ken and me, for example. And then some people are actually going to be there for some other ones. So it'll be a mix of televised versus live in person. If you're
The only
there.
one that's important to listen to will be the Nick one.
You obviously
Saturday at
got
1.
Nick's check before the rest of us did.
But since we'll all be in a food coma from lunch, nobody's
I
gonna
can
listen,
say
right?
anything.
Okay, so Curtis, what are we gonna do with the news? Because we're at 4 hours 41 minutes.
Well, like I said, if I miss it now, we're not going to have it next week. And then I got to do months worth of news. They're going to have a news show that's 6 hours by itself. And we have other interviews coming up. So I think we have to do it. I can definitely try to tighten it up a bit. But do we want to take a break, or do we want to actually like break for a longer period of time and come back and do it again as an evening thing? Or how do you guys want to do this?
Get into it.
Yeah.
We can have an after dark.
Okay, we've got
We'll
two
go-
votes
we'll-
for continue on and one vote for a separate thing in an hour or two. Anybody else?
We'll continue on for a while. We may have to break at some point, but I'm not sure when I'd be able to get back.
Continue on. Later it'll be harder, I think, rather than easier for me.
Okay.
personally.
And like I said, normally I play some of the video demonstrations of stuff we're showing. I'm going to skip that and just, here's the link, and I'll be posting the links in Discord here, after the show's over, because I didn't get a chance to this morning. But I'll just, kind of just briefly touch and everything and not show off as much as I normally would, just to keep it shorter.
Okay, skip the intros. Go dive in.
Okay, so let me find where my windows went.
News by Curtis Boyle. There's your intro. Go.
Before it becomes the
The
old.
news is made up and the facts don't matter. There we go.
We don't need no stinking facts.
Okay, so the first thing I can't remember if I announced this last week, but basically we had our two brothers interview that was supposed to be in November. And due to a medical emergency of one of the spouses of one of the people there, that's been delayed now to January 15th. So that's one with Kevin and Doug Leaney and Paul and Tim Thayer. So we're basically got a tentative setting for that to be on the 15th of January. So that'll be the first little bit. And that's not the window. Okay, I've got all my windows here for displaying. Where the hell did my Zoom window go?
I thought you had a Mac.
There we go. No, I just buried it underneath because I was moving stuff around. Okay.
Have we not found out that Macs suck? Oh, did I say that out loud?
Enjoy your blue screens, fellas. Okay.
That's a good blue, though.
They don't suck if your company buys it for you.
Hey, so first up, John Whitworth had posted up, and some of this news is from 2 weeks ago since we missed last week too. So the Supersprite FM Plus board, of course, is shipping. Some of you guys actually have it in your possession already. And now they've got a whole bunch of documentation up, and there's downloads of sample software that Pere Serrat's been doing. So there's demos for the sound chip, demos for the graphics and the sprites, palettes, how to kick in 40 and 80 comms, etc., with source code. So if any of you want to start writing some stuff and want to kind of get a jump start on what exactly you need to do, there's all this stuff available for download for free off the site. And this includes stuff for 6809. There's some 6309 specific stuff if you want some optimized things. So basically, if you want to start developing using that graphic and sound chipsets on a card that works on Dragons and CoCos, should even work on the CoCo 3, go and get it. There's a ton of stuff up there now, and Pere keeps adding more. So it's nice to see brand new hardware we have not seen the CoCo before have so much support right out the gate. That's nice. Next up, we have Antonio has put up his pictures of the CoCo Pi case from John Strong with his Pi 400, which actually looks really good, I think. I think a few of you might have these two. You've got the Pi 400 stuff, and of course, John will be doing a seminar on designing the case here. And as Mark Siegel mentioned, he's got his own version of that case he's put up as a public, or will be putting up as a public download once we figure out a good place to put it that doesn't get lost. But it looks really good. He's actually got the two back plates here too included. And that's the way it looks from the bottom. Have any of you guys gotten these yet, or that have Pi 400s? I know Brian Weasler and a few others have it, so I was kind of curious. Nobody? Okay, on to the next one. We're going to power through these. So Dale Francum posted a video here showing sharing of files between a CoCo 3 and a Linux machine using a Raspberry Pi 4 as a DriveWire host. And he does a whole video here on some of the software he wrote. And he has a basic 9 program that actually demonstrates going back and forth between the two, but you can actually send files back and forth directly between a modern machine and the CoCo, not just through DriveWire. So it's a pretty interesting little video. It's just over 15 minutes long. Next up, I'm going to play this one just because it serves me. And plus, I just wanted to show what the speed up was like. So I did a patches to Remi's 3D texture mapping demo for the CoCo 3, and I just basically turned on native mode and did a couple of loops using some 639 instructions to speed it up a bit here. And there's also featured some music from Danny's upcoming album.
Hey everyone, just a quick little video here.
I won't play the whole thing, but I'll play it enough so you can see it.
Boyle has done an update to the CoCo 3 3D texture demo, updated it and done some code optimizations for 6309. So on the left hand side I have my stock 6809 CoCo 3, and on the right hand side is a 6309, my fully modded one. And I'm just going to load here the two demos, load them at exactly the same time and show you the difference in speed. They take about the same amount of time to load up, which we would expect, but once they're loaded,
and this is one, if anybody's in contact with Remi, try to get him to send me source code, because there's a lot more changes I can do and I don't want to disassemble the whole thing.
As you can see, significantly higher frame rate here. And CoCo 3 with the 6309 is miles in front. So very nice work to Mr. L. Curtis Boyle, as usual. Code optimizer extraordinaire. Nice
Oh,
stuff.
that's why we wanted to hear it.
Yep, like that's all you needed to hear. So.
Oh, that's
God.
But no, seriously, I could optimize this a fair bit. There's a fair bit of math here that I could do some 609 instructions that would actually be faster, but I don't want to have to disassemble the whole thing by hand.
That's really nice. Good job.
Don't give him a big ego. Come on.
It's too late. Had it for years. Next up, Ken, I might as well let you talk about this one. I won't play it. People can watch it, but since you actually, this is yours.
Okay. Yeah, so that's another Nitrous 9 ease of use video. This one I was editing the boot files, so you can customize the look of everything however you want to do it. This will actually be stuff that we're going to be covering in the CoCoFest.
Yeah, the seminar.
Seminar we're doing.
Easy view
Yes.
seminar. Yeah, because we're covering like the previous times I've done Nitrous 9 seminars, and I've done them since the 90s. Bill's actually done a few with me too. But basically, we've always covered like what's new in the latest release, or technical stuff, how to program it, and we've never really done stuff for the beginner before because Nitrous 9 wasn't that easy to set up. Now with ease of use, because it is easy to set up, we wanted to go through some of the specifics, like I don't like the colors. I have an RGB monitor and I don't have a composite. I want to boot up an 80 column, not 40, and that kind of thing. So that's what we're going to be kind of covering, is some of these nice beginner things. You can customize it, even the color set in G Shell, for example, so that it comes up the way you would like it. You can personalize it to yourself. So, and we'll be taking questions. So if you guys have any additional questions on some of these setup things, Fred's control program can be definitely part of that as well.
And it'll all be from the perspective of somebody that has no idea what they're doing, me.
Speaking of which, I just recently used, I think it was this most recent video, to customize some of the settings on EOU on my system. So thank you. There were a couple things I didn't know that I learned there.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there's stuff like turning the key click on and off, and other things too that I know some people found annoying. I wanted to put it in there to show people it existed, and I put directions, but nobody reads manuals anymore, so nobody read up on how to shut it off.
Well, it makes a great point to show people how to shut it off.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that I did, because I was like, how do you shut this off? And I watched your video and I was like, oh, okay, that's easy.
Actually, that's something we should probably add support for in your control program too at some point, Fred.
Yes, I have been. I'm kind of wrapped up in this calendar program that I've been working on, but
yeah, no rush. I mean, we're not going to do the next release until May. So.
After that, I have been. I have in my mind the idea of expanding the control program to, to add a whole bunch of additional settings that can be set through the program. Maybe on like a second screen that you can toggle back and forth between, or something like that. Yeah.
Or just have a menu so that it switches to a different screen for the
yeah,
or something. Yeah.
Snap-ins.
Anyway, good stuff for beginners. If you want to customize and change the default monitor type and key click on off on the main term window, color settings, that kind of stuff. He does delve a little bit into editing the boot file yourself. If you want to add in modules, so you wanted to add in an RC32 pack to a boot that doesn't have it currently. That's a bit more involved, and we'll probably answer some questions about that during the seminar. That isn't gone into great detail in this video, but for the basic beginner stuff, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do in here. It's pretty simple. It's basically text editor stuff for the most part. Next up, Alan Huffman has, of course, been continuing his series of videos on extended basic. He's been concentrating a lot lately on the get put, how it, defines the memory to assign it to an array, the fact that the basic manuals were completely wrong and telling you to reserve way more space than you actually needed. And then he starts going into varptar and how that works for, finding out where basic variables are stored, how they're done differently storage-wise between a regular variable and an array variable, for example. So a lot of getting into some of the technical detail, but he definitely helps you save memories. Because I know some people that back in the day followed the manual would try to write a game that would fit in a 32K extended basic machine. They'd run out of room with some graphics pretty quickly. And if you follow Alan's suggestion, you'll find out you can free up a ton of memory, and then you can do some of these more complicated things. So it's an ongoing series, and definitely a really good one. And if you want to get into the more basic, this is a channel that just came up not too long ago that started doing the CoCo stuff. I don't know the guy's name, and I told him to come by and watch the show. I don't know if he managed to catch it here or not, but he's doing some early basic programming here too, and he's kind of doing simulated sprites. He has a nice little Rubik's Cube spin rotation he did in basic too on the latest one here. That was pretty cool. But if you're more of the beginner level than what Alan's hitting, this might be a good series for you to check out as well. Michael Pittsley, we've covered his stuff before. So he's the one who's taken these multimedia programs, educational programs that we mentioned before, like the Clyde Tombaugh Discovering Pluto thing, where Clyde himself was actually the voice behind it. This is the last of those. So he's now digitized. If you go through his entire video list here, he's done pretty well all of them so far. So, I don't think there's any more left to do. So this was the last one, which is Principles of Accounting. I know that's riveting stuff. But basically, this is once again, showing some of the multimedia features that the CoCo 1 had, because these come out in like 82, 83, 84, where you'd load a program from tape, it would start displaying graphics and stuff while playing audio from the cassette. So the motor on and audio on commands would be controlled by the program to give you a bit of a lesson, and they'd have somebody reciting stuff verbally that you could hear while it's showing some fancy graphics, and it would pause the tape and do some other interactive stuff with you and then turn it back on again. We didn't have, seekable CDs or anything like that back in the day. So that was as multimedia as you're going to get. But that was something fairly unique to the CoCo. There was a couple other machines that could technically do it, but I don't think many did it as much as we did. Next up, Tim Lindner's doing his own assembly series now. Now, this is going to be a bit different. It's not just a beginner's assembly like we've had from Steve Bjork, or we were doing with George Jansen lately, doing it, starting assembly and working from there. What he's doing here is he's picking a specific problem to address per episode. And he's got one episode out right now. I'm not sure if this is going to be a monthly series, or if he's just going to do them whenever he feels like, getting done, have a specific thing done in time, and just, putting them out sporadically. I'll let you guys discover what this particular episode is about here by going and watching it. But it's a good series, and Tim's very knowledgeable and stuff. He's one of the main developers for the CoCo on Main, amongst many other things. This one I was kind of hoping Pedro would be actually on the panel today, because he's got three videos in total. So the first one he did here, he's got Sloopy, who will be selling these at CoCoFest next weekend. He's got some of his DriveWirelessly, and he actually shows him how he installed it, and he's testing it here. So that'll give you some hints on how to install it if you want. And then he did a two-part follow-up. So he's been working on the Pepper chip, which is a replacement for the Salt chip, a custom chip for Tandy, which handles stuff like joysticks and sound, the cassette port. Nick, and what else is controlled by the Salt chip? I'm trying to remember. I'm missing something, I'm sure.
I think that's it.
Printer port maybe, or something? I can't remember.
The joystick DAX and all kinds of stuff. Depends.
Yeah, so it's a pretty critical component to get things to work properly. So he made a Pepper one he's demonstrated before, but he was having some issues with it. And this is a revision 1 board that he's testing, which has cured some of it, but not all. So he's still got some games that produce some background noise that shouldn't be. So he's trying to work out the timing difference. Certain lines are too long, and there's adding propagation delay and stuff. So he's still working on it, but he's got it pretty darn close. So I'm imagining within a revision or two, we'll have a complete replacement for the sound chip. And that's one of the chips you cannot third-party source from anywhere else, because only Tandy made these. It's not like a 6821 or a 6809 where you can pull them out of other machines from the day. So that's part 1. And then he did part 2. We went through some other parts of using that same chip. This one was more geared to the sound. The first one's more on cassette. He tested saving a cassette program, loading it back in, and everything worked there. But the sound's the one thing that's a little bit glitchy at the moment.
Yeah, because what Tandy did was they took all the analog things and shoved them in this one chip that they made.
Yeah.
So every analog thing in the CoCo is Salt.
And this was a rather fascinating one to me. So this is a website I definitely don't frequent normally, called sonicstate.com. And they're referencing a YouTube video made by somebody else. But basically they did a review of the Audio Spectrum Analyzer. And one of the interesting things in here, because basically there's no hardware, there's no discrete cosine transformation thing like you would use in modern equipment to do this kind of thing. In the CoCo, it's actually trying to analyze it in real time. And Nick can probably explain the technical details better than I could. But basically you want to see how accurate is this thing. Because of course, it has these bars marked, from like 31.5 hertz up to 8,000 kilohertz, whatever. And he has an app on his phone that you can actually type in, like, what frequency do I want to play? And play it through the headphone jack, which he's fed into Audio Spectrum. And it's pretty well dead on all the way across the board. You play an 8,000 tone, 8,000 bar lights up. You play a 50 hertz tone, the 50 bar lights up. Like, it's pretty darn accurate. Now, how accurate it is with multi-tones, he doesn't really get into. But he was quite impressed at a machine from back then, and there's no extra hardware in the cartridge to do anything here. It's totally just ROM code, and it's only 2K. So it was interesting to watch this video and see his reaction to it. He was quite impressed with it. So kudos to Steve Bjork for writing this, because this is not the first time I've heard people say that that's pretty stunning for a machine of that era. Next up, we have Sheldon MacDonald, and he's been working on some stuff for doing sort of transforms of rotating a graphic and skewing it at different angles and stuff. Now, it runs pretty slow right now, but he hasn't even started optimizing. He just got it working, basically. And he's writing this specifically designed for a 128 by 96 16 color mode. So this will end up working on a CoCo 3. It'll also end up working on a CoCo 1 or 2 if you have a CoCo VGA. So, and he's going to be releasing the routines to do this once he gets it optimized to the point where he wants to. And of course, he's got that whole semi-language library that he's been doing. And this will eventually become part of that. And of course, he's the author of Treasure Island Defense. So I won't play the videos because we're going to try to keep this a little bit shorter here, but it's definitely pretty impressive to see some of the stuff going, though it's not up to full speed yet. Next up, Alison Denu did this 3-part series of kind of like blog-like posts on Facebook, kind of going through her history with the CoCo back from 1980 right through the present day. If she was on, if this was a shorter show, I'd probably get into some discussion about it, but it's a fascinating read of it, the history of one person with the CoCo. And if you go into our Discord, you'll be able to get all 3 links to jump straight through instead of hunting through Facebook's rather crappy search algorithm. But basically, yeah, it goes through the history right from 1980 up until present day.
Curtis, you need to slow down. I'm getting a headache.
Good. My plan's working. Next up, Alan Huffman mentioned here, and Magic Fab, I think, is Fabian. There's actually in our chat, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But he mentioned that Magic Fab on CoCo Discord chat service suggested making the user pages more searchable by default on the Cocopedia, which is the CoCo Wiki. And Alan made the change, and now it should be able to find articles a lot easier than it was before with a better keyword matching search. So as that database fills, and Fabian's been actively, updating it with new content and material and stuff there. So it'll be a nice resource for people to search. Next up here, now we kind of got a little bit of the backstory here from Mark today. So thanks to that, where they kind of knew that eventually, even with the RMS design as a graphics chip, which never happened, but they knew that semi-graphics was going to be going out because of copyright issues and Motorola. So the version from 1983 of Audio Spectrum Analyzer with P Mode 4 graphics has actually been dumped and has been verified to work, and now it's been patched to run off disk as well as the original ROM cart image. So if you guys want those are now on Google Drive there, and I think they actually showed up on the archive, or they will be shortly. So if you guys want the non-semi graphics version of it, you can get it. This is the little Halloween demo. I won't bother showing this actually because I kind of forgot this was in the news. I think we got Jim Gary to demonstrate it on the MC10 special last week anyway, which was this little Halloween, vampire with bats flying around semi-graphics demo for the MC10. At least I got it in before Halloween. Next, the CoCo Pi project. So Ciaran's been working on XRoar, and he added CoCo 3 support recently, which can play things like Joust. It's got a few issues still, which Ciaran will be working on. I think Nick found one when he was testing his 0 hour stuff on it. So hopefully Nick will notify of what the issue is, and maybe we can get that fixed. But now he's also adding MC10 support to it, so you can get that as part. The beta of that is now available with the CoCo Pi project. So you can actually, if you have a CoCo Pi, you can download that and try it out. And it's also on his online XRoar, of which the link I'll be putting into the Discord notes too. So now the XRoar is supporting beta, CoCo 3 and MC10, and basically fully supporting CoCo 1, 2, and Dragon 3264, Dragon Alpha, Dragon Beta, etc. So it's becoming like a one-stop shop. It's kind of like, MAME for CoCos only almost at this point. And the fact that it's online, you can do all this stuff too, is kind of handy. One thing I will note, in case you guys haven't tried it, the online one will let you load disk images from your own machine. So you don't have to use the ones that are just built in. If you select file locally, it actually just pops up a pop-up box. You can navigate to a disk, file or VHD or whatever on your own system, and it'll upload it to the emulator on the web, and then you play it in your web browser, which is kind of cool. This is the mention from Ciaran. So if you can read that there's the direct link to his online emulator that does all the different CoCo and Dragon MC10 stuff. And these are works in progress, of course. And finally, for the regular news, we got an update from John Whitworth. Of course, is doing the Supersprite FM Plus board, as well as he's doing these replacement power supply boards for the Dragon. This was announced actually almost 2 weeks ago. The last batch of 15 of these, he was not planning on making any more. I think he is sold out of these now, or is pretty darn close. And I think he's gotten hints that demand might be high enough that maybe in like a year's time, he might consider doing a second run. But right now, he wants to switch back all of his hardware efforts into doing the Supersprite FM Plus board because it's been pretty popular with both Dragon and CoCo users. And I know there's a few of these have shown up in North America already. That ends the regular news. Now I'm going to power through the game news. Is everybody still awake?
Yeah.
You need a bathroom break, Ron? Or?
Nah, we're good.
Okay.
I already took
Come on,
mine.
you need to slow this down. We need to get at least another hour out of this so we can beat the longest show.
I don't know if my voice is going to hold up that long. I've been talking an awful lot. I know you guys will tell me I do that all the time, but this is more than normal. Okay, so let me share this.
Well, your voice is good. Your voice is great to go to sleep to.
Works for me.
Yeah, my kids can feed themselves. It's all right.
Oh, look who joined.
That's the spirit.
Hey, I got the right window selected. Hopefully you guys are seeing Photon.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so the latest CoCo show from the Amigos got released on YouTube, which is the regular distribution channel. So this is the review of Photon. One of my favorite games of all time and one of the technical tour de forces for the CoCo, honestly, because it's got, great multi-voice music with original tracks, not the standard organ music that we always hear on CoCo games. Great original gameplay, again, good enough that it got ported to the PC a couple of times, though those have disappeared since. And just, 60 frames per second, rock solid graphics, something else. It's a really fun game. One of my favorites. They also did the pre-taping last week, which I originally had the news to, display last week, but unfortunately it's already gone. They did the live taping of their next game, which you can catch on Twitch if you go to their channel. It'll still be on there. Now, Twitch eventually expires things, so eventually it'll be moved to YouTube as a permanent copy of it. And I'm trying to remember what the heck was the game they did. Why am I blanking?
Some rubbish, wasn't it?
Yeah, some idiot Australian game. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Donut Farts or something? I can't remember what it's called, but I'm just kidding. It's Nick Randy's Donut Dilemma, folks.
Banana
that's
Dilemma.
That's one of the best games out there for the CoCo. What are you talking about, Curtis?
It was good enough. Red Radio Shack in Australia bundled it, so.
Yeah, give Nick some love.
Yeah. No, keep him away.
I'll let David Ladd give him some love.
Start rumors now.
I'll let David Ladd give Nick some love.
Yeah, I don't see Curtis. I'm sorry, but I don't think I've ever seen you make a game yet that competes with Nick. So
no, and you never will.
All that you do is make crappy operating
systems.
Yep.
Yep. I take other people's games and fix them up, though. I'll have to do that to one of Nick's next.
Make it work on Nitrous 9, or you might have already done that.
Actually, some of his older ones I probably could, but I still want to take his Gatecrasher and 639 Isaac. I keep asking him for source code and he keeps refusing it. Send it to me. So
Sloopy says Neutroid.
Nobody can even figure out how to play the damn thing. I'm not going to waste my time on that one.
You can play Photon and you can't play Neutroid. Yeah, good one.
Photon's easy.
Because you probably read the manual.
I did. I tried reading the Neutroid manual and I don't understand all the gobbledygook pseudoscience you put into it. So.
I did write it for an intellectual, yeah.
I don't know what that is. Anyway, the Amigos are still, of course, doing CoCo shows. So go catch this one. It's a really good episode. They have their normal quirky West Virginia humor in it. And look forward to the Donut Dilemma, which you can catch on Twitch now, or you can wait for the YouTube version of it if you're subscribed to their channel. And I think the voting, I'll be putting up the poll for the voting for those of you that are paid Amiga Discord users, supporters for the CoCo show for the next one. And they're doing it by category. And I believe the next category for next month's show is adventure and RPG games. We'll have to see. Oh, wait, no, they did pick it already. I'm lying. Dungeons of Daggerath is the next game that they will be doing in 3 weeks.
Cool.
Next up, this is a game playing channel that I had not really watched before called VGH channel. And he did a review of playing Seamus on the CoCo and kind of reviews it against some of the other versions of Seamus. Now, he's done better in Seamus than I ever have because he actually wins the game. So I thought I will play a little bit of a clip here because I don't know how many people have actually seen this. So you got those moving bars, which you don't normally see. Then you have to fire hit this guy like a bazillion times to kill him. And one thing he did mention here, he said that the winning the level where you advance to the next level of play is quite disappointing after all the work you have to put in to get this far, which I have to agree with. But I've never seen that before, so I don't know if any of the rest of you have actually seen that before or not. And speaking of Dungeons & Daggerath, Aaron Newcomb, who's one of the regular hosts on the Open Floss Weekly open source software on Twit, we've had it on as an interview guest ourselves. Finally got to his Septandy video in October, as a few people did. And he's doing Dungeons & Daggerath, and he actually goes through a long playthrough, a bit of history of it, how to play it, some strategies he used, and he actually wins the game. And he doesn't give away everything, because the final ring to win the game, finally, you have to incant, and you need a pretty good dictionary to get the right incantation for it. And he shows you what happens when you win, but he doesn't tell you what the incantation is. You still have a little bit of discovery to do. But it's a really well done. In fact, yeah, I forwarded this video to the amigos to use as a reference on their Dungeons & Daggerath, so they know what's going on with the game. It's a really well done video. Next up, Glen Hewlett, of course, after doing Defender and Joust transcodes lately, as well as the previous Space Invaders and Pac-Man transcodes from the arcade games, is currently working on Robotron 2084, which will be a bit more of a challenge because there's a lot more sprites on the screen for this one. But he's, as he does before in the other ones, he does sometimes these little blogs of little tricks he found in the code, something that's unique or pretty, wow, I would never have thought of that type thing. And this is one of those. He's got a neat trick to do a jump to routine. So that's for your assembly language nuts here to go through and then kind of critique.
What does he say about the jump?
Well, you're going to have to go read his article, aren't you? I'm not going to steal all
you're not going to read?
Next up, this is Paul Daniels. And what he found going through some old software he found is he found bad copies of some of the first generation of CoCo games. So these are the originals. These aren't recreations. So Black Sanctum and Clicks to Island, the very first two text adventure games that Mark Data Products, this is the original text version of Black Sanctum. You actually see Pere said a color version because, like I said before, he actually sold these other 6800 and 6809 systems that predate the CoCo. So he's got some of these originals here. There's Storm, which is the Tempest clone by Computerware. Spectre Associates, who actually did colored little covers here. So this is their Space Invaders. I think they ended up renaming this too because they were getting in legal trouble for actually using the actual name of the arcade game they were cloning. Not the swiftest thing to do. Madison Minotaur, this is the original version they sold on their own for a couple of years before Tandy ended up picking up, and they basically quit selling it on their own. And there's a group of them all together. So that was kind of interesting because I've seen a couple of these originals back from this era before, but to have all of those at once was pretty cool. Man, my throat's getting dry. Next up, Brian Palmer, Breezer, whatever you want to call him. He's been kind of going through and he's trying to find some of the obscure, rare CoCo games that didn't really get wide distribution, trying to get them back up. So this is one by Craig Stewart, a fellow Aussie of Nick and a competitor with Nick on some of those programming contests and getting stuff sold in Tandy. But what I did not know is that Craig actually was a regular columnist pretty well in the old Australian CoCo magazine and published quite a few games, utilities, graphic editing utilities, all kinds of stuff. And Brian found this one here, which is a little dogfighter. It's a 2-player game, and it's basically just P-Mode 4 black and white graphics, but you have 2 biplanes steering towards each other and trying to shoot each other down. And whoever gets 5 hits knocks the other plane out of commission, which spins around for a while. And then you can tell there's no scoring or anything else, but it's got pretty decent sound effects. And Craig himself said this is one of the very first ML games he ever wrote. So he probably wrote this about 83, 84 somewhere. So if you want a game that's, not the most sophisticated thing in the world, but, historically significant for Craig.
Looks like cool an Atari 2600 game equivalent game.
Yeah, it's a little similar, though that's a little higher res than the Atari 2600 was. But it's actually, the sound effects are pretty good. I mean, it's got that droning engine noise and bullet holes when you hit somebody and the firing shots and then the spinning noise and stuff. It's actually not bad. I think it's on the archive and on Facebook. So next one up, Dragonfire. Robert Galt patched this because apparently it crashes. I mean, there are a couple patches you have to do because the CoCo 3 needed a patch with the timing because the timing on setting the gimme palette registers to get it to change colors in between lines here, kind of was complicated and then very precise timing. But it was causing some problems on the 6309, and it's now been patched, so it should run on that as well. So for those of you with 609 processors installed, you can now get a version of Dragonfire that should work fine on that.
All right. I'll look at that.
Next up, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Fricky Boltha? Guessing. He went, and his neighbor had put a bunch of stuff in the trash to throw out some old dragons, and he actually happened to take a look and saw that they were dragon stuff, and he went and got them back out of the trash and took it back. So he's got the complete package of Cave Hunter here, which is a Mark Data Products game on cartridge for the Dragon, which was never sold in cartridge in North America. And he's even got the little ad for Dragon software that came with it in the box, and the little sticker thing, the cartridge stuff, and the full color manual. Another thing Cave Hunter didn't have here was a black and white Xerox baggy thing. So once again, the packaging for Dragon stuff was much better than most CoCo stuff, unless you went to Tandy. This is a bit of an interesting one too. So the microdeal page, which Chris Poetry does, and he was one of our guests on the Dragon special, the first one, is he's found this copy of Worlds of Flight, and it's a little bit different. So they have a misspelling on this version of the tape. It says World of Flight, not Worlds. And it says Atomic Software. Most of the stuff the microdeal sold would say microdeal on it, because they basically relicensed it. So this is the actual original packaging, full color, etc. Now this is one, Tom Mix, when they sold this, they actually give you a little mini 3-ring binder, because the manual is so thick for this game. And it's a 2-color cover, so it's a bit more advanced than some of the other CoCo baggy stuff. I actually have an original back on my shelf here. But if you go through it, you can see that it says World of Flight, Tom Mix Software. And then if you scroll down a bit, here's what the later release, when they fixed it all up, now it's spelled correctly and it says microdeal. So there was an early release, I guess, to rush it to market or something, because it was a pretty innovative game simulation at the time when it came out that wouldn't have been seen on too many machines. So a little bit of historical Dragon stuff there. Next up, we have somebody. Now, I'm trying to remember, Nick, is this the same palette we did when we palette patched Lunar Rover, or is this a unique one? I'm trying to remember.
Okay. I don't recognize it, so that might be someone else's.
Because it is a pretty
It looks
interesting
all right,
palette.
though, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a Twilight. You got dark red because it's Twilight. The ground's getting kind of red because it's dark, and the lighting in the mountains and the shading in the mountains, and the earth is still blue. Actually, I think he did honestly a better job picking a palette than we did.
Yeah, no, that looks good.
So maybe we need to patch your RGB.
Yeah,
palette.
I haven't run it in a while. There's probably a few more games we can add to it too.
Yeah. Next up, Rob's Retro Rambles does a review of Grid Runner, which is a game that was cross-platform on the C64 and the BBC Micro and the Speccy and a bunch of others. So this is the Dragon version, which also would run in the CoCo. I won't play the game video here. You guys can check it out. And if you're familiar with some of the other platforms, you've probably already seen it. But it's basically, I think you're firing from both the side and the bottom, and you move your two ships independently and try to shoot stuff in the middle. And it has kind of a centipede-looking thing coming down it and stuff.
Is that a Jeff Minter game? No.
Yes, it is, I believe.
It is, yeah.
I think that was the name.
Yeah.
And increase mentions of year. And yeah. But yeah, it's one of the big popular authors of the time. And it is cross-platform. The same game exists on multiple machines. Next up, and this is kind of a description of sprites, hardware and software sprites. And this is AC's 8-bit zone. So Alan's actually back. He hasn't done a video in quite a while. So this is kind of a precursor where he's going to get into some stuff that he's been working on. But he kind of goes through the various hardware sprites that chips that other machines had, color limitations, how many can be on the scan line at a time, how many can be on the screen at a time. Goes into the software sprites, and unfortunately, he didn't pick exactly the best CoCo games to show it. He showed Pump Man as an example, and that's one of Dave Dye's very earliest games before he really learned what he was doing. So it runs dog slow for a sprite, and that's just because he was learning. I mean, you can definitely do faster code than that. So, but this is the first part of a series he'll be doing, and there's some interesting stuff coming at the future episodes of this involving hardware. And I'll just leave it at that, and I'll let Alan explain it when he gets a chance to come on the show. This is another interesting one that came up in the Dragon group. So somebody took this particular issue of Dragon magazine, and there's a game in it called Caterpillar. There's a type in it. It's a hybrid basic and ML. So it has a bit of a scrolling thing, and you're kind of it's got two stages to it. So one, you're this caterpillar crawling down the screen, and you're trying to avoid all these things that are scrolling up at you. You don't want to run into them. And then the second stage kind of inverts, and then now you're in the cave, and you have to navigate the cave without hitting the cave walls. So that's kind of it's the same gameplay roughly, but with two different flavors to it. So it's actually pretty good for a little typing game. This one here, Joseph Quinn II, has taken a front end for MAME called Launch Box Big Box, but he's really filled it in. So he's got screenshots, he's got pictures of the manual, he's got a description of the game itself with all the details of it, and an actual little mini manual of it online that you can actually go through. I'll play just a couple seconds of it. You can kind of see it here. The background music. But you can just page through and see all these games with everything, displayed: screenshot, manual, cover, description, and a summary of the game. And he's got it done for a fair number of the CoCo games. He goes through a whole list. He's even got a few non-game titles like Edtasm. Probably not that much fun to play in MAME unless you're a geek like Nick or me, but really, really nicely presented. It really looks nice. This one, Michael Strickland. Not too much to this game. Not sure exactly if it came from a magazine, if it's something he did himself. He thinks it's from a magazine or a book. But basically, the interesting story behind this is that he found an old tape that's been around for 35 years, hasn't been touched, and it actually loaded. So that, the longevity of some of this old media we have, the tapes and some of the older discs, actually, I think lasts longer than current ones now, because now you can get a USB card or an SSD card, and they'll burn out for 5 years. Yet we've got tapes and discs from 35, 40 years ago that still work fine. This is another video that has proof of that. And this one here got me really excited until I got into the details. So this is basically Duns of Daggerath ported to the Vectrix, with even higher detail, and the whole vector graphics, which is kind of what Duns of Daggerath is designed around software vectors, was really cool. And this impressed John Kowalski, Sockmaster. And if it impresses him, of course, it impresses everybody. But they got into a bit of the details later on in the comments here. And apparently it's basically a whole system on a chip that's doing this. It's an ARM CPU plus RAM plus flash memory. And basically the 609 is just doing things like, queuing display lists and maybe reading the joysticks and stuff. So it's actually, most of it's being done on the hardware on the card in the cartridge versus the thing. But it's still nice to look at, and it still does use the vector display. So this, I'm not sure if this is still commercially available. Apparently it's been actually out for over a year. But if any of you people have Vectrixes, and I know a few of you do, it'd be kind of interesting to see what your take on this is if you decide to give it a shot. And now that my voice is starting to give out, that's the end of the Game On News and the end of the news. I winged through it as fast as I could.
Awesome.
Cool.
And now, before I forget, I'll post it in Discord so people can get the links to all those stories.
Don't we need a rendition of Nightmare Highway?
Maybe Curtis can croak it out for us.
What were we trying to do?
Nightmare Highway.
Like what? Like play the game live? What do you guys
got some time to kill, might play a little Zach song.
Ah, here it is.
Might double back to play a little Temple of Ron. Dungeons and Daggerath.
And then you want to run baseball. We'll run the outro.
But none can hold.
Yeah, do we have anything to promote? Like, what's the next interview? Do we have a promotion?
Nightmare Highway.
How about CoCoFest next week?
Yeah, we should definitely plug that one more time before we leave.
And we're going out over the air.
Sailor Man, Firefall.
What was that?
Go on.
We're going out over the air.
Super Pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, I've got to come back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Dodge furniture, and you'll be a pop star. Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell the truth, this game really ain't all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
If you see that on the highway, go around.
Good advice.
So I don't have an actual promo for CoCoFest. So
Well, let's just plug the dates and where it is. We kind of already went through seminars, so.
yeah, let's see. Well, of course, November 7th and 8th. No, 6th and 7th next weekend. Somewhere in Illinois.
Chicago area. I can tell you.
Elk Grove Village, which has
There it is.
just lifted their mask mandate. So, yay.
And I think over here we can probably pull up information. So there's the address. I think if you scroll out a little bit, you'll find us right off the end of the runway of O'Hare, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, just south of here, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Is that the Holiday Inn? It's a Holiday Inn in Elk Grove, right?
Yes, the Holiday Inn.
And do you know what the prices are for people to get in if they decide to do a spontaneous event in the area?
$15 for first family member, $10 for the second family member. For the 2-day event, Sunday only, 10 and 5. 12 and under are admitted free.
And we can buy that there, right? Because I actually haven't bought a ticket.
Yeah, you could buy the tickets at the door, although there is somewhere in here. Yeah, if you go to the Tandy list, you can pre-register and buy your ticket ahead of time.
Yeah. Now the food, the special catering food you guys have coming in Saturday, that you do have to pre-book, right? Because it might even be too late because I think they had to pre-book it so they know what.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's still open because they had to send the caterers the quantities. Oh, let's see what it says here. Yeah, this doesn't list a cutoff date, but I think last week, not Tony, but CoCo Club president was on. He mentioned
Jim.
What's that? Yeah, Jim. Yeah, he had to turn it in this last week.
You are bad with names. Holy cow.
Yes.
And if you're driving to the fest, you want the Fast Toll app on your phone so you don't have to worry about what happens with the tollways. You'll get a nice bill.
Yeah, it looks like reservations are closed also for the hotel room because that was last weekend. So you just have to call and get the regular rates.
Yeah, or find a nearby hotel for cheaper, which I know a few people do, and then they just drive there for the show.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on next week. We'll be live streaming as much as we can on this channel, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch. And some of the seminars will be, or hopefully all the seminars will be, broadcast on there as well as some show floor stuff. So definitely, if you guys can make it out, I know in our case in Canada here, for people like Ken and me, unfortunately, they did not open up the border till November 8th, which is literally the day after the fest is over. So we won't be able to make it. But I think Ken and I are both planning to make it out in May, as well as Bruce Moore and William Astle and a bunch of others too. So we look forward to seeing you there. As far as interviews go, we've actually got some weeks off here because the one had to get postponed. Next week, CoCoFest Live will take up. We wouldn't have any interview anyway. The week after that one's been delayed till the January 15th, as I mentioned before, due to medical issues. The next week after that, no interview booked. The week after that is a Dragon Talk 2 special, which is their live version of CoCoFest 2. It's the Dragon Gathering at Cambridge Computer History Museum. All Dragon people all the time. Some of the people we had in the previous Dragon special will be on to kind of say hi and stuff. And then we'll have some other people that we've never had on the show before. And there might be some new hardware and software out of that place to take a look at and discuss too. So look forward to that on the 27th. December 4th is Brian Weasler is finally going to come on with his U-Haul of goodies from CoCo stuff that he bought. And he's going to go through some of it and some of the more unique items on there. And then on December 18th, we have Scott Griepentrog, the editor and publisher of the Oscar magazine. Some of you may remember that from the 90s. The SDGNet networking CoCo BBS system, and also did a lot of software for the MM1 back in the day. So all that coming up on the 18th of December. Bit of a break for the holidays over Christmas and New Year's. And then on January 15th, the rescheduled Doug and Kevin Leaney, the brothers team that did programming for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 in the 80s. being interviewed by the other brother team, Paul and Tim Thayer, who are active in the community right now. So that'll be fun. And they've met before on the Zoom test call, got along really well. This should be a fun interview. I expect that to be hijinks all the way around. And I'm trying to get some more interviews lined up for next year too. Just to throw that up there.
Okay. Shall we do the outro, or you just want to say goodbye?
I think we've kept people on enough. Probably skip the outro.
5.5 hours? Sure.
Yep, 5.5. Okay, well, in that case, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.